The first subject matter given to me by the coordinator, no, yung coordinator ninyo is to discuss with you the laws on governing arson. So that would be our first topic to discuss. No? Perhaps this afternoon, because I will be with you the whole day today, but we will not be maximizing our time. No? Let's take it lightly para yung kasing learning dapat hindi pressured. No? We should be enjoying. Isa pa, game 1 ngayon, no? Baka wala kayo sa focus ngayon, no? Lamang yung Lakers, iniwan ko doon sa baba. So, amaya tingnan natin yun pag break. Ha? So, unahin muna natin to because this is the task given to me. So, the arson law. Because you are all taking this fire arson, no, investigation course. So, it's very important that you must have good mastery or at least a good understanding of what is this laws on arson all about. Okay? So, just a short intro of myself. Just if you experience technical difficulty, particularly if you do not hear me anymore, so just chat, no? Mayroon naman chat button diyan para malaman din natin if I am not being heard anymore or kasi minsan yung internet connection natin is interrupted, no? So just let me know. So we will just and try to reconnect kung kayong mawala. So reconnect. Ako rin naman, I will reconnect. Okay? So let's begin para matapos natin ito so that we will have a break by 12 or even before 12. Then in the afternoon, we will go with the discussion of the rules on evidence. So importante muna na ma-discuss natin yung batas, then later discuss the procedures, no? Regarding evidence. Siguro yung admin natin, maki-mute mo na lang yung lahat ng para hindi nakaka-interrupt, no, during our discussion. So we have I think the administrator or the admin, no? So paki-mute na lang lahat para ngayon kung may tanong, I will give you time to ask question at the end of my discussion. So just allow me to finish first my discussion, then at the end, so you will have time also to ask. So in the meantime, if you have question on anything, no, that I will be discussing with you, just jot it down, take it down, then later you will be given the opportunity to ask. Okay? So let's proceed para matapos natin to. So just a short introduction because I want you to understand a kind of background, no, about our arson law. So as you can see, yung law on arson natin, ito yung isa sa mga sources, no, ng confusion, particularly in court, because it was observed that this kind of law that we have had a very few jurisprudence, no, yung mga decided cases ng Supreme Court. So kaya sa level ninyo, even sa level ng ating mga law enforcer, kasi kayo ang primary law enforcement unit, no, or agency when it comes to this law. So lahat ng violation ng batas na affecting arson is within your jurisdiction. So yung ating local police, kung mapapansin ninyo, yung mga kapulisan natin, yung mga police station, they do not anymore get involved or get in touch, no, when it comes to these cases, no, affecting arson. So kayo talaga yung main player dito. But in history, so this kind of law had been frequently the source of confusion. Confusion in the sense na may medyo kalituhan kasi ano ba yung batas na i-apply? Ano ba yung penalty na i-impose? No? Mamaya, I will let you understand that better, no? Have you heard about destructive arson? Have you heard about simple arson, di ba? So, kailan siya destructive, kailan siya simple, and which law we should apply. So, in one case, actually, in that very few cases, no, decided by the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court had this opportunity to make a kind of elaboration, no, sa batas na ito, particularly dito sa kaso ni Buebos et al. Versus People. So let me just give you a backgrounder on this, no? Kasi para mainam din na maintindihan ninyo kung ano yung kaso ni Buebos, no? O ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, the confusion surrounding arson has been confounded, no, by the dearth of annotation, yung kakulangan sa mga explanation, kakulangan sa mga experiences doon sa batas na yon, kasi there were very very few cases, no, particularly reaching the Supreme Court. So kaya medyo talaga kulang yung ating mga jurisprudence on this, no. So certainly the law on arson is one of the least commented in this jurisdiction. So kaya ganoon, kaya medyo mayroon tayong kunting kalituhan. But my objective at the end of this lecture is for all of you to make a clear understanding, no? Meron pa rin po admin, no? Meron pa rin mga hindi naka-unmute. Naka-mute, please. Kasi medyo nakaka-distract, no, in my discussion. So kindly chat na lang, paki-chat na lang kung sino man yun. Hindi ko kasi makita rin dito sa screen ko. So please, para hindi tayo ma-distract. Pakisuyo, please, para continuous tayo. Okay. So yun po, no? Yun yung reason why we have this confusion when it comes to these laws, the laws on arson. Okay? So let me take this case of Buebos et al. Versus People. It was decided last March 28, 2008, no? Medyo matagal na. So more than 10 years already. So it was actually a case that originated here in Bicol, particularly in Tabaco, no? So ano ba yung facts nito? Ano ba yung nandyan, naka-flash sa screen ninyo? On the eve of January 1, 1994, so it was very long, no? At around 3 o'clock in the morning, this ang complainant dito, ito si Adelina Borbe. Siya kasi yung may-ari ng bahay doon sa San Miguel Island, no, hacienda there. Yeah, you are familiar with the San Miguel Island in Tabaco, no? So she was then watching over her sick child, no? So sa bahay niya a nipa made of nipa, no, roof. So she was lying down when she heard some noise around the house. So may narinig siyang ingay. She got up and looked through the window. So imagine niyo na lang yung sitwasyon na yung mga sinauna, yung kubo pa yung mga bahay, no, may bintana. So i-slide mo lang yung bintana para sumilip sa labas. So ganun yung sitwasyon. And nakita niya yung 4 na akusado outside, no? Si Rolando Buela, Sarmelito Buebos, Dante Buebos, at ito si Antonio Cornel Jr. They were congregating, no? They are gathering in front of her hut doon sa bahay niya. When she went out, she saw the roof of her nipa hut, no? Nakita niya, paglabas niya, umaapoy na yung kanyang bubong. So she shouted for help. Instead of coming to her immediate succor, yung 4 na yon, yung 4 na akusado, imbis na tumulong, tumakas. So at some distance away, so naandun rin naman itong mga taong ito, si Olipiano Beruela, na kung saan siya yung nakarinig ng pagsigaw nitong si complainant Borbe, no? Olipiano was then drinking with Pepito Borbe. So nagiinuman sila kasi nga that time is eve of New Year, no? January 1, 1994. So nakita nila, pumunta si Olipiano doon sa lugar ng complainant at nakita niya doon yung mga tao jumping over their fence kasi rushing towards the house of Adelina Borbe para tulungan siya na apulahin, no? Pigilan yung apoy. So when he focused his flashlight on them, he was able to identify ito, mga nakita niya ito, mga nagtakbuhan at lumukso sa bakod, si Sarmelito Buebos, si Dante Buebos na ispatan niya nung kanyang flashlight, no? Antonio Coronel Jr. He also saw Rolando Buela running away. So itong apat na ito kakaiba nga eh. Yung iba, they are running to the help of the complainant, Adelina Borbe. Pero itong apat, they are running away. They are trying to escape from the scene of the crime doon sa kung saan may sunog. So, dito sa kaso na ito, actually ang main issue dito is related to evidence. No, ang main issue dito related to evidence, which is pag-uusapan natin mamayang hapon. So in the afternoon. So whether or not enough daw or sufficient daw yung circumstantial evidence para ma-convict yung mga akusado. So that would be a discussion that we will reserve this afternoon. So I want you all to recall itong facts na ito. Okay, mamaya ko na lang i-explain ano ba ang circumstantial evidence and ano yung details nito, no? So we will go back to this afternoon. So kaya ang parang assignment ko sa inyo, you try to look at your whatever reference you may have. Ano ba ang circumstantial evidence? And kailan ba ito pwedeng gamitin? Because this is the main issue in this case of Huevos et al. Versus People, no? For our purpose this morning, itong kasong ito rin kasi ang nag-discuss in detail kung ano-ano yung mga batas affecting arson. So yun ang kukunin natin dito, which I will be discussing with you. So that's why I just cited this case to you kasi ito yung kaso na dinesisyon na ng Supreme Court na kung saan klinaro ng Supreme Court kung ano ba yung dapat nating gamiting batas whenever there is an arson committed. So if it is a destructive arson, where we should base our legal basis, no? Where should we anchor yung kaso natin, saan batas? Kapag naman simple arson, saan batas rin natin dapat i-angkla yung kaso na ipafile natin. So itong kasong ito yung nag-discuss noon. So in the meantime, iwanan muna natin yung issue ng circumstantial evidence, no? So hindi ko muna ito i-discuss yung ruling. I will go back to this afternoon, no? As an application ng ating mga pag-aaralan ngayong hapon. Because I want you all not just to get the theory, but also to understand how to apply those theories in actual situation. Kasi yun naman ang purpose ninyo, di ba? To not just learn kung ano yung laws governing arson, but you must also learn how to really file a case in court. A case that is tight, a case that is winnable in court, a case that is supported by evidence, di ba? So kasi yan ang mga, I assume, no, lahat kayo mga investigators, because you are taking this course, so that would be your mindset now. So you are an investigator, so you will be investigating arson cases, no? Arson incident. Okay? So in line with your investigation, ano ba dapat ang mag-gather ninyo? Because your investigation will not end with the investigation. The end point of your investigation is the filing of case in court. Because that would be useless. Ano kung nag-imbestiga ka, hindi naman nakarating sa korte yung kaso mo, so useless. Di ba? So, that's one thing that you must learn out of this subject matter. So, iwanan ko muna ito, kasi mamaya ito i-discuss natin. Okay? Circumstantial evidence. So, for our purpose, dito sa decision na ito ng Supreme Court, dito po naklaro kung ano ba talaga yung arson, no? So, ito, parte na ito ng discussion doon sa kaso. Previously daw, arson was defined and penalized under the revised penal code. So, I hope you are all aware na sa ilalim ng ating batas, no? In this country, dito sa bansa natin, our penal laws means criminal law, no? Are of two kinds. Dalawang klaseng penal laws meron tayo. Yung tinatawag nating defined and penalized under the revised penal code. Yung ating general penal laws, yan, revised penal code. Then the other one is the special penal laws. Ano naman ito? Ito yung mga batas na criminal under a particular special law. So, walang problema pag revised penal code, di ba? Naandyan yung murder, naandyan yung arson, yung certain mayroon dyan portion ng arson na defined and penalized under the revised penal code. Yun ang kaklaruhin natin mamaya. So, naandyan din yung physical injury, naandyan yung rape, di ba? Naandyan yung unjust vexation, oral defamation, o naandyan yan sa revised penal code, murder, homicide, so naandyan yan. Yun naman mga special law na sinasabi ko, yun yung mga, may mga batas tulad halimbawa, BAUSE, yung violence against women and children, di ba? So if you fail to support your child, so you could be charged of violation of Republic Act 9262. Special yun, pero criminal yun. So, dalawang klase po, dalawang tawag nito, dalawang uri ang ating criminal law or penal laws, no? One under revised penal code and the other one is under the special law. So kaya ito sinasabi dito, yung arson daw dati previously, no, was defined and penalized under 9 different articles of the revised penal code. So ibig sabihin RPC pala ito. General penal law ito, Article 320, yun daw yung destructive arson, Article 321, other forms of arson, Article 322, cases of arson not included in the preceding articles, then Article 323, arson of property of small value, Article 324, crimes involving destruction, then Article 325, burning one's own property to commit arson, Article 326, setting fire to property exclusively owned by the offender, and Article 326-A, in cases where that resulted as a consequence of arson, and 326-B, prima facie evidence of arson. So, in other words, sabi dito, dati-rate, iisa lang ang batas na kung saan yung arson ay pinipenalize. Yun ay revised penal code. So, anong nangyari? Kasi previously yan. So, ibig sabihin, may development. However, on March 7, 1979, take note, ito pong revised penal code natin, mga, during the Spanish time pa. Ang origin ng revised penal code natin, if I'm not mistaken, mga 19 kupong-kupong pa ito, no? So, ngayon, in 1979, March 7, our then President Ferdinand E. Marcos issued a Presidential Decree 1613, yung PD 1613. It supplanted the penal code provisions on arson. So in other words, itong PD 1613 is a special law. Special ito, ha? Iba na ito ngayon sa general law. Yung RPC, yung Revised Penal Code, general penal law yun. General criminal law. Ito namang PD 1613, Presidential Decree 1613, this is a special law. Now, take note, during the time of Marcos, lahat ng batas natin tinatawag na Presidential Decree. Why? Bakit? Because during his time, wala tayong batasang pambansa. Because what he did, he abolished it. Di ba? Siya yung executive and at the same time, the lawmaker during his time. So kaya, lahat ng batas natin noon, and marami pa rin sa mga batas na ginawa niya are still good laws to the present time. Isa na dito ito, PD 1613. Meron pa tayo yung anti-fencing law, no? Yung obstruction of justice, yan. Mga batas yan ng mga presidential decree during his time. So they are still good laws, no, up to the present time. So itong PD 1613, this is a special law on arson supplementing or augmenting, no? Giving additional provisions, no, on the arson's provision under the revised penal code. Okay? So ano ang mga bago dito? Now, so that is 1979. Now, in 1980, November 11, 1980, the law on arson was again revisited via Presidential Decree number 1744. So, PD 1613 in 1979. Okay? Ngayon, pagdating ng 1980, once again, President Marcos issued another Presidential Decree 1744. So, this new law expanded the definition of destructive arson by way of reinstating Article 320 of the Revised Penal Code. The amendatory legislation also paved the way for the reimposition of the capital punishment on destructive arsonists. No? So in other words, dito po, I'm just laying down to you the history para hindi kayo malito mamaya kasi mamaya pupunta tayo ng revised penal code, mamaya pupunta naman tayo ng 1613. So para malinaw, ano ba itong mga batas na ito? So, in 1980, kasi ang ginawa nung Presidential Decree 1613 bago dito, in-augment lang niya. Ngayon, ang ginawa naman itong PD 1744, klinaro niya na pagdating sa destructive arson, ang magmamatter or ang mag-govern yung Article 320 ng Revised Penal Code. So, bear that in mind now, no? Pag ang issue po, mamaya malalaman ninyo kung kailan ang arson destructive at kailan hindi. But in the meantime, please bear it in your mind, kapag ang issue papasok sa destructive arson, no other law that will apply except 320 of the Revised Penal Code. So I will show you later what is this 320, Article 320 all about, no? And in this law, it made destructive arson a heinous crime because the penalty for this is the capital punishment. Before, we still have death penalty. But you know for a fact that we no longer have death penalty now. So I will explain that to you later. No? So ito, Republic Act 7659, it was enacted in 1993 na kung saan yung destructive arson was classified officially, no, or in writing as heinous crime. Okay? Particularly under Article 320, yung destructive arson. Ang problema, that was in 1993, December 13, 1993. Ang problema, in June 24, 2006, ni-repeal yung death penalty law, yung Republic Act 7659. Kasi lahat ng mga na-declare ng heinous crime doon sa Republic Act 7659, they are all crimes where the maximum penalty will be imposed. Anong maximum penalty natin? Death. Ang problema, in 2006, ni-repeal. What do you mean by repeal? Pinawalang bisa yung batas na 7659. So, hanggang sa kasalukuyan, wala na po tayong death penalty. No? So, lahat ng mga crimes na death ang penalty before, they are reduced to reclusion perpetua or life imprisonment. Okay? So that was under Republic Act 9346. So arson is no longer penalized by is no longer considered a capital offense. No, there is no more capital offense to speak of because there is no more capital punishment or the death penalty. Okay? So still heinous crime pa rin yung arson. Only that yung penalty ni-reduce to reclusion perpetua because there is no more death penalty. Now, ito po yung sitwasyon ng arson ngayon. So presently, there are two categories of the crime of arson. So please, pakitandaan ninyo ito para hindi kayo magkamali. Kasi ang pagkakamali ng investigador, minsan nakatuon sa pag-apply ng batas. So you must not commit that very, very simple mistake. Nakakatawa yan, saka nakakahiya. No? Nag-imbestiga ka, nakagather ka ng ebidensya, ang pinagbasihan mo, maling batas. So, dapat hindi kayo magkamali dyan. So, when it comes to destructive arson, the law that you must anchor your case should be Article 320 of the Revised Penal Code as amended by Republic Act 7659. And there is another, no? So wag din kayong malilito kasi aside from 320, mayroon pang destructive arson under Presidential Decree 1613. Kaya sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina na yung PD 1613, sinupplement niya, dinagdagan niya yung 320. So hindi lahat ng destructive arson na andon sa 320. Mayroon din destructive arson under Presidential Decree 1613. Pero pag simple arson ang pinag-uusapan natin, walang ibang batas that you will apply except Presidential Decree 1613 na andun yan. So I hope I am clear with this, no? Said classification is based on the kind, character, and location of the property borne regardless of the value of the damage caused. So wala tayong issue pagdating sa amount, no? nakabase po yung classification ng destructive or simple arson kung anong klase ang sinunog, anong klaseng structure or edifice, no, ang sinunog. Hindi pinag-uusapan dito how much was the damage caused in burning that particular structure. That's immaterial. Or regardless of the amount of the damage, ang magmamatter para masabi mong destructive yan or simple yan kung ano yung sinunog at saang lugar. So, I just hope, no, at this point in time, no, at this particular moment, you can clearly situate, no, in your mind kung ano ba yung batas na dapat yung gamitin. So, ulitin ko, just for clarity, no, may I reiterate, when it comes to destructive arson, there are two laws that are applicable. Republic Act, Article 320 of the Revised Penal Code, and Presidential Decree 1613, particularly Section 2 thereof. Okay? Pero pag simple arson, there is only one law that you have to look into. Presidential Decree 1613, specifically Section 3 thereof. Okay? So, I just hope you are, you get this, you understand this, no? So, let's start with Article 320. So, we will now go to the discussion of destructive arson, particularly the one that is found, the one that is under the Revised Penal Code, no? Article 320, as amended by Republic Act 7659. So, pag sinabi nating destructive arson, it refers to the malicious, no? Pag sinabi niyo kasing arson, that is malicious burning. In general, pag sinabing arson is malicious or intentional burning of any structure or property. Okay? So, yan ang arson in general. So, magiging magkakaiba yan kung anong sinunog. Doon na natin masasabi na destructive yan or simple yan. Okay? So, kaya, let's try to understand how is arson defined under destructive arson. Okay pa ba kayo? Just a thumbs up, please. Masyadong, ayaw ko kasi talaga ng ganito eh. Masyadong tahimik. So sana nakakasunod ha. Ilimutan muna natin, replay na lang yung nuggets sa Lakers ha. Yung mga boys dyan. Huwag ka mga nakapusta tayo dyan ha. Wala nakuha dito. Lahat Lakers eh. Mahirap. Mag plus 20 pa, sobra naman yun. Parang binigyan mo na ng pera. Okay, sige. Let's proceed. So ito po, this is how destructive arson is defined under Article 320. No? Yan. Malicious burning of structures, both public and private. Hotels, buildings, edifices, trains, vessels, aircraft, factories, and other military, government, or commercial establishments by any person or group of persons. So, in other words, pag sinabi niyong destructive arson under Article 320, you have to look into itong mga mentioned yung structures dito or things, no? Articles, no? Mentioned under Article 320. So, isa-isayin natin. So, pag sinabi niyong malicious burning, ibig sabihin, you have some evil intent or malice, no, in your mind. Why you need to burn that? Okay? Malice, perhaps galit, no? O kaya, criminal intent. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng malice, no? Because this is a crime committed by a dolo. Dolo means malice or guilt, no? So, yan. So, ano yung mga structures? Ito po, even publicly owned or privately owned. Hotels. Sino man ang may-ari niyan, basta hotel ang sinunog, automatic yan. Destructive arson. Buildings. So, hindi dyan sinabi kung anong klaseng building. Basta building yan. Okay? So, natural, pag building, hindi yan bahay. Hindi yan residential house. Iba yun. So building, no? Edifices, whatever structure, no? Trains, vessels, aircraft, aeroplano, factories, and other military, government, or commercial establishment by any person or group of persons. So you confine yourselves with this. Now, what is the rationale behind this law? Why the law considered that destructive? Pag sinabi natin destructive arson, mas may mataas pong penalidad yan kumpara mo sa simple arson. So bakit yun mga yon kinukonsider ng batas na destructive or malalang sitwasyon ng arson? The reason for the law is self-evident. To effectively discourage and deter the commission of this dastardly crime, to prevent the destruction of properties and protect the lives of innocent people. Exposure to a brewing conflagration leaves only destruction and despair in its wake. Hence, the state mandates greater retribution or penalty, no, to the authors of this heinous crime. So kaya, because of that reason, no, ang nakikita natin talagang kahindik-hindik o kaya kumbaga sobrang damage, no, that it will cause, no, if these structures will be burned maliciously or intentionally by somebody. So people like hotel, pero sunugin mo yung hotel, so many people might die out of that. So that is considered destructive arson. So just to deter, para matakot yung mga tao na may criminally or evil intention, no, to do this crime in pursuing, no, their plan, because it carries a higher or serious penalty, no? So ito po yung provision ng destructive arson. So it is a malicious burning, no, of those mentioned structures. So dito natin makita ano ba yung provision ng Article 320. The penalty of reclusion perpetua to death. No, ngayon, reclusion perpetua na lang po ito. Shall be imposed upon any person who shall burn one or more building or edifices consequent to one single act of burning, or as a result of simultaneous burnings committed on several or different occasions. So it refers to building or whatever edifice, no? So either it proceeded from a single act or mayroong magkakasabay or simultaneous burning. So either committed, in other words, parang sinasabi dito, either committed by one person or by several individuals. So that is destructive arson under number 1. Number 2, destructive arson pa rin ito. Burning any building of public or private ownership. So kahit regardless kung kanino man yung building, basta building ang sinunog, di dyan sinasabi kung anong klaseng building, basta building yan. So pasok yan dito. Devoted to the general public or where people usually gather or congregate for a definite purpose, such as, but not limited to, official, governmental function or business, private transaction, commerce, trade, workshop, meetings, and conferences, or merely incidental to a definite purpose, such as but not limited to hotels, motels, transient dwellings, public conveyances, or stops or terminals, regardless of whether the offender had knowledge that there are persons in said building or edifice at the time it is set on fire, and regardless also of whether the building is actually inhabited or not. So we are referring here to building, whether of public or private ownership. So ang building, para makonsider siya na destructive arson, should comply with the requirements under this number 2. No? So sa madaling sinasabi nitong number 2 na ito, any building daw, regardless who owns that, basta ginagamit yan ng mga tao, may mga taong pumupunta, may mga taong nagkakandak ng transaction, basta may taong gumagamit ng building yan. Pag yan ang sinunog mo, regardless kung may tao o wala, that's destructive arson. I hope I am clear with this number 2. Okay? So, tandaan nyo lang. Una, any, ano nga yung pinakauna? Yan, one or more building or edifice. So, dito, walang purpose kung ano yan. Pero dito, dinifine niya number 2. So, kung hindi papasok dito sa number 2, yung number 1 ang gamitin niyo, building pa rin naman yun, di ba? Kasi dito sa number 2, in-specify tulad ng motels, hotel, or any building na kung saan pinupuntahan ng tao. Doon sa number 1, wala. Basta building lang or any edifice. So, pag hindi ka sure sa purpose, di gamitin mo yung number 1. Di ba? Now, any train or locomotive, train, alam niyo naman kung anong train. Ship or vessel. Ship is, or vessel is like yung mga barko natin, no? Airship or airplane, aeroplano. So, devoted to transportation or conveyance or for public use, entertainment, or leisure. So, ibig sabihin, itong mga ito dapat, para ma-qualify as destructive arson, dapat intended siya for public use. Intended for public use. See, what if private plane ni Manny Pacquiao or ni Kobe Bryant, halimbawa, noon, so hindi siya qualified dito. That couldn't be destructive arson because the way destructive arson defines the burning of airplane should be one that is devoted to transportation or conveyance, no? Or for public use, entertainment, or leisure. Okay? Another, any building, factory, warehouse, installation, and any appurtenances thereto which are devoted to the service of public utilities. So, ito po. Again, building na naman ito. Ang dami ng building na banggit, no? Pero this time, ang building na ito, referring to yung klase na like factory, yung warehouse, yung imbakan, no? Yung mga parang, ano nga yung warehouse sa Tagalog, imbakan, yung istakan ng mga products nila. And any appurtenances, ano man yung mga kasama niya, like garage, no? Kasama yan dyan. Thereto, which are devoted to the public, to the service of public utilities. So, in other words, catering, no? Catering for public benefit, public use. Okay? What else? Ito. Any building. Building na naman. The burning of which is for the purpose of concealing or destroying evidence of another violation of law, or for the purpose of concealing bankruptcy or defrauding creditors or to collect from insurance. So halimbawa, sinunog yung building na kung saan na andun yung Metrobank kasi in the verge of bankruptcy na. So, para makaklaim sa insurance, sinunog yun. So, if that is the purpose, then it will qualify under number 5. And take note, it is not a simple arson to do that. Okay? That is destructive arson under the law. Okay? So, kaya, halimbawa, mayroon siyang pinatay. Isang tao, mayroong pinatay. Para ma-conceal niya yung corpus delicti, the body, no? The body of the crime. Dinala niya doon yung taong pinatay niya and intentionally he burned the victim, the building. So that yung tao magsusunog din. And when it was reduced to ashes, no? When the person reduced to ashes, so there is no more evidence. Now, if that is the purpose, then that is still a destructive arson. Okay? Irrespective of the application of the above enumerated qualifying circumstances, the penalty of reclusion perpetua to death shall likewise be imposed when the arson is perpetrated or committed by 2 or more persons or a group of persons, regardless of whether their purpose is merely to burn or destroy the building. So, ano pong ibig sabihin itong last paragraph na ito under Article 320? Tandaan po ninyo na yung nabanggit na lima, pag mayroong kahit anuman doon, ang sinunog building na intended for transient or temporary sojourn ng mga tao, yung hotel. Qualified na yan. I mean, arson will become destructive arson. So, ang epekto niyan, laging ang penalty, reclusion perpetua na. So, basta po destructive arson, Nakalagay baga doon sa simula nito, ang penalty ng destructive arson, lagi pong yan, destructive arson, reclusion perpetua to death. So, ibig sabihin, if any of these 5 circumstances are present, hindi kailangan dalawa, hindi kailangan lahat, kahit isa lang, it will qualify as destructive arson. Aside from that, kapag ang perpetrator daw or gumawa ng arson ay dalawa o sobra pa sa dalawang tao or it was committed by a group of person, ano man ang purpose nila, automatic po destructive arson yun. Okay? Automatic destructive arson yun, and that will impose the penalty of reclusion perpetua, which is the maximum penalty now for arson. Okay? So I just hope you get this, no? Now, continuation po ng Article 320. Yun mga yun, yung 5, they are the qualifying circumstances, no? Kapag makakita ka ng kahit alin doon, automatic destructive arson yan. Ngayon, kung halimbawa wala yun, wala anuman doon sa 5 na yun. Pero ang sinunog ay ang mga sumusunod, destructive arson pa rin po ito. Tulad halimbawa, arsenal. Arsenal, ano yan? Yan yung armory. Halimbawa, sa military, yung sinunog mo, yung armory, yung arsenal, no? Shipyard, yung daungan ng mga barko. Yung parang, kumbaga, airports, aeroplano, shipyard is yung daungan, no? Storehouse or military powder or fireworks factory. O yan, kung yan ang mga sunugin. Ordinance, storehouse, archives, or general museum of the government. Ang sunugin mo yung, halimbawa, pag sinunog mo yung museum ng Manila, that's destructive arson. Matik yan. Okay? Kasi basta na-mention dito, in an inhabited place, any storehouse or factory of inflammable or explosive materials. What do you mean by inhabited place? Ibig sabihin may nakatira. Ang kabaliktaran nito, uninhabited. So, inhabited, may nakatira. So, kung ang sunugin mo bahay na may nakatira, destructive arson yun. Any storehouse or factory of flammable, inflammable, or explosive material. So, halimbawa, yung sunugin mo yung istakan ng itong mga gasol or shellane. Di ba? O whatever explosive that may be stored there. O, yun, halimbawa, kung intentional yung pagsunog nung, if you can recall, yung nangyari saan nga yun, bansa? In the Middle East. Yung nasunog yung maraming yung ginagawang dinamita.
Lebanon, sir.
Yeah, sa Lebanon, oo. Sa Beirut, no? In Beirut. So, yung nandun sa pier, so, halimbawa, intentional yung pagkasunog nun, so that could be destructive arson because that is explosive materials. Okay? If as a consequence of the commission of any of the acts penalized under this article, death results, the mandatory penalty of death shall be imposed. So, another qualifying circumstance is whenever there is a resulting consequence of death that occurred. Kahit ano man ang sunugin doon or kahit ano man yung mga qualifying circumstance na yun, basta may mamatay dyan, automatic yan. It will be considered as destructive arson and therefore will impose the maximum penalty now of reclusion perpetua. So, but do not confuse yourselves, no? When we speak of destructive arson, first is you have to limit your thinking of the circumstances mentioned under 320. And not only on the circumstances, but also on the specific structure mentioned under Article 320. Because it would be different with simple arson later. So ito po, destructive arson under Article 320. Okay, meron pa tayong isa under Section 2, if I'm not mistaken, if I can recall it right, Section 2 of Presidential Decree 1613. Mamaya. Okay. So, before we proceed to that destructive arson under PD 1613, daanan muna natin itong simple arson. Kasi mag-isa lang naman ito. Bukod tangi ito under Presidential Decree 1613. So, Presidential Decree 1613 repealed yung Article 321 to 326B of the Revised Penal Code. O, di ba, nabanggit ko ito kanina, na dati, in the previous, ang lahat ng batas on arson nasa Revised Penal Code lang. Pero nang dumating ang Presidential Decree 1613, inaugment nito yung Revised Penal Code, and at the same time, nirepeal niya o pinawalang bisa niya yung 320 to 326B. So anong nangyari? Ang natira lang 320. Nakuha nyo? Natira lang yung 320, yung destructive arson. Yung lahat, nawala yon. At pinalitan nyo ng provision ng Presidential Decree 1613. Okay? So, kaya pagdating sa simple arson, wala pong ibang batas that would matter except itong Presidential Decree 1613. Okay? Let me read further. This decree contemplates the malicious burning of public and private structures regardless of size, not included in Article 320 as amended by Republic Act 7659 and classified as other cases of arson, wherein these include houses, dwellings, government buildings, farms, mills, plantations, railways, bus stations, airports, wharves, and other industrial establishment. So in other words, if the mentioned structures in Article 320 of the Revised Penal Code do not include a particular structure, that could be considered one of simple arson. If that falls within the mentioned structure under Presidential Decree 1613. So yun po yung aalamin natin. Kasi ang sinabi dito, kung hindi covered ng 320, simple arson yan. Particularly kung ang sinunog, hindi yung mga structure na na-mention doon sa Article 320. Simple arson yan. Kanina sinasabi natin, pag may namatay or inhabited yung bahay, inhabited yung lugar na sinunog, that is destructive arson. Kung bahay siya, dwelling, may nakatira talaga dyan. Di ba? Pero pag bahay, houses, hindi po yan destructive arson, kundi simple arson lang. Kasi na-mention siya under Presidential Decree 1613. Yung sinasabi na inhabited is, it might be building mentioned doon sa Article 320. So, gusto ko lang malaman na kung okay pa ba kayo? Are you not? Dalawa lang pinag-uusapan natin dito, destructive saka simple. So, madali lang naman i-distinguish, no? So, kaya, just bear with me. We will now go to the discussion of Presidential Decree 1613, particularly yung simple arson. So, kanina narinig nyo na ano yung mga structure, ano yung mga circumstances that would make arson destructive. So, ngayon naman, alamin natin kung ano naman yung mga sitwasyon or circumstances and structure that could qualify or that could make arson a simple arson. Okay? So, anyway, initially na-mention na yan dito sa slide na ito. This include houses, dwellings, government buildings, farms, mills, plantations, so on and so forth. Okay? So, let's proceed to the next. Okay, let's try to understand first the nature and rationale. The purpose of the law on simple arson is to prevent the high incidence of fires and other crimes involving destruction, protect the national economy, and preserve the social, economic, and political stability of the nation. So, Presidential Decree 1613 tempers the penalty, meaning it lowers, it lowered the penalty, that could be imposed or meted to the offenders. So, just to give you idea, yung range ng penalty natin. So, ito po ang scale ng penalties natin under the Revised Penal Code. So, ang pinakamababang penalty, just focus on the second column from the left. Ito lang kasi yung duration. Wag na natin pakialaman itong minimum, medium, maximum na ito. Ito lang yung duration ng kada penalty. Ang pinakamababang penalty sa batas, tinatawag yan na arresto minor. No? Arresto minor penalize or carries a duration of 1 to 30 days imprisonment. 1 month. Okay? So, ang sunod dyan, arresto minor, arresto mayor, di ba? So, that carries a duration of 1 month and 1 day to 6 months. So, dapat medyo marunong lang kayong magbilang, ha? So, anong sunod sa arresto mayor? So, yan, prison correctional. So, saan tayo tumigil? 6 months, diba? So, dagdagan nyo lang ng 1 day. 6 months and 1 day, up to 6 years. So, ang sunod niya, prison correctional, prison mayor. So, tumigil tayo sa 6 years, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years. And ang panghuli, no, na mayroong duration talaga as provided by this scale, reclusion temporal. So, tumigil tayo sa 12 years. So, 12 years and 1 day, that would be the minimum. And the maximum would be 20 years, no, up to 20 years. Now, anong sunod sa reclusion temporal? The next is reclusion perpetua. May I ask you, meron ba yung duration? Yung reclusion perpetua, ibig sabihin ba talaga, pag ikaw ay naparusahan ng reclusion perpetua, hindi ka na makakalabas? Doon ka na mamamatay sa kulungan? No, mayroon pong duration yan, no? So, tumigil tayo sa 20, di ba? 20 years. So, 20 years and 1 day to 40 years. Yan ang duration ng reclusion perpetua. Ngayon, magtatanong kayo, ano sir ang dahilan kung bakit ang mga penalty ay may minimum at may maximum? Tulad halimbawa, reclusion perpetua, minimum of 20 years and 1 day to 40 years. That's the maximum, 40. Kasi kung buhay ka pa, after 40 years, pwede ka pang lumaya. Okay? Ano naman yung minimum? Pag na-serve mo yung 20 years and 1 day, under the indeterminate sentence law po, para sa kaalaman ninyo, kapag na-serve mo yung minimum, lalong-lalo na doon sa mga afflictive, no, yung mga matataas ng penalties, once you have served the minimum terms of your sentence, pwede ka nang mag-apply for parole. Halimbawa, reclusion perpetua ang penalty mo, naka 20 years and 1 day ka na sa kulungan, so supposed to be hanggang 40 years pa yan. Kaya lang, pag naka 20 years and 1 day na, pwede ka na mag-apply for parole. Except kung ang nakomit mo mga heinous crime like rape, yung murder. So may mga disqualification yan for applying executive clemency. Pero yan po ang gamit niyan kung bakit may minimum or maximum. So I hope you get that, no? So yan po yung duration because I just would like to make you aware. Pag sinabi nating arresto minor, so you can easily think of the duration. So 1 to 30 days imprisonment. Ano sunod? Arresto mayor, 30 days and 1 day or 1 month and 1 day to 6 months. So sunod, prison correctional, 6 months and 1 day to 6 years. So prison mayor, prison mayor, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years. Then prison reclusion temporal, 12 years and 1 day to 20 years. And the last, reclusion perpetua, 20 years and 1 day to 40 years. Okay? So, balik tayo dito. Presidential Decree 1613. Ito yung basis ng simple arson. Pero, please do not commit a mistake thinking na yung presidential decree is all about simple arson lang. No, mayroon pa rin itong portion ng destructive arson. In addition, doon sa Article 320 ng Revised Penal Code. Mamaya, isa-set ko yan sa inyo. So, how is arson defined here? Ito po, Section 1. Ito yung definition. Any person who burns or sets to fire to the property of another shall be punished by prison mayor. Ano nga yung prison mayor kanina? Para lang maalam ninyo, hindi yung naririnig niyo itong bang mayor na ito, yung nakatira ito diyan sa Tagas. So hindi, no? Prison mayor. So when you said prison mayor, come to think of it. Arresto mayor, arresto minor, arresto mayor, prison correctional, prison mayor. Ibig sabihin, this is a penalty carrying the duration of 6 years and 1 day to 12 years, di ba? Kasi ang sunod, reclusion temporal, 12 years and 1 day to 20 years. So, yan ang duration niya. 6 years and 1 day to 12 years. Tama. 12 years. So yan ang prison mayor. The same penalty shall be imposed when a person sets to fire his own property under circumstances which expose to danger the life or property of another. So, hindi porke sa iyo yung property na yan, you can do whatever you want, including the act of burning it. No? So, you cannot do it. That is prohibited. Okay? Under Section 1. So, kahit ikaw pa yung may-ari ng bahay na yan, di mo pwedeng sabihin na gagawin mo kung anong gusto mo dyan, including yung act of burning it. No, you cannot do it because that is penalized under this second paragraph. Now, what are the elements of arson under Section 3, paragraph 2 of Presidential Decree 1613? So, we are talking here of simple arson. Simple arson. So, there is an intentional burning, and what is intentionally burned is uninhabited house or dwelling. So, if you are referring to your house, no, ito ang elements. Whether it refers only to dwelling, or house. So, intentional, meaning deliberate, sinadya, and what was born was uninhabited. Meaning, ibig sabihin, hindi uninhabited, inhabited, meaning may nakatira. Okay? So, kaya, kanina, doon sa destructive arson, di ba, kung ang sinunog daw is inhabited place, that refers to place. That does not refer to house. That does not refer to house. Because pag house yan, simple lang yan. Okay? Ito. This is in addition to Article 320. So, huwag kayong malito, Kanina, yung Article 320, destructive arson yun under the revised penal code. Now, there is another destructive arson under Presidential Decree 1613. So, ito yon under Section 2. So, ano ang penalty? The penalty of reclusion temporal in its maximum period to reclusion perpetua shall be imposed if the property burned is any of the following. Ano nga yung reclusion temporal? That is 12 years and 1 day to 20 years, hindi ba? So, ano yung reclusion perpetua? That is 20 years and 1 day to 40 years. So, I hope you can still recall that. So, ano yung mga kaso ng destructive arson under Presidential Decree 1613? Now, if the property burned is any of the following: any ammunition factory and other establishment where explosives, inflammable, or combustible materials are stored. So, you can easily understand this, no? Ammunition factory, yung gawaan ng mga bala, o kaya gawaan ng mga pasabog, no? Or a place that is containing inflammable or combustible, no? That could easily explode to fire, no? Are stored. Any archive, museum, whether public or private, or any edifice devoted to culture, education, or social services. Kanina, nabanggit doon sa destructive arson, kung mapapansin ninyo, pag museum, ang nabanggit doon, government, museum, what if private? Dito papasok yon, private museum. Naalala nyo? Kanina yung nabanggit natin na yan, ito. Archives or General Museum of the Government. Di ba? Destructive arson yan sa revised penal code. Pero what if a private museum, pag-aari ng isang pribadong tao, ang sinunog, so how would you consider that? Still, destructive arson under Presidential Decree 1613. So it's a matter of application. So do not commit a mistake of applying the wrong law or the wrong legal basis. So kaya dito, you must be able to distinguish. Ngayon, minsan, pag magkapareho, halimbawa, tulad po nitong ammunition factory, nabanggit na ito doon sa destructive arson sa revised penal code. Kasi mayroon mga times na pareho. They are talking of the same structure. Alin ba ang mas mataas ang penalty? Ayun ang i-apply ninyo. O dito, destructive arson under Presidential Decree 1613. Ano lang ang penalty dito? Reclusion temporal to reclusion perpetua. Doon, sa kabila, destructive arson 320, matik yun, reclusion perpetua agad. O doon yun ang i-apply mo. Kasi yun ang batas that carry higher penalty. So wala namang problema dyan. You cannot apply both. So you just choose one. Basta may basis ka. Okay? So yun po ha. O ito, kung ito yung mga sunugin, destructive arson din ito. Under Presidential Decree 1613, any church or place of worship or other building where people usually assemble. Okay? Ano mga klaseng simbahan? Any train, airplane, or any aircraft, vessel, or watercraft, or conveyance for transportation of persons or property. O, ito. Kanina, yung train na mga nabanggit, train, vessel, or whatever mode of transportation mentioned a while ago, dapat for public conveyance yun. Bus. Pang transport ng tao. Pero ito kung private, dito, papasok yun sa number 4. Okay? Transportation of person or property. So, hindi dito nabanggit kung private or public. No? So, meaning silent. So, you can use this for those means of transportation that are used for private use. So, destructive arson pa rin siya. Any building where evidence is kept for use in any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other official proceeding. So, kung insurance yan, or bankruptcy issue, doon ka sa Article 320. Natatandaan nyo kanina? Pero kung halimbawa, gusto mong sunugin yung korte para mawala yung mga records doon, o kaya yung any office of the government, para halimbawa, sa ombudsman, kasi may kaso ka, sumusunugin yung ombudsman, official proceedings yan. So, ibig sabihin, that is destructive arson under Presidential Decree 1613. Kasi kanina doon, kung ang susunugin mong building dahil sa gusto mong itago yung crime, or makakuha ka ng insurance benefit, or dahil sa may bankruptcy, itago mo yung bankruptcy. So, destructive arson din yun under Article 320 of the Revised Penal Code. Pero kung ito yung mga circumstansya naman, ang sinunog mo is legislative or judicial or administrative offices para mawala yung ebidensya, whatever document you want to destroy through fire para mawala yon. So that would be destructive arson still, pero under Presidential Decree 1613. Okay pa ba tayo, mga kasama? So it's only 10:35 in my watch. So anyway, you can have your snacks, ha? Kung meron, siyempre kung meron kayong mga pagkain within your reach, kain na lang kayo while listening to me, no? Now, another, ito, still destructive arson ito under Section 2, ha? Any hospital, hotel, dormitory, lodging house, housing tenement, shopping center, public or private market, theater, or movie house, or any similar place of building. So at least dito detalyado, no? Doon kanina kasi puro lang building devoted for transient, di ba? Kanina doon sa Article 320. So pero you can always justify that, no? Kasi pag mamili ka, alin ang gagamitin mong batas on destructive arson, please always go with the law that carries higher penalty. And that is Article 320. Matik yun. Reclusion perpetua yun. Kasi originally considered yun na penalized or punishable by death. Heinous crime. Okay? Kaya lang, wala na nga yung death penalty. So kaya na-downgrade yun to reclusion perpetua. So any building, whether used as a dwelling or not, situated in a populated or congested area. So medyo nakakalito na itong building na ito, no? Puro na lang. So just a matter of choosing kung ano. Dwelling is house. So natural, minsan may bahay kasi na mag-isa lang, sa ibabaw ng bundok, mag-isa lang. Meron naman bahay na nasa subdivision, so maraming kasama. So, anyway, basta bahay ang sinunog, that is considered as destructive arson kung, ito pala, no? Kung yun pala ay nakasituate in populated or congested area. Pero kung hindi, like naandun lang sa bundok, simple arson lang yun. Di ba? Kasi bahay or dwelling. Pero kung yung bahay ay nasa loob ng subdivision, ito, congested or populated area, destructive arson yan. Pero hindi sa Article 320, kundi Article 3, Presidential Decree 1613. So, I hope we are clear on that, ha? Pero kung bahay na wala sa congested area or populated area, mag-isa lang, or you cannot qualify the place where the house is located, where the house was born, as populated or congested area, then simple arson lang yon. Okay? Ito naman po. Still, itong Section 3, aside from Section 1, Section 1 and Section 3 kasi ng Presidential Decree 1613, ito po yung simple arson. Yung Section 1, kanina kung natatandaan ninyo, ng Presidential Decree 1613, this simply refers to the arson in general, no? Or arson committed either on one's own property or property of another. So usually it refers to dwelling or house. So ito Section 1. Okay? Pero pagdating dito sa Section 3, other cases of arson, Section 2, do not mind that because that is destructive arson. Okay? So, yung Section 3, ito, other cases of arson, ito ang penalty nito, reclusion temporal to reclusion perpetua. So, 12 years and 1 day to 20 years, and 20 years and 1 day to 40 years, yung reclusion perpetua, di ba? So, kung ito ang sunugin, simple arson ito. Any building used as offices of the government or any of its agencies. Any inhabited house or dwelling. Yan simple yan. Pero kung yung inhabited house na yan ay nasa congested or populated area, anong sabi ng Section 2 ng Presidential Decree 1613? Destructive arson yan. Di ba? Any industrial establishment, shipyard, oil well, or mine shop, platform, or tunnel. Any plantation, farm, pasture land, growing crop, grain field, orchard, bamboo grove, or forest. Yung palayan mo, sinunog. Simple arson yan. O kaya yung coconut plantation, sinunog. That is simple arson. Any rice mill, sugar mill, cane mill, mill central, and any railway or bus station, airport, wharf, or warehouse that will not qualify as destructive arson is only a case of simple arson. Okay? So, when you said destructive arson, you must be ready to state kung ano ang mag-qualify sa kanya as destructive arson. So, hindi po pwedeng tsarambahan sana, ha? Hindi pwede na balang-balang sana. So, you must be definite, you must be clear on why you say that it is a destructive arson. Otherwise, it will only be simple arson. Okay? Ito, special aggravating circumstances in arson. Alam niyo sa criminal law, mayroon tayong tinatawag na circumstances affecting penalties. Ito yung mga circumstansya na pag naandyan, maapektuhan yung penalty na i-impose mo. So, sa mga criminologists, may I just have a show of hand among our participants. Sino ba sa inyo ang mga criminologists dito? Ha? So, marami ba? How many are you here? Ilan ba kayo dito? Sino yung president natin ng klase? Pres, ilan ba kayo dito?
Sir, 55 po.
55. Out of 55, ilan ba sa inyo ang criminologist? Kasi if you are a graduate of criminology or you are a licensed criminologist, more or less alam nyo yung GMAA, yung 5 circumstances affecting criminal liability. So GMAA J is justifying circumstance, di ba? Yung E is exempting, di ba? And M is mitigating circumstance. And yung A, aggravating. O yan, nakikita nyo dyan sa slide na yan. Circumstances considered as aggravating circumstance. And panghuli, alternative. Okay? So, i-focus ko lang dito sa, huwag na natin i-discuss yung 5 kasi medyo mahaba-habang discussion yan, no? I just would like to make you understand ano ibig sabihin ng aggravating. Ang aggravating, pag meron ganyan na circumstance, like yan nakikita nyo sa screen ninyo, if it is done with intent to gain, ang epekto niyan sa pag-impose ng penalty, that will that will increase the penalty. Kaya nga, from the word aggravate, ano yan? Ibig sabihin ng aggravate? Tataas. Di ba? It will increase the penalty. Remember, ang penalty sa criminal law, hati yan sa tatlo. Minimum, medium, maximum. Di ba nakita nyo kanina? Pinakita ko sa inyo yung scale ng penalty. Halimbawa, yung arresto minor, o 1 to 30 days imprisonment. Ang minimum noon, 1 to 10. Ang medium noon, 11 to 20 days imprisonment. At ang maximum, 21 to 30. Ngayon, pag may aggravating, like any of these circumstances flash on your screen, the penalty to be imposed is the maximum penalty. Ano ang kabaliktaran ng aggravating? Anong kabaliktaran po? Ano ang opposite? Di ba? Ang opposite niyan is mitigating. Kung ang aggravating tumataas ang penalty, yun naman mitigating, it will lower the penalty. So, imbis na maximum ang i-impose mo, pag may mitigating, ang i-impose mo ngayon yung minimum penalty. Nakuha? So, for purposes of this slide, ito po yung mga circumstansya sa arson, in relation to arson, na makapag-aggravate or makapag-i-increase ng penalty. Kapag ang arson daw ay kinomit with intent to gain. Sinunog mo kasi interesado ka doon sa mga siguro mga tingga or mga bronze ng electrical wiring doon. Sinunog mo para after that makuha mo yung mga bronze at ipakilo mo. Nakuha nyo? So it will aggravate the penalty if it is attended to by that particular circumstance. Ano pa? If committed for the benefit of another. Sinunog mo kasi alam mo may galit yung kapitbahay mo doon sa tao na yon. So para maiganti mo siya, you did it by yourself. Nakuha niyo po? So, okay, good kayo no, yung kapitbahay mo. So you want to please him or her. So, ginawa mo yun para sa kanya. Yan, benefit of another. If the offender is motivated by spite or hatred towards the owner or occupant of the property bond. So, self-explanatory, no? Galit ka, sinunog mo. So, there is hate or hatred. There's spite, no? So, that is aggravating circumstance. Now, ito, another. If it is committed by a syndicate. So, how is syndicate defined? Ito, naandyan din po sa number 4. Yan ang definition ng syndicate. It is considered committed by a syndicate if it is planned or carried out by a group of at least 3 or more person. Kung dalawa lang po, hindi pa yan syndicate. Pero pag tatlo na, or sobra pa sa tatlo, that is syndicate already. So, and that will aggravate the penalty. So, kanina balikan natin yung huevos. Ilan ang offender doon? Ilan ang akusado doon? 4. So, that could be considered syndicate already. And that would be considered as an aggravating circumstance. So, in the imposition of penalty, pwedeng tumaas yung penalty nila. Okay? Doon sa tatlo, minimum, medium, and maximum. So, I hope you get that, no? These are the circumstances, the special aggravating circumstances in arson. Pag may namatay, what will happen? So, in the course of arson, may namatay. If by reason of or on the occasion of arson, death result, so what will happen to the penalty? The maximum penalty will be imposed, and that is reclusion perpetua. Okay? So, period na yun. Wala nang no ifs, no buts doon. Basta pag may namatay, along arson, or along the commission of the arson, is the maximum penalty will be imposed. Now, what are considered prima facie evidence of arson? Pag sinabi po ninyong prima facie, ano yan? Prima facie. Ibig sabihin, initial evidence of arson. Prima facie. So, base sa circumstansya, pag makita mo itong mga itong i-enumerate under Section 6, that is an immediate evidence or initial evidence na mayroon arson na nangyari. So, you can presume that arson was committed because of these circumstances. Isa-isahin po natin. Pag nakita nyo ito, in the conduct or in the course of your investigation, ang presumption mo lagi, there was an arson. Because that is considered by law, particularly under Section 6, as prima facie evidence that arson was committed. Una, if the fire is started simultaneously in more than one part of the building or establishment. So, hindi lang sa isang lugar nagsimula yung apoy. It started simultaneously in two or more portions of the building. So, ang presumption nyo po niyan, may arson na nangyari. Otherwise, sana, to negate that presumption, isa lang sana ang pinagmulan ng apoy. But in the conduct of your investigation, aside from the fire that started dito sa kusina, meron pa palang fire na nag-start doon sa garage. And meron pang isa somewhere else in the house, pero sabay-sabay sila. So, ang presumption under number 1 po, there was arson. Number 2, if substantial amount of flammable substances or materials are stored within the building, not necessary in the business of the offender, nor for household use. In the conduct of your investigation, nakita nyo doon sa kanyang garahe ay mayroong nakita kayong mga containers ng gasolina. Wala naman, hindi naman gasolinahan ang negosyo ng may-ari ng bahay. So there was a kind of very doubtful or suspicious circumstance why that person would keep, those large amount of gasoline. Okay? O wala nga siyang sasakyan. Saan niya gagamitin yun? So that is not in his usual or regular conduct of business to have that large amount of stock of gasoline. Nakuha niyo yung point ng number 2? So yun, halimbawa, nakita doon sa bahay mo, ang dami mong tangke ng Shellane or gasol. And lahat yun puno. Kasi nakita doon, after fire, nakita yun mga yun. So bakit ang dami dito? Wala ka naman tindahan. Di ba? So that is a prima facie evidence that there was arson committed. Okay? That's flammable yun. Okay? If gasoline, kerosene, petroleum, or other flammable or combustible substances or materials soaked therewith or containers thereof, or any mechanical, electrical, chemical, or electronic contrivance designed to start a fire, or ashes or traces of any of the foregoing are found in the ruins or premises of the burned building or property. Ayun. Isa rin. Makakita ka ng gasolina, kerosene, or ano man ng mga fire igniting devices, doon sa lugar na kung saan nangyari yung sunog. So that would be a prima facie evidence that there was arson committed. Okay? So, bakit meron doon gasolina, container ng gasolina na wala ng laman? Or pag amoy mo, gas or kerosene. Okay? Or nakakita ka doon, bakit meron ditong yung parang sa explosive, explosive igniting devices, so that could ignite fire. So hindi naman. So ibig sabihin, there was intentional burning. So there was arson committed. Okay? So yun po ang number 3. Yan ang ibig sabihin yan. So you can easily understand that. Now, number 4, if the building or property is insured for substantially more than its actual value at the time of the issuance of the policy. So, pag-imbestiga mo, napag-alaman mo na naka-insured pala yung building na yon o kaya yung structure na yon. And when you inquired from the insurance company or the insurance provider, sobrang taas ng kanyang policy na kinuha. So, where in fact, that property would only amount 1 million. So, ang kinuha niyang policy is amounting to 10 million. So, magtaka ka na. And that would be a prima facie evidence that there was arson committed. So it was intentional for him or her to be able to collect from the insurance company that large amount of money, okay, as proceeds of the insurance. Number 5, if during the lifetime of the corresponding fire insurance policy, more than 2 fires have occurred in the same or other premises owned or under the control of the offender and or insured. So ito, for one time, nag-respond din na kayo doon, pero yung sunog na apulan nyo agad. At another time, meron na namang call for assistance sa inyo. So respond din na naman kayo. So it's the second time. At pagkandak mo ng investigation, napag-alaman mo na naka-insured pala yun. So that fact alone, that premises, there were already at least 2, no? Nakalagay dyan. More than 2 fires, no? Ibig sabihin, it should be more than 2. So, dapat may isa pa. Ibig sabihin, 3. Pag more than 2, 3 or more. Okay? Have occurred in that premises, then that would be prima facie evidence that there was arson. So, take note of the number of fire incident that must have taken place. More than 2. Meaning, at least 3 or more. Hindi pwedeng 2. Kasi ang sabi dyan, sa wording ng batas, more than 2. So, at least 3. Magsisimula tayo, 3 pataas. Okay? Another, if shortly before the fire, a substantial portion of the effects insured and stored in a building or property had been withdrawn from the premises except in the ordinary course of business. Now, in the conduct of your investigation, doon sa nasunog na building, may mga nakakita na bago nangyari yung sunog, inilabas na lahat nung may-ari ng building, yung mga television, kasi assuming na appliances store yun, appliances store, may nakakita na wala naman nag-order, wala naman hindi kung sinong bumili, yung mga mamahalin, like for example, yung television, Samsung, Sony, nilabas na, tinira lang yung mga electric fan, so tapos nasunog. So, what would be your presumption there? There was arson. So that is a prima facie evidence of arson. Pero kung in the course of business yon, kasi meron naman talaga nag-order, so nag-deliver siya ng halos lahat, no? Na empty yung kanyang tindahan dahil sa legitimate naman talaga yung order, walang presumption doon. Pero kung nakapagtataka, it was suspicious, no? It's doubtful. Why? All of a sudden, winidraw niya yun mga yun, then nangyari na yung sunog, then that would be a prima facie evidence of arson. If a demand for money or other valuable consideration was made before the fire in exchange for the desistance of the offender. If this circumstance happens, no, bago nangyari yung sunog, sabi nung isang tao doon sa may-ari ng building na sinunog, bigyan mo ako ng pera para walang mangyari, no? So that is a prima facie presumption. So if there was a preceding incident like number 7, like this of number 7, so that is a prima facie evidence of arson. So I hope you get all these circumstances, no, that would make you believe that there was that arson committed. Anyway, it was just a prima facie evidence. Pag sinabi niyo yung prima facie, presumption lang yan. So take note that presumption can be overcome by concrete evidence. So at least meron lang kayong duda, yan lang prima facie, duda, which is reasonable doubt, no, that an arson might have been committed. Yun lang naman ang ibig sabihin ng prima facie evidence, no? Initial conclusion, presumption that perhaps an arson was committed. Kasi may basihan ka base doon sa circumstances na in-enumerate ng Presidential Decree 1613. Ito na yon, yung 1 to 7. Okay? Conspiracy in arson. So, alam niyo po ba kung ano ibig sabihin ng conspiracy? So, sa criminal law, Pag sinabi nating conspiracy, it means two or more person, dalawa o sobra pa sa dalawang tao, they come together and they agree among themselves to commit crime and they decide to commit it. There was conspiracy. Okay? Halimbawa, ako, tapos kayo, come to an agreement. An agreement natin is patayin kung sino ang gusto nating patayin. And we decided to commit that. That's conspiracy. Okay? And remember the principle in conspiracy. The act of one is the act of all. The liability of one is the liability of all. Regardless of your participation, no? Doon nga sa rape, sabi nung isang akusado, natamanta, death penalty din ako. Para ako sa naman ang nagkaput kang legs, di man nga ni ako ang nag-rape. Di ba? So maray pa pala nga nag-rape naman ako ta. Nga na yung bisay pa. Okay? So since there is conspiracy, the liability of the one who did the crime will be the same liability of the other regardless of their participation in the commission of the crime. Okay? And take note, ang conspiracy is just a mere preparatory act. Halimbawa, nag-agree tayo lahat, sunugin natin yung BFP building, kadakol ng COVID, positive, no? So, BFP building. Pero hindi natin tinuloy, pwede ba tayong maging liable criminally? The answer is no, because it is a mere preparatory act. It's a mere preparatory act. Pero may mga ilang crimes po under the revised penal code na mere conspiracy is punishable. Sa kudeta, sa rebellion, yan yung mga specific lang na crimes na punishable ang conspiracy. Pero yung conspiracy to commit arson, pag hindi mo tinuloy yan, hindi yan punishable. Okay? So, if there is conspiracy, what will happen? So, ang sabi dito, conspiracy to commit arson shall be punished by prison mayor in its minimum period. Ano nga yung prison mayor? Prison correctional, 6 years and 1 month and 1 day to 6 years. 6 years and 1 day to 12 years ang prison correctional, di ba? Then 12 years and 1 day to, tama ba? Yung arresto minor, isa-isay natin para review lang, no? Arresto minor, 1 to 30 days imprisonment. Arresto mayor, 1 month and 1 day to 6 years. 6 months, sorry. Then, another is prison correctional, 6 months and 1 day to 6 years, di ba? Prison mayor is 6 years and 1 day to 12 years. Tama? Then, reclusion temporal, 12 years and 1 day to 20 years, di ba? So, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years ang prison mayor. So, that would be the penalty if there was conspiracy. And confiscation of object of arson, definitely. So, whatever the proceeds of the crime, like arson, so it will be confiscated and escheated, no? Meaning, it could be taken by the state, even against the will of the owner, because it is a proceed, no, of a crime. So he has no right to possess or have possession of that whatever proceeds of arson. Okay? So ano ba talaga ang pagkakaiba ng destructive versus simple arson? Kasi parang nakakalito, di ba? Pansin mo kanina, ang daming circumstances. Sa destructive pa lang, malilito ka na kasi iba yung mga circumstances sa Article 320 and and under Section 2 of Presidential Decree 1613, di ba? Sa simple arson naman, yung Section 3 of Presidential Decree 1613. So, ano bang pagkakaiba nito? So, the nature of destructive arson is distinguished from simple arson by the degree of perversity or viciousness of the criminal offender. Ibig sabihin, yung destructive, yun yung mga malalala. Yung mga hindi naman ganong kalala or very minimal lang, that's simple arson. The acts committed under Article 320 of the Revised Penal Code as amended constituting destructive arson are characterized as heinous crimes for being grievous, odious, and hateful offenses, and which, by reason of their inherent or manifest wickedness, viciousness, atrocity, and perversity, are repugnant, no? Parang kahindik-hindik, no? Hindi katanggap-tanggap, and outrageous to the common standards and norms of decency and morality in a just, civilized, and ordered society. So yan ang under 320. No? Even even under Section 2 of Presidential Decree 1613. Na ito, yung simple arson naman, under Presidential Decree 1613, constituting simple arson are crimes with a lesser degree of perversity and viciousness that the law punishes with a lesser penalty. So kaya expect ninyo, pag destructive arson, mataas ang penalty. Pag simple arson, it carries a minimum or lesser penalty. In other words, simple arson contemplates crime with less significant social, economic, political, and national security implications than destructive arson. However, acts falling under simple arson may nevertheless be converted into destructive arson depending on the qualifying circumstances present. So take note, may mga qualifying circumstances, no? Halimbawa, pag sinunog mo nga yung bahay siya, dwelling siya. So, generally, dahil bahay yan, dahil dwelling yan, di ba simple lang yan? Kaya lang, pag yan ay located in a populated, congested area, like for example, yung sinunog mo yung naandun sa squatter area na house o residence, anong mangyari doon? True, simple siya, pero dahil sa qualifying circumstance na populated or congested area, it will become destructive arson. So, yun ang sinasabi dito. Okay? So, I hope you get this point. So, just for the last, before we finally end, no? Patapos na po ako dito sa arson. Gusto ko lang i-discuss din sa inyo itong kaso ni People versus Abayon. This is very important kasi pag imbestiga ninyo, makikita ninyo sa investigasyon dapat ano ba talaga ang nangyari. Kasi kung nangyari may sunog nga, pero iba-iba ang dahilan, di ba? Kasi sinunog dahil sa may gustong patayin doon sa loob. Nakuha nyo? Or sinunog kasi gusto niya lang i-destroy yung property. So anong kaso yan? Pag may sinunog ka at may namatay, kanina sinasabi natin, pag may sinunog at may namatay, anong mangyayari? Hindi siya magiging complex crime, di ba? Kasi walang complex crime sa arson. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin arson with homicide. Walang ganon. Kaya nga, ang sabi doon sa sabi doon sa Article 320 kanina, kung naaalala nyo, pag may namatay, it will make arson qualified or it will aggravate, no? It will aggravate the penalty for arson. So, yun ang mga bagay na isi-settle nitong kasong ito. So, halimbawa, sinunog dahil gusto niya lang talagang sirain yung bahay or i-destroy what crime was committed. Or sinunog dahil sa mayroong taong gustong patayin doon sa loob. Anong crime yun? Arson ba yun with murder? Arson ba with homicide? Meron bang ganong crime? Pangatlo, sinunog niya. Ang intention niya ngayon is sunugin yung bahay. Unknown to him, unknown to the perpetrator, meron pala nakatira. So, nasunog din, namatay. Kung anong kakaso ninyo. So, yun ang purpose nitong kaso na ito. Kaya, para mas malinaw, at least initially, kasi ganyan dapat pag nag-imbestiga, anong nangyari? Anong consequence? Nasunog yung bahay. Anong purpose ng perpetrator? Anong motibo? Doon mo kasi makikita kung anong particular crime ang nakumit niya. So, this case will tell us what to do. Okay? So, ano itong kasong ito ni People versus Abayon? Okay, let me lay down the facts. So, base po sa ebidensya ng prosecution, ang nangyari dito, in the evening daw of July 25, 2002. So, this is a 2016 case, no? Mas latest ito doon kay Buebos case, Mas latest 2008 yun, ngayon 2016 ito. So, noong July 25 daw, si Abayon daw saka yung kanyang asawa na si Arlene nag-away outside the residence since they rented an apartment adjacent to others. So, dahil sa ganun ang sitwasyon, so napakinggan. Alam nyo naman, daming chismosa, di ba? So, napakinggan ng mga kapitbahay yung nangyari, yung insidente nakita. So, when Arlene shouted for help because Abayon was strangling her, tinitiik siya, no? Corazon Riquitillo, Corazon for short, and her husband pacified them. Thereafter, Corazon took Arlene's 2 children and offered them the safety of her apartment as Abayon was still drunk. Nag-away, no? Now, at around 11 p.m., nung gabi na, of the same day, Abayon's neighbor heard a hissing sound and smelled leaking gas. Na yung parang sumisit-sit yung kasi pinapalik yung gasol, no? Yung LPG tank. When they came out of their house to check, they saw Abayon holding an LPG gas tank outside his apartment. Robert Ignacio Antonio, or Robert for short, one of his neighbors and his best friend, approached Abayon to ask what he was doing. He heard Abayon say, "PI, wala pala akong silbi, inutil pala ako." Kasi nag-away sila, parang sinalitaan ito si Abayon ng asawa, wala kang silbi, no? Parang ganun. So, ito yung nangyari. He also noticed, ito si Robert, yung Robert, yan. He also noticed that Abayon was holding an unlit cigarette. Mayroon siyang sigarilyo inserted between his index finger sa middle finger. Yung paghawak nyo ng sigarilyo, ganito, inserted dito. No? That a match was on his left palm. May puspuro din siya doon sa kaliwang kamay niya. And that his right hand was turning on and off the gas tank. So, pinapabukas at sarado niya yung gas tank. When he figured out that Abayon was trying to do, Robert scolded him and said, "PI mo boy, magsusunog ka, idadamay mo pa kami." After that, he turned off the regulator of the tank and brought it to Corazon's house for safekeeping. So, yun ang nangyari. Pero ang problema, at past midnight of same day, July 26 ba yan? The following day pala, kasi July 25 yun, the house containing the units where Abayon and his neighbor lived started to catch fire. The neighbors came out of the respective units because of the thick smoke and the heat coming from the fire. As a result, the house was completely burned down along with the personal effects of the residents. 3 persons also died. No, 3 ang namatay. No? Ito si Lourdes Choquilo, the owner of the house, Aida de Los Angeles, and Sinaida Velos. So, ang issue dito, anong criminal liability ni Abayon? Was it arson? Arson with homicide? Or it is homicide? Was there a complex crime of arson? So, sabi po dito sa batas na ito, sabi dito sa kaso na ito, there is no complex crime of arson with multiple homicide. Walang ganon. Arson kung arson yan. Homicide is a separate crime from arson. Okay? So, ang sabi dito sa kaso ni People versus Malngan, we held that there is no complex crime of arson. So, don't also commit a mistake, ha? Pag kayo nag-conduct ng investigation, tapos may nangyari na halimbawa, may namatay, alam man o hindi yan ng perpetrator, do not complex it with arson kasi wala ngang complex crime, ha? And another thing, bago ko makalimutan, in arson, there is also no frustrated stage. Ha? There was a case for that, no? I just forgot to include that here. Tulad yan ng rape. Ang rape, wala rin frustrated stage. So, arson, there is also no frustrated stage. So, either attempted or consummated lang. Because in arson, the moment, if your intention is to burn the house, the moment you ignite a fire and you are able to burn, no, the structure you intend to burn, no matter how little or big the consequence after that, that is already consummated. Okay? Otherwise, it will be attempted. There is no such thing as frustrated arson. Please take note of that. Ha? Kung halimbawa susunugin niya yung bahay, so nagpi-prepare pa lang siya, nahuli na siya, attempted yon. Ngayon, he is already on the act of burning the house. So pagdikit niya dun sa kurtina, umitim lang yung kurtina at namatay kasi may rumisponde. So yung kurtina hindi nasunog kundi nag-blacken lang. That's already consummated. Because he was already able to cause, no? Or lead, or at least take the initial act, no? To cause, to burn the structure. So dalawa lang pagpipilian nyo. Never ever consider frustrated stage, no, in arson. So it's either attempted or homicide. Ganun din sa rape. Sa rape, wala rin pong frustrated. So the moment insertion was made in sexual intercourse against the will of the woman, hindi po kailangan labasan yan or ano yan para maging consummated na yan siya. So that is, these are two crimes, no, where there is really difficulty ascertaining frustrated stages, no. So kaya walang frustrated stage, no, in arson and in rape. So take note of that, baka makalimutan ko lang kasi. Ito, sabi sa People versus Malngan, walang complex crime. Alam niyo po ba yung complex crime? Yung complex crime po is when a single act leads to commission of 2 or more crimes. That is complex. Okay, halimbawa, pagbaril ko doon sa target ko kasi ang intention kong patayin si A. Ang problema, because of poor aim, nabaril ko si B. Kasi hindi ako marunong bumaril eh. Pag tutok ko kay B, pag putok, ang tinamaan si C. O anong crime na nakomit ko? Attempted homicide or attempted murder with homicide. Yung ganon. Complex. Okay? Yan. Rape with homicide. Kasi namatay. Rape na, namatay pa yung biktima, or rape with, yan. So, complex crime. So, dito naman, arson with homicide. Wala pong ganun sa arson. There is no such thing as complex crime. So, anong mangyayari doon sa homicide? Gaya dito sa case ni People versus Abayon, it will be absorbed. So, yan ang nakalagay dito. Because the crime arson absorbed the resultant death or is a separate crime altogether. Kung hindi siya ma-absorb, magkaibang crime yan. So, I will explain that to you. Ito yon. Accordingly, in cases where both burning and death occur. So, take note of this, kasi ito maglilid sa inyo sa tamang conclusion. So, kapag nag-imbestiga kayo ng arson na may nasunog at may namatay, take the following situation, no? In order to determine what crime or crimes was or were perpetrated, whether arson, murder, or arson and homicide or murder, it is important to ascertain the main objective of the malefactor. So, take note, you will always go back to the motive or to the purpose or to the reason, no, of the perpetrator. If the main objective is the burning of the building or edifice, so kung ang talagang reason niya is talagang sunugin lang, but that result by reason or on occasion of arson, pero unknown sa kanya, mayroon palang tao doon, so nasunog, namatay, gaya sa kaso ni People versus Abayon, the crime is simple arson. And the resulting homicide is absorbed. O, yun ang nangyari kay Abayon, di ba? Sinunog niya, so may nadamay, may namatay, simple arson yun. Okay? Absorb yung homicide doon. If on the other hand, letter B tayo, the main objective is to kill a particular person. Pero iba ang kaso kung halimbawa, may gusto kang patayin sa bahay na yan, no? When fire is resorted to as means to accomplish such goal, so kaya mo sinunog yung bahay kasi gusto mong mamatay yung gusto mong patayin doon, the crime committed this time is murder. There is no arson, murder. Did you get the point? So, depende sa purpose, depende sa intention, ha? So, kung ang intention niya is patayin kung sino yung nandun sa loob, so the means for him to do it is through burning the house of that person, the crime committed is not arson with murder, but murder only, because that is the primary intention, motive of the perpetrator. Now, last, if the objective is likewise to kill a person, particular person, and in fact, the offender has already done so, but fire is resorted to as means to cover up the building, the killing rather, then there are two separate and distinct crime committed. Nakuha nyo, halimbawa, pinatay mo na yung tao, kaya lang ang intention mo, kaya mo sinunog yung building is para maitago or ma-conceal yung crime na nagawa mo. This time po, dalawang krimen ang nakumit. One is for murder or homicide, then the other one is for arson. So I hope this made everything clear, no, to all of you. The intention, the motive of the perpetrator matters for you to determine the actual crime committed. If the purpose, just to reiterate, no, to summarize it, no, if the purpose is to simply burn the building, unknown to you there was somebody there inside, then that person died, arson only. Absorb yung homicide. Okay? Another is if the purpose is to kill a person and the way, the manner for you to do it is to burn the house where that person resides, the crime committed is only murder. Okay? Pero magkaiba yung sitwasyon kung halimbawa pinatay mo na yung isang tao, then you resorted to arson, okay, halimbawa nagnakaw ka. So robbery, you committed robbery. So gusto mong i-destroy yung yung ginawa mong yung mga kulimbat mong properties. So it would be robbery, separate case for robbery and arson. So the same way, murder or homicide and arson. Okay? So that would be all. So I just hope that you are able to understand clearly the things that I discussed to you this morning. Now, if you have question, it's now your time to ask question. May mga katanungan po? So allow me to listen, no, to your question. So feel free, kasi nag-aanto pa yung panahon. Kopi, kanya-kanyang kopi na lang tayo, ha? Okay, sige. Before I begin with the subject matter, so just a continuation, no? Let me just finish yung ating unfinished business this morning regarding doon sa issue nyo kanina, no? Regarding doon sa custody ng evidence regarding sa mga containers of gasoline, di ba? Meron kayo kanina issue doon. So I find this law, yung batas na sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, governing that is itong Presidential Decree number 1865, yung Presidential Decree. This is an old law. This is like what I said, no? A law issued during the time of then President Marcos. So ang title nito, an act defining and penalizing certain prohibited acts inimical to the public interest and national security involving petroleum and or petroleum products, prescribing therefore and for other purposes by including short selling and adulteration of petroleum and petroleum products and other acts in the definition of prohibited acts, increasing the penalty therein and for other purposes. Isa sa mga prohibited acts dito, is yung under letter F ng definition of term, yung removal or unloading. So nakuha niyo yung number para mabasa niyo, no? Presidential Decree number 1865, 1865. Pwede niyo siyang i-search. Tapos, ang violation na sinasabi dito, yung paihi na yun. So, locally we call it paihi, di ba? Yan ang tawag natin yung paihi. Ngayon, that is prohibited under letter F. Letter F, removal or unloading of petroleum products from any lorry, tank, truck, or delivery vehicle by any person other than the contracted purchaser or in premises of the purchaser's retail outlet or business establishment. So supposed to be, pag nakakita kayo kasi nakita nyo yung tanker, diba? Pag nakakita kayo ng tanker ng Shell or kay Olivan, kasi ang madalas may involved yan eh. Walang problema sa Petron, walang problema sa Shell, no? Pero yung mga local players natin, yan ang mahilig dito, di ba? So, ang nakalagay dito, either lorry, alam niyo yung lorry, di ba? Yung tank, truck, or delivery vehicle. So, supposed to be, pag magdi-deliver ng petroleum product, dapat coast to coast yan. So, kung sino ang ano niyan, purchaser, dapat doon yan. Hindi yan pwedeng magbaba ng in-between or along the way. O yan yung sinasabing paihi. So, which is a prohibition or a violation of this letter F. Okay? So, yan yung batas. Ngayon, sino ang may authority para mag-enforce nito? Nakalagay dito, all law enforcement and other concerned agencies of the government shall assist the Bureau pa noong panahon, yung Department of Energy, Bureau of Energy Utilization. So ngayon, ang tawag na natin DOE, Department of Energy. So lahat daw ng law enforcement and concerned agencies. So specifically, dito, we are referring here to the local police that we have, okay? Or NBI, CIDG, okay? But I am very sure you are not one of them dito. Okay? So anong penalty? So nandito yung penalties niya. Any person who commits any act prohibited herein shall upon conviction be punished of a fine amounting to 20,000 pesos, not less than 20 but not more than 50, or imprisonment of at least 2 months. At least 2 months. 2 years, but not more than 5 years, or both at the discretion of the court. So yun ang penalty dito. So that is Presidential Decree number 1865. Ayan yung sa mga paihi. So, ibig sabihin, kung nakikita nyo yun, so it should be the local police who should do that. But alam nyo naman, diba? Anyone can effect a warrantless arrest, even a private citizen, so including you. So kaya lang, that's very risky. So why risk yourself? Give that to the local police because that's part of their duty. Ngayon, in the conduct of your inspection, yung mga routinary or anong tawag niya, administrative inspection na ginagawa ninyo, actually you can confiscate, no? Yung mga prohibited article. Kaya lang minsan pakisama, minsan hindi sinasabi ninyo, okay, pakialis po yan kasi yan ay hazard. So, diba? Kaya ito, wala kayo ditong per-exit. So, bago kami mag-final inspection, you comply first with yung mga mayroon kayo dyan para mga checklist ng mga initial violation, diba? So, you are given them how many days to comply, then you will see kung later kung nag-comply na, diba? Ganun yung sitwasyon, yung sistema ninyo. So, part of your regulatory function yun eh. Talagang hindi sa inyo yan. So ngayon, malinaw naman doon sa Arson Law na diniscuss natin, no? Huwag nyo lang kalimutan, Article 320 and Section 2 of Republic Act Presidential Decree 1613, yun yung destructive arson, and Presidential Decree 1613 Section 3, yun ang simple arson. Okay? So, sa tingin ko, malinaw na, and we can now leave that issue. Okay? Okay na ba? O proceed na tayo dito sa rules on evidence, no? So ganito pala yung mangyayari dito sa atin, ha? ano lang tayo, mga siguro, until I finally finish yung discussion ng evidence, then we will call it a day, ha? Para hindi naman tayo marugado. Baka yung iba, magbisikleta pa, magbisikleta pa tayo mamaya. So, para pawisan din, ha? So, i-schedule na lang natin kasi ang natitira pa sa akin na assignment ni ang tasking sa akin ni yung coordinator ninyo, si Fire Officer Fuego, is yung rule on the legal forms. Madali lang naman yun. Legal forms. So, hindi na naman kailangan, hindi naman kayo magnotaryo. So, at least yung basic lang, di ba? Another is yung, of course, kailangan nyo yun talaga dapat. Partly ng discussion nung topic na yun, we will discuss that here sa rules on evidence. Yung mock court or mock trial. So, hindi naman tayo maka-face-to-face. Di ba? Hindi naman tayo maka-actual doon sa korte. Hindi rin tayo papasukin doon, lalo na this time. So, we will just make, or we will just use our imagination, and I'll try to make our discussion, still interesting and clear and understandable sa inyo. Ang purpose lang naman yung mock trial is to make you familiar with the situation inside the court. Particularly if you are subpoenaed for you to testify, because you are presumed to be investigators now, because you are taking this, So, once a case reach the court, natural, you could be called for you to testify because you are a witness for the state, Ang complainant naman, alam naman natin lahat, ang complainant sa criminal case is the people or the government. So, you only serve as a witness, di ba? For the government. Kaya pwede kayong ipatawag, pwede kayong isubpina. So, yun po, So, just bear with me. Yan na lang naman ang nagtitirang topic. So, baka pwede natin unti-untiin yun during night time, or 7 to 9, 7 to 10, kung ano. So, pero ito ang importante kasi I want to give much time dito sa rule and evidence. And kanina, yung Arson Law. So, i-correlate ko na yan ngayon. Pen ko lang yung kasi gusto ko may nakikitang tao dito eh. Ang hirap magturo ng parang wala kang kausap kung nakaharap sa salamin, Yung sarili ko na lang yung nag-uusap ko dito sa salamin. So, okay lang kayo, ha? Sige. Gusto kasi makita kayo dito. So, first slide, ito yung ating subject matter, the rule on evidence. Now, let me give you the outline. Ito. Katingin ako dito sa cellphone ko kasi gusto ko nakikita ko yung mga mukha ninyo dito sa harap ko. So, outline of discussion. Pero okay yung presentation, nasa outline kayo ngayon. Okay, sige. So, what we will discuss is the salient rules on evidence. Actually, meron ng amendment sa rules on evidence, pero it's not so material. So, hindi pa rin naman ini-implement siya. So, we are still using the old rule, So, because the Supreme Court recently came out with an amendment on the rule on evidence, but very minimal naman. So, mostly, saka hindi pa nga ini-implement. So, ang ginagamit pa rin natin ngayon yung dating rule. So, ito, I will talk about the general principles, the definition of evidence, reception of evidence, yung rule on admissibility, saka objection on admissibility. I will explain this clearly to you. Don't worry. Kind of evidence, degrees of evidence, and if time would still allow us, kailangan nyo din ito because we are now in the digital technology, digital world, So you really have to be acquainted also with what you call electronic evidence. So meron na rin tayong rule niyan. And what are the things that we consider or we regarded as electronic evidence? So dapat alam nyo din yun. Okay? So we proceed. Salient features on evidence. Gaya ng dati ang setup natin, ha? Pag may tanong, take it down muna. Mamaya na lang yung question pagkatapos. Ha? Okay. So nandito tayo sa general principles. Evidence is said to be defined as the key to a successful prosecution or litigation of a case in court. It refers to means by which any fact in dispute at a judicial trial is established or disproved. So, ganun po talaga ang kaso. Ganun po talaga ang sitwasyon sa korte. So, anumang bagay sa korte, ang daming klaseng proceedings natin, ha? Hindi lang criminal. Alam nyo din, civil, di ba? Di ba? Civil proceedings. Like, if you file an annulment case, no, which you better have, abog naman. Annulment, that is a civil proceedings yan, no? Meron din tayong tinatawag na special proceedings. So, yung special proceedings, like for example, nawala yung titulo mo sa lupa, and you want to secure another owner's copy of your title. So, ang tawag dyan, pag magpa-reissue ka, is what you call special proceedings yan. Maski yung pagbabago ng entry sa birth certificate ninyo, particularly yung mga substantial change, yung tulad halimbawa ng tulad halimbawa ng date ng birth o yung gender. Walang problema sa first name na yun. First name is administrative na yan sa local civil registrar, mabilis ng proseso. Pero pag mga substantial change, kailangan mo pa sa korte. Ang tawag niyan is special proceedings, no? So, maraming klaseng proceedings. Pero anumang klaseng proceedings, sinasabi ko po ito sa inyo lahat kasi ang rule on evidence pare-pareho. Regardless of what nature of proceedings you may be in or you may have. So, isa lang ang rule on evidence sa civil, criminal, at even sa special proceedings. So, applicable in other words, itong rule na ito doon sa mga proceedings na yun. Even in administrative, no? Pag kayo nakasuhan ng administrative case with the ombudsman sa inyo sa DILG, ano po? So, rule on evidence will also apply. Although hindi siya strictly applied, pero ang pag ginamit pa rin yung rule regarding evidence, ito pa rin ang gagamitin na rule. So kaya, kailangan talaga maintindihan ninyo ito kasi this is not only applicable to criminal cases, but even in other proceedings. Sometimes, makaka-experience ka, no? Like, yun nga, pag nakasuhan ka ng administratibo, so rule on evidence pa rin ang mag-apply. So, ang sitwasyon po talaga sa korte, anumang klaseng proceedings, evidentiary yan. Hindi po enough na mag-allege ka, mag-akusa ka. Wala yan, useless yung accusation mo yan. Kung hindi mo yan kayang suportahan ng ebidensya. So, always, your accusation, your allegation has to be backed up by or supported by evidence. Kaya sinasabi dyan, in court, the secret of success, no? Or in litigation, the secret of success is evidence. Okay? Because if you simply allege, you simply accuse somebody of committing a crime and yet you have no evidence to support that, your case will be dismissed and the accused will be acquitted. Okay? And you could possibly be charged of a counter-charge for filing a malicious complaint. Do you follow? So, yun ang danger yan. So, kaya dapat, and besides, kung ikaw we have this rule, no? May rule tayo na he who accuses must prove. Sino yung nagre-reklamo, sino yung nag-aakusa, siya may bigat ng pagpapatunay or nasa kanya yung burden of proof. So, kaya pag sinabi natin evidence, ito yung means. Ito yung tool, no? Na gagamitin mo, either i-prove mo or i-disprove mo yung isang bagay sa korte. Hindi pwedeng iyak-iyak doon. Hindi pwedeng drama-drama doon. Mas lalong hindi pwedeng suhol-suhol doon. Ewan ko sa iba, no? So, in other words, if you are dealing with court, because you have a case there, evidence will determine your fate, yung kapalaran mo sa korte, whether you will win or you will lose. Okay? So kaya sinasabi po dyan sa last paragraph, it refers to means by which any fact in dispute at a judicial trial is either you prove it or you disprove it. Diba? Sinabi mo, siya ang sumunog nung establishment. Hindi lang enough na ganun. So, why? How would you say so? How did you say so? Bakit mo nasabi na siya talaga yung sumunog? So you have these pieces of evidence, CCTV, testimony of a person, so on and so forth. Pero kung wala kang maibabak na ebidensya niyan, wala. The accused can even not present evidence for himself or herself. So yun yung tinatawag na demurrer to evidence. Diba? Pag nakita ng akusado na mahina naman yung ebidensya to prove his guilt, hindi na siya mag-present ng ebidensya, sasabihin lang niya mahina ang ebidensya ng prosecution. At pag nakita yun ng korte, then the case will be dismissed and the accused will be acquitted. So I hope we are clear on that. And for that reason, diyan po sinasabi natin very important ang evidence. Na kahit sa pang-araw-araw na buhay, di ba? Pag sinabi mo kay misis mo na hali ako sa opisina, ebidensya. Di ba? Ebidensya. Dapat may mga screenshot ka. Meron kang selfie. Yeah? Minsan attendance yan eh. Wala na pwedeng dikipad eh. Di ba? Applicable dito sa lahat. Di ba? Sabihin ni misis mo, ay, ano yan? Tampered yan. Tignan ko nga yung date. Akala nyo, hindi niya alam yun. Maski pa kaya haputan mo siya, dahil na kay buwan maghapot, ikaw may ebidensyang yaong na talaga duman. So, it will apply, no? Hindi lang, kahit sa ibang bagay, no? Hindi lang sa korte. Okay? So, you look at this. Ito ang gusto kong maintindihan ninyo. Most especially that you are an investigator and you are dealing with an arson case. So, ang objective ninyo dyan, gaya ng sinabi ko sa inyo kanina umaga, hindi lang makuha kung sino yung responsable, kundi ang final objective ninyo na kailangan ma-achieve or goal ninyo na ma-achieve ninyo is maparusahan siya. No? At siya ay mabigyan ng karampatang kaparusahan doon sa kanyang ginawang krimen. So, pag nag-imbestiga kayo, doon nagsisimula ang kaso. Di ba? So, dapat ayusin nyo na right at the start or in the conduct of your investigation. Hindi pwede may mamaya makikita ninyo na may mga ebidensya na hindi pwedeng i-present. No? May mga ebidensya na bawal under the rules. Kahit pa sabihin natin na sure kayo na siya talagang gumawa nun, pero the manner you secured evidence is illegal, hindi mo pwedeng i-present yun in court. So I will discuss that also later. So ito lang, lagi ang mindset ninyo, no? You must always have this in mind. Issue or matter in dispute. Halimbawa, sa inyo ang applicable itong may nasusunog, so arson, di ba? So nakita ninyo, may nasunog. So, siyempre, initially, you will conduct investigation. Ando na, kanina, if you can still recall, there are certain circumstances, no, enumerated, which you could consider that there is a prima facie evidence of arson. Diba? Nakakita ka ng mga containers doon. Nang inamoy mo, ang laman, ang nakalaman doon is gasoline. So, if you have seen that, hindi naman involved or engaged into that business yung may-ari ng bahay, so that is a prima facie evidence of arson, di ba? Meron pa doon. Naka-enumerate yun. So, that would be the start of your investigation. So, para masabi mong arson, kasi presumption lang doon yun, no? Presumption lang yun. So, pwede yun ma-counter at pwede yun ma-rebut. It could be controverted. Pag may mga ebidensya na makapagsasabi na hindi arson yun, kundi accidental fire lang. So it would depend on the evidence that you will be able to gather. Okay, to have that conclusion. So, ang pangalawang kailangan i-consider mo, pag may tsuri ka, kailangan kasi may tsuri ka eh. In the conduct of investigation, you must learn how to create yung tsuri. Tsuri mo, itong nangyari, sino kaya ang mga posible? So, tanong-tanong muna, imbestiga. So, you are now gathering evidence. Okay? Because your evidence is what will confirm your theory. So if you have evidence to support your theory of arson, then you file a case for arson against the suspect, against the person whom you have identified to have been responsible for it. Nakuha? Kasi kung halimbawa wala ka man ebidensya, wala ka talagang magagawa. You have to confine yourself with the pieces of evidence you gathered. Kung ang nakuha mo is, wala namang gumawa nito, kundi it was a mere accidental fire. So you have to contain your findings or your conclusion on that. Bakit ka mag-insist na may arson? Wala kang makuha ang ebidensya eh. So laging ganito po yan, no? Issue, ito yung tinatawag natin mamaya na marinig nyo ito. Ito yung factum probandum. Ito yung proposition. Ito yung theory mo. Yung evidence mo is your factum probans. Okay? Ang result niyan, proof. Okay? So if you have theory plus evidence, proof is equal to proof. Naintindihan po. So like dito, may nakita ka. Assuming you're a police officer, no? So you found somebody dead, no? Ito. So ang teorya mo, ano ba to? Is it a case of homicide? Or robbery? Or is it a case of rape? So you gather evidence para ma-confirm mo anong tama. Ano sa tingin mo ang mag-jive doon sa evidence mo? So you got CCTV, yan, may CCTV. So you subject the victim to a DNA test. Okay? Kung mayroon eyewitness. Okay? So, because at the end, doon mo makikita whether it is a robbery case, a crime of rape, or just an ordinary killing. So, dito natin mag-confirm that evidence is really a key for us to have proof in support of our allegation. So, hindi talaga pwede pong iset aside natin yung evidence if we are trying to prove something in court. Because sabi ko na sa inyo, that is always be the case in court. It is evidentiary. And that is how important evidence is. Lalong-lalo na sa trabaho ninyo as investigator. Okay? So this is how we define evidence under the rules. No? Ito yung definition talaga ng evidence sa rules of court natin. Evidence is defined as the means sanctioned by the rules of court of ascertaining in a judicial proceeding the truth respecting a matter of fact. In other words, it refers to something that tends to disprove or establish or prove a fact. So when you said evidence, ito yung sa Tagalog pa, no? Ito yung bagay na allowed, sanction, no? Allowed sa ating rules of court. The rules of court is the rules governing proceedings in court. Malinaw tayo doon, ha? Malinaw tayo doon. So, yun ang bagay na pinapahintulutan ng ating rules of court kung ikaw ay gustong magpatunay or mag-disprove. Ano ba sa Tagalog ang mag-disprove? Bumalik ka ng isang bagay. Ha? Ano po yun?
Sinungalingan.
Yan, mapasinungalingan mo yung isang bagay. No? So, walang ibang paraan para mapatunayan mo o mapasinungalingan mo yung isang bagay sa korte, kundi yung tinatawag nating ebidensya. Pero, yung ebidensya dapat sanction dyan or allowed dyan or pinahihintulutan yan ng rules of court. Kasi meron po mga klaseng ebidensya mamaya, which we will discuss, na hindi pinahihintulutan sa ilalim ng ating rules of court. Ano po? So yun po ang ebidensya. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng evidence. So I hope malinaw yun, ha? Malinaw yun. So mamaya kung hindi malinaw, huwag lang kayo magkatubili. No? Magtanong mamaya sa akin. Okay. We move now to the reception of evidence. So tapos na tayo sa definition. Huwag niyo lang kakalimutan. Basta nasa korte kayo, ang ebidensya, yung mga bagay na pinahihintulutan ng korte para patunayan o pasinungalingan mo yung isang bagay. Yun lang yun. Ngayon, yung konsepto ng admissibility, ibig sabihin, hindi porke ang ebidensya ay pinapayagan sa rule support, automatic na i-appreciate yan ng korte. Take note, ang nagre-represent sa korte natin ay ang huwes or ang judge. Nakuha ko. Ngayon, hindi porke sa rules on evidence, pwede itong mga ebidensyang ito, automatic na ito ay bibigyan ng halaga ng mga huwes or ng mga judges. Hindi po. Kailangan mag-comply pa yan sa rules on admissibility of evidence. Okay. In the reception of evidence, dalawa lang naman po ang requirement para ma-appreciate yan or mabigyan halaga yan ng korte. Okay, lagi natin pinapasok ito araw-araw, ha? Huwag niyo kakalimutan yung word na CR. CR. Lagi tayong pumapasok yan. May ibig sabihin yan, napaka-importanteng ibig sabihin yan sa rules on evidence. Hindi yung comfort room, ha? So, ang ibig sabihin yan, ito po yung dalawang requirement para i-admit ng korte yung ebidensya. Una, dapat ito ay competent, letter C, competent or competency, no? Requirement. Pangalawa, it must be relevant. Okay? So, ano ibig sabihin nito? Ano ibig sabihin nitong dalawang requirement na ito? So, kasi, ang isang ebidensya, para masabi mong admissible or pwedeng bigyan halaga or bigyan ng konsiderasyon ng ating korte, itong dalawang ito dapat na andon. Hindi pwedeng isa lang. In other words, an evidence to be appreciated by court has to be both competent and relevant. Hindi pwedeng competent lang tapos irrelevant, hindi pwede yan. Or kaya the other way around, hindi pwedeng incompetent and relevant. Dapat pareho silang competent and relevant. So, isa-isahin natin, no? Pag sinabi natin competent or competency requirement, ano ito? Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na dapat ang isang ebidensya ay pinahihintulutan sa ilalim ng rules of board. Meaning, an evidence is competent if it is allowed or not excluded by law or the rules of board. Magtatanong kayo, Sir, bakit mayroon bang ebidensya na hindi pinahihintulutan sa ilalim ng rules of board? Yes. O yan, nakikita yung tatlo na yan dyan. Per se, evidence illegally seized, then yung extrajudicial confession without the assistance of counsel. Okay? So, isa-isahin natin to. Hearsay. Ano bang ibig sabihin yan? Hearsay evidence. Kasi, ang isang tao or testigo para pahintulutang magbigay ng testimonya sa korte, ang unang requirement is that dapat may personal knowledge siya. Pag sinabi mong personal knowledge, ano bang ibig sabihin yan? Dapat doon sa bagay na bibigyan niya ng testimonya sa korte, siya mismo, using his five senses or her five senses, siya mismo ang nakakita, siya mismo ang nakarinig, siya mismo ang nakahipo. Kung gusto ninyo, siya mismo ang nakalasa. Ano pa yung pang-isa? Ano pa yung panglima? Siya mismo ang nakaamoy. Tama? So, those are the five senses, di ba? Yan ang ibig sabihin ng personal knowledge. Naririnig niyo pa ba ako? Okay pa? Okay. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng personal knowledge. Kung halimbawa ako titistigo ako sa korte, yan ang pinagawa ng requirement. Yung bang bagay na bibigyan ko ng testimonya sa korte, ako ba ang personal na nakakita, nakarinig, nakaamoy, nakalasa o nakahipo? The five senses. Kasi kung sinabi lang sa akin, nakuha ko lang yun, galing sa ibang tao, yun yung tinatawag na hearsay. Sinabi lang sa akin na ang kulay daw ng damit ng akusado ay ganito. hearsay yun. Wala akong personal knowledge doon. In general, for your info, as a matter of general rule, bawal yan. Pero mamaya, makikita ninyo, meron tayong mga tinatawag na permissible hearsay. Ibig sabihin, ito yung mga hearsay, kahit hearsay sila, pero pinahihintulutan pa rin sila ng rules of court. Okay? Yung lying declaration, di ba? Yung part of res geste, narinig nyo na yan. Mamaya, I will discuss that to you. Pero in the meantime, dito muna tayo. So kasi, pag hearsay, ang pinaka-layman's term ng hearsay is chismis. Chismis yan. Kasi, nakuha mo yan sa ibang tao, hindi mo man talaga personal na nasaksihan yan. Nakuha. So that is hearsay. Bawal yan as a matter of general rule. Itong pangalawa, take note yung, narinig nyo na yung fruit of poisonous tree principle. Fruit of poisonous tree principle. Ibig sabihin, an evidence secured illegally cannot be used in any court or in any proceedings. Bigyan ko kayo ng halimbawa. Yung asawa ng doktor, mayroon kasi mag-asawa eh. Asawa, husband and wife. Si babae, yung asawa, matagal na siya nagsususpetsa doon sa kanyang asawang doktor na, alam niyo ba, may bravo. May bravo. Tagal na nagsuspetsa niya yun. So, hindi na talaga niya mapigilan yung suspicion niya. One day, when the doctor or her husband was away on out-of-town seminar, she went to his clinic, and when he tried to open the drawer doon sa table, nakalak. So, siyempre, malakas na yung suspicion niya. Bakit palak-lak pa ito? So, ginawa niya, sinira niya yung lock. And true to her suspicion, there, she was able to find several love letters coming from the Bravo. To make the long story short, para paikli na lang natin, the wife filed a concubinage case against the husband. So, kasi alam niyo yan, di ba? Ang distinction yan. Pag ang babae nangaliwa, anong kaso? May I hear somebody? Anong kaso?
Adultery.
Adultery. Huwag magkakamali ha. Pag babae ang nangaliwa, adultery. Pag lalaki ang nangaliwa, concubinage.
Concubinage.
Pero pareho silang magiging akusado dyan. Yung mistress and the spouse. Pareho yan in either case. Ngayon, ganito. So the wife filed a concubinage case against the husband. Now, during the presentation of evidence, siyempre, prosecution muna ang magpipresent ng ebidensya kasi siya yung may burden of proof, di ba? Criminal case yan, mamaya maintindihan nyo ng mabuti. So when the love letters is about to be presented by the prosecution, nag-object ngayon yung counsel ng akusado. Your Honor, objection, sabi nung counsel ng akusado, nung doktor. Your Honor, those love letters cannot be presented here because they were secured illegally. Remember that the private complainant, the wife of the doctor, or the wife of my client, the accused, forcibly destroyed the lock of the drawer owned by my client, the accused. So they were secured illegally against the right to privacy of communication. Yan ang sabi ng argumento ng abogado. Siyempre, abogado yan eh. Kaya dyan siya binabayaran, di ba? So, pinag-comment ngayon. Siyempre, bago i-rule ng judge, isipan mo na dyan. Nag-iisip pa yan eh. Sabi ng judge, counsel for the prosecutor, comment please. So, nakagawa niya yung objection ha. Ang objection niya, hindi daw pwedeng i-present yun kasi nga illegally secured evidence against daw sa right, constitutional right ng akusado to privacy of communication. Naintindihan niyo yung privacy of communication yan? Kung kaninong communication yan, whether in writing or digital, dyan sa cellphone ninyo, wala pwedeng makialam yan. Yung may-ari lang. So hindi yan pwedeng pakialaman ng sino man na hindi may-ari or kung kanino naka-address yung letter na yun. So yun ang contention ng counsel. So pinag-komento ngayon yung, nakakasunod pa kayo ha, pinag-komento ngayon yung prosecutor. So sabi ng prosecutor, Your Honor, that principle will not apply. For the simple reason that the accused here and the private complainant are married, and everything between them became conjugal. And if it is conjugal, anybody could have access even without asking permission from the other party, because that is a property of both of them. Yun ang contention. Galing din naman ng prosecutor, ano? But in that case, the judge ruled in favor of the prosecutor. So, ibig sabihin, sinustain, in-overrule yung objection. The objection was wrong, so inallow yung presentation ng love letters. Nakuha nyo? So, let's make it short. Sa madaling sabi, siyempre, na-convict yung doktor. So, hanggang sa inapil nakarating sa Supreme Court. So, when the case reached the Supreme Court, sabi ng Supreme Court on that issue, sa presentation ng love letter, sabi ng Supreme Court, the presentation of the love letter was erroneous, illegal. So, ibig sabihin, dapat hindi na-present yun. So, kung hindi mo i-present yung love letter, ano pag-ebidensya ngayon ng private complainant? Wala na, di ba? So, ma-acquit ngayon yung doktor. Anong justification ng Supreme Court? Sabi ng Supreme Court, even if a person's married, no, that does not remove the right under the Constitution to the right of privacy and communication. Right to privacy of communication and correspondence. So this is a kind of warning ba sa mga mag-asawa na kahit mag-asawa na kayo, you respect this constitutional right of each other. Because ang sabi ng Supreme Court in that case, not because you get married, you lost your constitutional right to privacy of communication and correspondence. So sa madaling sabi, may mga ugali yung asawa, either na lalaki or na babae, na bigla na lang kukunin yung cellphone ng asawa. Wala akong sinasabi kung babae o lalaki, babasahin kung ano-ano dyan. Di ba? Ay, pag hindi mo naman binigay, malaking away yan. Pero under that, in that decision, malinaw na sinasabi na hindi porke nag-asawa, wala na yung right to privacy. So kaya, balik tayo dito sa usapan, yung love letters na yun, that is an example of illegally secured evidence na hindi pwedeng i-appreciate ng korte or hindi pwedeng i-present in any court or in any proceedings because they were illegally secured. Yun yung tinatawag na fruit of poisonous tree principle. Okay? Para mas malinaw pa, ito pa, isa pa. Mayroon isang lalaki galing Baguio. May dala-dala siyang bag. Actually, ang laman ng bag niya is marijuana. Galing sa Baguio. Yung dried leaves of marijuana. So, ang sasakyan baga ang famous bagang sasakyan ng mga galing ng Highland, galing ng Baguio, yung Philippine Rabbit or minsan yung Victory. Di ba? Yung Victory line. Pagbaba niya dito sa Maynila, doon sa may terminal ng Victory, may malapit doon na Jollibee. So, siyempre nag-CR siya. Ngayon, sabi nung guard, iwan mo muna yung bag mo dito sa labas. So, iniwan niya doon sa guard yung bag. Ang problema, meron noong time na yun na pulis na may dalang K9 dog. So, paglapit ng pulis doon, ewan ko kung anong gagawin din ng pulis, baka makihi din. Doon sa pinto, hindi na umalis ngayon yung aso doon sa bag. So, siyempre, na-intriga yung pulis. Binuksan niya yung bag. Susunod nakita niya, dried leaves of marijuana. So, sa madaling sabi, inantay niya yung may-ari. Tapos inaresto niya. Yun ang nangyari. So, ngayon, nag-file ng case for violation of Republic Act 9165, yung dangerous drugs, no? So, during the presentation of evidence, yun din ang objection. Hindi pwedeng i-present yung marijuana na nakuha doon sa suspect because they were illegally secured. Yun ang objection ng defense, no? Your Honor, we object to the presentation of that evidence because they were illegally secured in violation of the accused right to right to under the Constitution, no? So sabi ng korte, okay, fiscal comment, the prosecutor. Ang comment naman ni fiscal is, Your Honor, the evidence was on plain view. Yun ang sabi niya, plain view daw. Under the plain view doctrine, no need of search warrant. Di ba? Ang plain view kasi, pag yun daw prohibited article is on plain view, meaning kitang-kita mo na by your naked eye, hindi na kailangan ng search warrant. Kasi ang sabi nga nung akusado, nung counsel niya, Your Honor, they were secured without search warrant. So that's why they were illegal. Nakuha nyo? Illegal daw. So, sabi naman ng fiscal, Your Honor, nasa plain view yan. Kitang-kita na eh. Pero ang problema ganito. Actually, sa lower court, in-overrule yung objection, again, nakarating din niya sa Supreme Court. So, ang sabi ng Supreme Court, ang plain view, mag-a-apply lang yan kung in front of your naked eye, you already see the prohibited article and without you need of doing anything para makita yun. Di ba ang ginawa ng pulis, binuksan pa niya yung bag? So, ibig sabihin, wala sa plain view. Kasi kung nasa plain view, hindi niya nabubuksan yun. Alam, hindi man niya nakita. No? Right in front of his naked eye na ang laman nun, marijuana. Kaya kailangan pa niyang buksan, di ba? Did you get the point? So that's why that evidence was considered by the Supreme Court as illegally secured evidence and therefore that cannot be presented in court. Ayan po ha. So I hope we are clear on that. And yung sumunod, yon, di ba? Yung, alam niyo ba yung extrajudicial confession? Nasa Constitution yan. Kasi, halimbawa, kung ikaw ay, pag sinabi mong confession, that is an admission of your guilt regarding the commission of the crime. Dalawang klase yan. Pwede mong gawin yan sa loob ng korte or pwede mong gawin yan sa labas ng korte. So, pag sinabi mong sa loob ng korte, ang tawag niyan, judicial confession. Naintindihan? Judicial, yun sa loob ng korte. Pero pag sa labas mo gawin, dito na yun, extra. Extra means outside. Judicial means court. Outside the court, confession. Diba? Ngayon, may requirement tayo sa Constitution para maging valid ang extrajudicial confession. Kailangan in writing yan. Nakasulat. At dapat ginawa yan ng akusado in front of a lawyer. Hindi police officer ha. Ang requirement is a lawyer. It must be done in the presence of counsel and it must be done in writing. Pag hindi niya nag-comply, inadmissible evidence yan. Hindi yan pwedeng tanggapin sa korte. So, naintindihan po. So, yan yung mga example ng mga ebidensya na hindi pinapayagan sa ating rules of court. Ito yung example ng incompetent evidence. So, kaya ang ebidensya dapat competent, dapat allowed or permissible under the rules. Okay? So, we can leave this requirement. So, we can now go to the next. Next is relevant. Siyempre lang naman ang relevant, no? Ibig sabihin, dapat may kinalaman dun sa kaso. It has to be connected. It has to be related to the case. So, very simple lang. Ang kaso, murder. And here you are presenting a post-dated check as evidence. Anong kinalaman ng cheque doon sa murder? So if you cannot establish the connection, if you cannot establish the logical relevance, then it will be irrelevant. So hindi pwede yun. Mabuti kung yung cheque, yung pala yung binayad na, proof na binayad na reward doon sa killer. Nakuha nyo? Mabuti kung ganun. So relevant yung cheque. Naging murder yun because of price or reward. So qualifying circumstance that would qualify the killing from homicide to murder. So I hope you get my point, no? So kaya ang nakalagay dito, relevant when it has the logical or rational tendency to establish the probability or improbability of a fact and issue. The test of relevancy is logic, common sense, and experience. So ours is not a perfect system of procedural rules. What is missing in the rules may be found in the general principles of logic, justice, and equity. No, let's don't confuse it further, no? Pag sinabi niyong relevant, dapat lang konektado sa kaso. May kinalaman sa kaso. Okay? O ito, bigyan ko kayo ng mga halimbawa na dapat may kinalaman sa kaso. Yan. Ang testimonya ng isang bystander, halimbawa, dyan sa arson case ninyo, about the alleged arson incident, yan ay magiging irrelevant kung halimbawa wala siyang personal knowledge. No? O kaya, kung yung sasabihin niya, is hindi naman about doon sa arson. Ang testimonya pala niya about sa karapasan. O mabakuman about naman sa sulok. No? Another, flammable products found in the crime scene. It will be relevant if used in carrying out the crime of arson. Okay? Di ba prima facie evidence ito ng arson, di ba? Kakita ka doon. So, it would be relevant if you could establish that there is a possibility that somebody use it in burning, malicious burning of any structure. No? Ganon din yung ignition device found in the crime scene. Okay? How about these dried leaves of marijuana? It will be irrelevant if it has no connection with the crime of arson. Mabuti kung yun ang ginamit niyang pangsunog. So, para masunog yung bahay, sunog yung marijuana so that it will cause the entire house to be burned, no? Or to be reduced to ashes. Okay? Pero kung ginamit niya yun na nagtsyungki muna siya para sabi natin is magawa niya yung crime, wala na siya sa tamang pag-iisip, well, it could still be relevant to establish yung ano niya, pero in general, doon sa arson, wala na siyang kinalaman. Di ba? So, siguro yung state of mind ng akusado, relevant siya, pero doon sa crime of arson, no more. It will not be relevant anymore. So, maliwanag po ako dito. Yun lang naman. For an evidence to be admissible in court, ibig sabihin ng admissibility in court ng evidence is for the court to appreciate it, especially the judge. It has to comply with these two requirements. It must be both competent and at the same time relevant. Okay? So, yun po ha. Sana settle na tayo doon. Malinaw na tayo doon ha. Now, evidence can also be objected. No? Kasi, kung ikaw yung party against whom evidence is being presented, pwede kang mag-object. Pwede kang mag-object. Anyway, para po sa information yung lahat, no? I-email ko po itong presentation ko, even yung kanina, kay Fire Officer Puego, para po mabigyan kayo ng kopya. You can have this, no? Walang problema sa akin yun. I want to always share my materials, no? So, para hindi na rin kayo mahirapan when you study for your exam, no? So, lahat na naman ng exam ninyo, kapakadali, multiple choice. So, mayroon lang kayong lapis na maswerte, madali ninyong sasagutan yun. Saka, lahat naman, dito diniscuss natin. No? I'm not the type of teacher, no? Who will give exam na hindi natin diniscuss. So, dyan lang. Paano mo matest yung learning ninyo kung ang itatanong wala naman dito? Di ba? Dapat nga matest kung talagang natuto kayo. So, itanong natin kung ano yung diniscuss ko. So, yun na naman. Multiple choice yun lahat. Walang problema yun. So, admissibility. Kung ikaw yung party against whom an evidence is being presented, pwede ka mag-object. So, ang rule natin dito, take note that if there is objection, you must immediately object on the admissibility of evidence. Kasi anumang ebidensya na hindi mo binigyan ng objection, yan ay impliedly will be admitted in court. So you have waived your right. Ano ba, nakita mo? Gaya nun kanina. The party is now presenting the letters, no? Love letters taken by the wife illegally. So kung hindi nag-object yung akusado, hindi niya na yung pwedeng erase hanggang doon sa Supreme Court. So right during that proceeding, kasi ako, ang magiging depensa ko doon, wala, waive na yun kasi during the proceedings in court, hindi siya nag-object eh. So remember, we have this rule, evidence that is not objected to is deemed admitted. Yun. Di ba? So, objection is a mere privilege, no? And the absence thereof will constitute waiver. Nakalagay dyan. The objection must be made by the opposing party and not by the court. Okay? The objection must be timely and must state the ground. Okay, ano ba? Objection. Your Honor, please. Why? Your Honor, that evidence is incompetent. Remember that witness has no personal knowledge, so everything that he would be saying in court are all hearsay. Incompetent, di ba? Okay, sabihin mo, Your Honor, the testimony of the witness is irrelevant. So for what reason that he would be testifying on this which is not connected with the case? So what is the connection of that? That would be irrelevant. You have to make that objection immediately. Otherwise, that would be waived, no? So may mga timing yan. May mga timing yan ng pag-object. Pag testimonial, mamaya, i-discuss natin yung iba't ibang klase ng ebidensya, ha? Mayroon tatlo yan. Tatlo ba? Object, evidence, documentary evidence, saka testimonial. Tatlo yan. So kapag object, evidence, kailangan ang objection mo, when this object or physical evidence are offered, malamang hindi nyo pa masyadong maintindihan. Pero ulitin ko ito mamaya. Pag sinabi nating object, pare-pareho lang po yan. Object, physical, ngayon, mayroon pa yan isa. Physical evidence. So, ibig sabihin, ito yung baril na nakuha doon sa crime scene. Ito yung kutsilyo. No? Ito yung damit na mayroong stain ng blood. Anything that you can see, object yan. So, ang objection dyan, pag yun ay binigyan na ng formal offer in court. So, mabili ka na mag-object. Another yung documentary naman. Pag document, evidence, so documentary, you can object upon formal offer also. Pero yung testimonial evidence, kailangan mag-object ka after the question is asked. No? Kasi pag tinatanong siya, isn't it, Mr. Witness, you were at that house? Oh, Your Honor, objection, that is leading. Di ba leading question is prohibited, particularly in direct examination. So, yan yung mga pinagbabawal at dapat alert yung abogado. Yung abogado, binabayaran yan para dyan eh. Minsan naman, sobrang pasikat yung abogado, patingin-tingin pa sa kliyente para pagbayad ng appearance fee, malaki-laki. O, yun. Patingin-tingin pa, linga ngayon. Okay, ang objection ko, bako, nasustain ng court. And when you make objection, dalawa lang ang pwedeng maging consequence yan. Okay, tanungin ko kayo. Pag sinabi mong objection overruled, ano ibig sabihin nun? Sige nga, anybody? Tama or mali yung objection? Objection overruled. Tama or mali yung objection? Anyone?
Mali, sir, mali.
Mali. So, ibig sabihin, the court will not grant it, no? Halimbawa, nagtatanong ka sa testigo, Mr. Witness, where were you at that time? Bigla nag-object. Objection, Your Honor, that is leading. Sabi ng court, objection overruled. So, ibig sabihin, tama po yun, mali yung objection, so the witness may answer. Nakuha? Sasagot yung testigo kasi mali yung objection niya, hindi naman leading yun eh. Okay? How about objection sustained? Ano ibig sabihin nun? Is the objection correct or wrong? Pag sustain po yung objection, ay ibig sabihin po nun yung kabaligtaran. Tama yung objection. So therefore, the witness in that situation will not answer. So the counsel has to ask another question. So, tandaan po yan ha. Objection overruled. Pag sinabi yan ng court, kasi ito, makikinig nyo ito pag nandun kayo sa korte. So, part na ito ng discussion natin sa court decorum ha, or trial, mock trial ha. So, objection overruled, meaning mali ang objection counsel, para at least alam niyo kung anong sinasabi, nagsasabi nila doon. Then, objection sustained, tama yung objection. Okay? So, we move now to the different kinds of evidence. So, ito yung sinasabi ko, ito pala object, physical, or real evidence. So, may tatlo lang naman ito. Tatlong iba't ibang klase ng ebidensya. So, the first kind of evidence is what you call object, physical, or real. Pare-pareho lang po ito. Any of this word, you can use them interchangeably, ha? Pare-pareho lang yan. Synonymous yan. Pag sinabi mong physical, object, real, iisa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. Isang klaseng ebidensya lang yan. So, what is this? These are those addressed to the senses of the court. Tangible items that tend to prove or disprove a fact. Object or physical evidence is regarded as evidence of the highest order. Okay, so let me clarify on this, no? How many senses do we have? We have 5, yung 5. Okay, sense of sight, smell, hear, taste, and touch. Okay, sinasabi dito, anumang bagay which you would want the court, no, to see, to hear, to smell, to taste, or to touch, physical or object evidence yan. Okay? So, nandiyan, nakikita nyo sa screen ninyo. O, yung empty shell ng bullet. Okay? These capsules, no? Gun, or that explosive, or anything. Basta ang gusto mong mangyari, ipakita or i-present sa korte para makita ng korte, that is what you call object, physical, or real evidence. Okay? Marami pa, no? Yung damit na may stain ng blood, or kutsilyo na ginamit, no? Pagsaksak, yung ice pick, okay? Anything na gusto mo is makita ng korte, ma-appreciate ng korte, physically, no? Objectively. That's object, physical, or real evidence. So, sinasabi natin yung object evidence or physical evidence is the evidence of highest order or highest value. It will not lie. No? It will not lie. Alam mo ba, yung islang na yan nadadaan yan sa ballistic examination. Malalaman natin yan kung saan yan galing na baril. At kapag yan galing dun sa baril mo, that is an evidence that that bullet was fired, no? Coming from your gun. O ngayon, another evidence na lang kung ikaw ba talaga yung pumutok niyan. Pero established na, hindi mo naman deny na yung bala na yan kasi ang signature niyan is signature ng baril mo. Alam niyo ba na yan mga bullet na yan, may mga signature din yan? Yung likod niya, yung pagpalo mo doon sa likod. May mga baril na talagang doon lang ang palo niya. Okay? Meron tayong, lalo na pag mahirap kung yan ay unlicensed, no, firearm. Pero kapag yan ay registered and licensed, we have record on that sa PEO, Firearm and Explosive Office ng PNP. So, it could hardly be denied, no? Lalo na kung makuha mo pa yung ano niyan, yung head, yung tawag nito, yung slug. Naandun, yung may signature yung groove doon, yung paglabas noon. So, hindi mo man yan na hindi nagaling yan sa baril mo. So, you can hardly deny yung ano ng physical evidence. So, that is regarded as evidence of highest value. Okay. Now, another. This one. Are you aware of this low cards exchange principle? So, every contact leaves a trace. So, you know Edmond Lucard? So, he is a famous forensic, no? Expert. So, siya yung may author nitong principle na ito. So kayo, pag nagkanda kayo ng investigation, you always bear in mind that there is always traces left, particularly by the offender or the accused, no? Whenever he has contact with anything in the crime scene. Like halimbawa yung robber na yan, yung magnanakaw. Pag pumasok yan sa bahay, so ang mga chansang titingnan mo yung pintuan, o huwag mo munang itataas, so baka may fingerprint yan, so mayroon yan trace dyan. Kung sumuot pa siya sa opening na hindi naman yun intended for entrance or exit, so malamang baka sumabit siya. So, nasugatan siya. So, tingnan mo yung ano na yun. O makapasok siya, malamang baka naiwan yung buhok niya. So, you try to get that, no? So, that's low cards exchange principle. Every contact leaves a trace. So, ganun din sa arson. So, yung suspect, malamang, mag-iiwan niya dyan ng trace. Makakita kayo ng tsinelas, baka tsinelas niya yan. Or whatever things, no? That could be, or that could serve as a trace, no? Of the perpetrator. So, bear this in mind. So, anything that you will get will be a kind of physical object or real evidence, no? So, yan po yung tandaan nyo dito. Now, we move to the objection. Paano ino-objectan? Although nabanggit ko na ito sa inyo kanina, di ba? Lumamig na yung kape ko, ah. How will you object on physical or object evidence? Ito yung mga possible objection. Object is not relevant evidence. So, anong kinalaman niya doon? Kung wala siyang logical connection, so irrelevant siya. Object is not competent evidence. Alam mo, illegally secured siya. Yung baril. Violation ng firearms law. Illegal possession of firearm. So wala naman pala siyang baril, kundi plinant lang yun sa kanya. Di ba? Ang uso ngayon na mga na kukumpiska sa mga violator is 38. So hindi naman bibili yan ng 38 basta-basta. So, illegally secured evidence. So, ibig sabihin, incompetent yan. Now, authenticity of the object evidence. Ang authenticity nito, mamaya I will discuss to you yung chain of custody. Okay? That is another very important principle if you are dealing with physical object or real evidence. The condition of the object is not the same at the time in issue. Like halimbawa sa drug case. Sa drug case, nagmamatter po ang chain of custody. Kasi sisiguraduhin mo na kung ano yung nakuha during the bypass operation is the same drug that you will be presenting in court. You must see to it that there is no break doon sa chain ng custody, sa palipat-lipat ng custody ng ebidensya, in such a way that there is a possibility of it being tampered, okay, being manipulated. Okay? Kasi pag mayroon ganon, malaking bagay yun sa depensa. Malaking bagay yun sa depensa. So even sa firearm, no? So dapat establish mo ang serial niyan, yung marking niyan. Kaya nga nagkakaroon ng marking eh. Right at the time, and at the place where the evidence was secured, dapat nandun ang inventory. So kayo din, di ba? Doon sa arson, sa crime scene, dapat pag nagkuha kayo ng ebidensya, doon pa lang, you have to make your marking. Paano ba ninyo ginagawa yung marking? Kasi sa PNP, yung initial ng kanyang pangalan, Let, ano ba ako, Louis E. Toldanes, Let, tapos, 01, ganon. Ibig sabihin, ako yung operative doon. So that should be the marking, no? Kasi sasabihin sa'yo, sigurado ka ba? That is the same firearm that was found during at the crime scene? Yes, sir. So how did you see? How did you say that? Because I marked that, no? So the marking was let means Louis E. Toldanes, no? 01. So that's the first evidence that I marked. And that is the same evidence appeared in the inventory. Ayan. Tapos tinon-over ko kay investigator. Si investigator tinon-over kay fiscal. O ito na ngayon, yung ebidensya. That's chain of custody. Pag mayroon dyan break, pagkatapos sa akin, saan na napunta? Bakit nakarating agad sa korte? You can question now the chain of custody. So that would be the next issue. Yan. What do you mean by chain of custody? Collection, labeling, and testing of evidence. There must be a documented trail of exactly who has handled the evidence from crime scene to court. If the chain of custody is broken because of improper handling or labeling of evidence, then the evidence may not be admissible in court. So, they understand that. So you have to be very careful with the chain of custody. So ganun din po yan sa inyo. So actually, napaka-technical masyado, no? Pagdating sa bagay na ito, lalong-lalo na sa korte. Karamihan po ng kaso, like drug case, no? Nadi-dismiss because of chain of custody. Lalo-lalo na yung mga nauna. Pero ngayon, medyo established na. Kasi nung nauna, ganito ang nangyari. Nagkaroon ng bypass operation. Ang rule niyan, ay ito sa PNP, ang rule niyan, kung saan nagkaroon ng bypass, kung walang danger sa inyo, sa sarili ninyo, you have to do the inventory there. At hindi lang basta kayo ang gawa ng inventory, may mga mandatory witnesses yan under Republic Act 9165. That should be present, barangay official, media, okay? So, naandyan yan. Pag hindi mo yan na-comply, doon pa lang, delikado na yung kaso mo. Ngayon, siyempre, na-inventory mo doon. Dadalahin sa police station. So, turn over sa investigator. Tapos yung police, yung chief of police, magre-request ngayon yan ng anong tawag nito? Yung confirmatory test sa crime lab ng PNP. So, siyempre, dadalahin na naman doon yung ebidensya. Nagawa nyo? O dapat turn over niyan proper. I-record sa crime lab, tapos yung crime lab ang magdadala ngayon sa korte pag pinatawag siya. Dapat hindi maputol yun. Pag naputol yun, sus, ang ganda ng depensa nun sa abogado. Sigurado yan, 100% acquitted ang akusado. Because what you have to be sure, no, is that the drugs being presented in court during the testimony is the same drugs, no, that was taken at the time of the operation. Bakit ang marking dito ganito na? Previously, it was testified to by the arresting officer that the marking should be this one. Are they the same piece of evidence? So, baka magkaiba ito. Alam nyo, sa criminal case baga, what you need to do is to only throw doubt to the mind of the judge. Mamaya, pag-uusapan natin yung degrees of evidence required. So alam niyo naman siguro ito, no? Ang degree of evidence required in criminal case is proof beyond reasonable doubt. Di ba? Ano yan sa Tagalog? Para mas maintindihan nyo. Wala dapat duda na yung akusado, yung may gawa ng krimen. There must be no doubt. No matter how little is that, no? Kasi pag mayroon, kahit kunting pagdududa, dapat acquitted yung akusado. So pag ikaw ang abogado ng depensa, simple lang ang gagawin mo. Palabuin mo lang ng palabuin yung mind ni judge. In other words, continue to throw doubt in the mind of the judge. So that the judge at the end of the hearing will not arrive at proof beyond reasonable doubt. Di ba alam? So ganun lang kasimple yun. So yun ang chain of custody in relation to object, physical, or real evidence. So ulitin ko lang, ulitin ko lang para mas malinaw. The first kind of evidence that we have is object, physical, or real evidence. This is anything that you bring to court for the court to see, to hear, to smell, to taste, or to touch, applying the five senses. May gusto kang ipakitang video, CCTV footage, halimbawa, electronic evidence. You want the court to see it, or you want the court to hear it, or Your Honor, dangugon mo. Yan ang sinabi niya. Gadan ka sa kuya, yan ang sabi. So, he really has intent to kill. Di ba lang? So, anything like that would be physical. And ang kailangan ninyo ditong tandaan in relation to this, lalong-lalo na kayo in the gathering of evidence sa inyong arson investigation, yung chain of custody. Di po pwede na sunod ako duman, basta mo lang istak sa opisina. No. You have to have correct or proper inventory right at the scene of the crime, inventory and proper marking, and have a proper turnover. Kayo ba sa police, sa fire station, meron din kayong evidence custodian? May evidence custodian kayo? Or yung investigator na mismo? Yung investigator na po ang tumatayong automatic na evidence custodian. So dapat, ganun din, consistent din yung recording. Galing doon sa crime scene, pagdating sa fire station, i-blatter, tapos doon sa disposition is keeping or safekeeping ng evidence custodian. Ganun lang, para ma-establish ninyo yung proper handling of evidence. Okay? So, wala naman masyadong issue dyan. We move now to the next, documentary evidence. Ano naman ito? Documents as evidence consists of writings or any material containing letters, words, numbers, figures, symbols, or other modes of written expression offered as proof of their contents. So, let me simplify this. No? When you speak of documentary evidence, it refers to document something in writing, or there is a piece of document, not necessarily written on the customary material that we know, like bond paper or notebook or whatever writing materials, no, that we know. Even if it is written on a piece of leaf, sa dahon, okay? O kaya on a wall, kung mayroon mga symbols yan, or on a piece of, on a cloth, no? sa tela. So anything, no? Anything that is represented by writing, symbols, okay, that is considered as documentary evidence. So hindi po siya limited to the customary document that we know. Okay? Even yung mga tablet, yung mga old, yung nakasulat sa tablet, yung halimbawa sa lapida, o kaya sa, ano pa yan, yung mga Adobe, no? So, ang importante doon is, there is symbols, writings, numbers, letters, no? That you need to prove in court. So, that particular evidence is now considered documentary evidence. Okay. So, let's concretize that. Ganito. Meron tayong kontrata. Ako ang inyong creditor, kayo ang debtor. So, that is a contract of loan, in other words. No? Umutang kayo sa akin. So, siyempre, gusto ko secured yung transaction natin. So, we executed a document. Ang document na ginawa natin ay contract of loan. Nakuha nyo? Contract of loan. You borrowed money from me in the amount of 1 million pesos. And you said you will pay it in 1 year. So, 12 months, no? And per month, you have to pay 10% interest. Yan ang usapan natin. So, nakasulat yan doon sa document, ha? Doon sa contract. Ngayon, ilang buwan na, hindi ka nagbabayad. Hindi ka nagbabayad. So, anong request ko? So, I issued to you demand letter for you to pay your debt which are already considered due and demandable because of your failure to pay your monthly amortization, monthly payment. Nakuha? Kasunod kayo? Ha? So, siyempre, pag nag-file ako ng kaso, I have to support my allegation that you owe me 1 million. Ano yung ipoprovide kong proof? The contract of loan. Nakuha? That in the contract of loan, it is very clear there, you owe me 1 million. And per month, you have to pay me this amount plus 10% interest. So, if I will prove that in court, ano ang kailangan kong ebidensya? The contract. Particularly, those written on the contract. Naintindihan? So, how will you consider that document? How will you consider that contract of loan? That is a documentary evidence. Naintindihan? Okay. It is like this. Don't think that because you are presenting document in court, it is already automatically documentary evidence. For it to be considered documentary evidence, kailangan you are presenting that document to prove what was written in that document. So in that case that I mentioned, so Your Honor, ang utang niya sa akin talaga 1 million. At ang usapan namin, magbabayad siya buwan-buwan plus 10% interest on this amount. So ito yun, Your Honor, nakasulat yun dito. O makikita mo yun doon sa kontrata namin. In that situation, the contract of loan is being presented as documentary evidence. Pero pag ang tanong ganito, are you sure that there was really contract of loan entered and executed between the two of you? So yun ang tanong sa korte. Totoo ba na mayroon talagang contract of loan na ginawa kayong dalawa? So sabi ko siyempre, yes, Your Honor, I have this document. Here is the contract of loan. You see, you look at this is contract of loan. Oh, what kind of evidence is that? Is that still a documentary evidence or physical or object or real evidence? Ano? So kaya ibig ko sabihin, hindi automatic porque document yan, documentary evidence na yan, no? Para ma-qualify na documentary evidence yan, dapat you are presenting that to court to prove what were written in the contract, in the document. Not just to show that there was that document. Kasi kung ang ipapakita mo may document na gano'n, that is object, that is physical, that is real evidence. Because you are showing it to the court, di ba? Ang tanong, totoo ba na anak mo talaga siya? In a case for paternity, no? Paternity, yung recognition ng paternity. Totoo ba na anak mo talaga siya? Sabi naman ng wife, yes, Your Honor. Look at the birth certificate of this child of mine. So he recognized that, nandito ang abirma niya, O ano yun, object or real or documentary evidence? O nakalagay dito, I am the mother and he is the father. And ito sa likod, nakita mo, na-recognize pa niya. That is documentary because you are trying to prove the content of that document. Di ba, no? Pero kung ang tanong sa'yo, meron ba yan birth certificate na recognize ng ama? Yes, Your Honor, this one. You look at this. This is the birth certificate of that child of mine. You consider that as object, real, or physical evidence. Ano, nalalabuan kayo? Okay lang. So ano pa? Anong tanong so far? So do not think, no? Right away, na porque document yan, documentary evidence agad yan, no? Depending on the purpose. So for it to be considered documentary, ulitin ko, it must be referring to the content of the document. It tried to prove what was written in that document. Kasi kung ang gusto niya lang patunayan, ipakita lang yung existence ng document, well, that is only physical, object, or real. Pero if you are referring to the content, and what you are trying to prove is the content that is written in the document, that is documentary evidence. So what are the possible objections in documentary evidence? Take note that objection should be made at the time of the formal offer of the document, no? As evidence. Kasi pagkatapos po nung parte na i-present yung lahat ng kanyang ebidensya, nagkakaroon yan po ng formal offer. Ibig sabihin, he would now be formally offering lahat ng ebidensya ng ginawa niya, na binigay niya, na pinakita niya. Ngayon, pagdating sa documentary, you will have to make objection during the formal offer. And ano yung mga possible objection? Relevant, or not being connected, no? Or incompetent, because it violates, no, the rules of court. That is not allowed. So, ano ang importanteng rule dito? Kung sa real, object, or physical evidence, ang importanteng rule doon ay yung chain of custody. Dito po, ito ang kailangan yung tandaan. The best evidence rule. Ano ibig sabihin ng best evidence rule na yan? Original document must be produced when subject of inquiry is its content. Meaning, if you are presenting evidence like documentary evidence, you have to be ready to present the original of that document. Ang ibig sabihin lang ng best evidence rule is the original of the document rule. That the best evidence in documentary evidence is the original of the document. Okay? Oh, you are presenting the contract. And if you are presenting the contract as documentary evidence, hindi pwedeng photocopy dyan. Dapat yung original ang ipakita mo. Why? What is the reason why original has to be presented? In order to avoid fraud. Okay? In order to avoid fraud. So if you are presenting whatever document, no? And your purpose is to prove the content of that document, you have to present the original. Like in that case, yung contract of loan. Uobjekan yan. Pag nag-present ka doon ng photocopy, Your Honor, this document is not the original. So may we know if the original of this, where is the original of this document? Hanapin yan. So pag maipakita mo yung original, so sasabihin naman ng other counsel, Your Honor, may I ask the other counsel to make a comparison whether or not the photocopy on record is a faithful reproduction of the original of the document. Okay? Yan lang naman yun. So sasabihin na, Your Honor, yes, we recognize that the photocopy on record is a faithful reproduction of the original. Basta ready ka lang. Pag present mo yung document, kailangan nasa iyo yung original. If you will not be able to present the original, then that could be objected to for being incompetent. Yan ang incompetent objection yan sa document. Okay? Kaya lang, may mga pagkakataon po na allow din yung secondary copy na i-present. Under the following situation, nandyan, naka-flash sa screen ninyo. Original is lost or destroyed without bad faith. Nawala. Pero dapat i-prove mo muna yung pagkawala niyan before you will be allowed to present the secondary copy or yung photocopy niyan. Without you proving that that document was really lost, no? Wala, hindi kaya alaw ng korte niyan. Another, original is in custody or under control of the adverse party. Nag-away kayo sa lupa, titulo ang issue, title, ang sa'yo photocopy lang, but you firmly believe na yung original niya na andun sa kalaban mo. Kaya lang hindi ilalabas ng kalaban mo yung original kasi against yun sa kanya pag nilabas mo. Nakuha nyo? Ang nakapangalan kasi sa titulo doon sa original, hindi talaga siya ikaw. So how would you expect him or her to present the original of the document. So you have to prove that, Your Honor, actually the original of this is with the other party. But for whatever reason, he does not want to present it. I-prove mo din yan sa korte. And pag na-prove mo yan sa korte, secondary copy, the photocopy, will be allowed to be presented. Okay? Original consists of numerous documents. Naalala nyo, pag ano kayo ng minsan ng resibo, hanggang pang-limang kopya, the original, the second copy, third copy, fourth copy, fifth copy. Di ba alam? O lahat yan original kung tutuusin kahit alin dyan ang i-present mo. Okay? O kaya minsan sobrang dami. So, you don't need anymore to bring these copies in court. Basta i-prove mo lang that will qualify under this number 3. And number 4, original is a public record in the custody of a public officer. O tulad ng mga birth certificate natin. Ang original niya nasa PSA, di mo man makuha yun. So kaya i-issuean ka lang niya ng certified true copy, di ba? O yung blatter ninyo dyan sa fire station, hindi mo man pwede bunitin yan. At yun ang i-present mo, di ba? So what you will do is just issue a certificate of excerpt, no? Of blatter, di ba? That is what you should do, and that is allowed because it is a public record. Okay? So, these are the only situations where secondary copy is allowed in documentary evidence. Pero without this, the rule is best evidence. Original of the document rule. Whenever you present a documentary evidence, you should be ready to present the original of the document. Okay? That is to avoid fraud. Ito yan. Written evidence superior to oral. No? Oral means verbal. So, I would trust the smallest slip of paper for truth than the strongest and most retentive memory ever bestowed on mortal man. So, this is in case decided by U.S. Supreme Court, no? So, kaya lagi natin hinahanap concrete evidence in a form of documentary evidence pagdating po sa mga agreement. No? Kasi, pag hindi nakasulat yan, I think you can attest to that, no? Lalo na pag nagkakagipitan na, yung mga nangutang sa'yo, nang mangutang ay kaibigan, nang singilin, kaaway. Ha? So, kawayin yung mangutang ninyo, hindi na kayo makasingil dyan. Okay? So, saka, dapat it has to be documented. Pagbagbagong isip niyan, lalo na kung bumili kayo ng lupa, huwag kayong bibili ng hindi yan, wala yan, deed of sale, no? You have to put it in writing, okay? Because that would be your evidence, no? Later. Maybe in the form of documentary evidence or physical or object evidence. Depende sa purpose. So I hope you understand that, ha? So we move now to the next testimonial evidence. Okay pa ba kayo? Ha? Are you still okay? Sige ha, tuloy lang ako ha. If you need to go on your mga personal necessity, just do it. No? You just go back. And kung may merienda kayo dyan, merienda na lang kayo. So tuloy lang ako. Para matapos natin agad ito. I know, marami na kayo na naman siguro mga tanong. So, nagre-ready lang ako ng oras. At least may isang oras na allotted sa inyo. So, testimonial evidence. Ito yung pangatlo at panghuling evidence. No? So, evidence elicited from a witness made under oath or affirmation. Ito yung testimony. Meaning, evidence given by a person in court. Okay? Whether orally or in writing. Kasi, it could be in writing, like in the form of sworn statement or affidavit, di ba? O kaya, pwede naman, in court, when he gives his or her verbal testimony during hearing. Di ba? So, ito yung mga ilang rule in dealing with testimonial evidence. Witnesses are weighed, they are not numbered. Hindi po ito paramihan ng testigo. Kahit pandami mong testigo, kung lahat yun, all lying witnesses, talo lang yan ng isang testigo na nagsasabi ng totoo. So, kasi hindi siya binibilang, kundi tinitimbang. No? the testimony of a single person, if credible and positive, is sufficient to convict. In Latin, testimonia ponderanda sunt non numeranda. Evidence is to be weighed, not numbered. Okay? So I hope you understand that. Now, possible objection. When one party makes an offer of testimony. Now, dito, sa testimonial evidence, ang objection po, ginagawa yan after the offer was made. Kasi halimbawa, sa korte, tatawagin niya ng sasabihin ng court, counsel, who is your next witness? My next witness, Your Honor, is Juan de la Cruz. May I call Juan de la Cruz to the witness stand? So, punta siya doon. So, sabi ng court, your witness counsel. Di sasabihin mo na ngayon kung anong purpose. Your Honor, the testimony of my witness is being offered to prove the allegations in the complaint, to identify the accused as the one who committed the crime, and he will also identify pertinent evidence and documents in relation to this case, Your Honor. So yun ang offer. Dapat immediately after that, mag-object yung akusado. Sasabihin ng yung other counsel, sabihin, Your Honor, objection please to the offer. Yes, what is your objection, Your Honor? The witness has no personal knowledge because looking at his affidavit, all information that he will be testifying here are all given by other person. He did not by himself personally acquired those information. It was only told to him. So yun, ang objection. Again, kung tingnan ng korte, valid yung objection, sustained, hindi siya pwede mag-testify, alis siya doon. Nakuha niyo? Pero kung i-overrule siya, the witness will continue to testify. So there is the proper timing for objection. So dapat mo-objectan mo yan doon. Pag hindi mo yan na-objectan doon, tuloy-tuloy na yan. Wave na yan. Okay? Yan. The other party may object on the ground that the testimony is irrelevant or immaterial. That the other party may object on the ground that the witness is incompetent to testify. Incompetent kasi nga hearsay, no? Pwede rin, during the course of testimony, yung kanina, sinasabi ko, pag tinanong yan, isn't it you were at your house during that time? Leading yan, di ba? Objection na dapat yan bago sumagot. Before the witness answer, you have to make objection. Objection, Your Honor, that is leading. Pag hindi mo yan na-objectan, nakasagot na yan, wala ng objection. Moot in academic na yung objection mo kasi nakasagot na. So, ang abogado dapat binabantayan niya ngayon yung objection pagkatapos ng tanong na hindi mo na makasagot. Dapat ino-orient niya yung client niya kung ano na basta sasagot tayo. Wait for my signal. Dapat nag-uusap na gano'n. Kasi pwedeng mag-object immediately after a question is asked. Okay? So, yun po ang tamang timing ng objection pagdating sa testimonial evidence. Okay, we move now here. May pagtatanong kayo, sino ang qualified na mag-testify? Or what are the qualification for one to testify in court? To be allowed to testify in court. So meron ba dyan age, height, weight, or even educational requirement? Meron bang ganon? Meron bang sinasabi na dapat mayaman ka, pag mahirap, hindi ka pwede mag-testify? O dapat college graduate ka? Kung hindi ka pwede mag-testify pag illiterate ka? O edad? Ang isang 1-year-old ba, 2 years old, bawal bang mag-testify yan? So ano ang qualification? For one to be allowed to testify in court. So wala pong ganong requirement. Walang requirement sa age, walang requirement sa height, walang requirement sa education, even property requirement, no? Walang ganon. So there is only one qualification, yan nakalagay dyan. Anyone, anybody who can perceive and perceiving can make known his perception to others is qualified to testify. Ano ibig sabihin yan? So, tagalogin natin. Ganito naman ang ibig sabihin yan. Sino man daw na tao, basta siya ay may kapasidad or capable na makaperceive. Okay? Ibig sabihin ng perception, we're referring to your 5 senses. Ibig sabihin, may kapasidad na makakita, nakuha, makarinig, makaamoy, makalasa, or makahipo, at hindi lang yun. Siya rin ay may kapasidad na ipaalam sa iba, isabi sa iba, i-relate sa iba, i-communicate sa iba, kung ano yung nakita niya, narinig niya, naamoy niya, nalasahan niya, or nahipo niya, qualified yan. Regardless of the age, regardless of gender, regardless of your status in life. So, naintindihan po yun. That is the only requirement. Anyone who is capable of perception, who can see, who can hear, who can smell, who can taste, who can touch, and capable of relating to others, knowing others, what they had seen, heard, tasted, touched, or smelled, is capable or qualified to testify. So wala pong edad. Kahit yung, ayaw naman yung infant, so siyempre hindi pa yun. Kahit a 1-year-old, no? He is already capable of relating to others what he had perceived. He or she is qualified to testify. Okay, ito po, yung further qualification, no? Ng witness. Requirement, yan. Additional requirement ito. Another, aside from that, kailangan, if you will be testifying in court, for your testimony to be considered as competent, kailangan may personal knowledge ka. Yan ang isa pang pinakamahalagang requirement. Dapat, doon sa bagay na bibigyan mo ng testimonya sa korte, ang ibig sabihin naman ng personal knowledge, naintindihan yung personal knowledge po? Ikaw mismo, either ang nakakita, nakarinig, nakaamoy, nakalasa, or nakahipo. Hindi lang sinabi sa'yo. Kasi pag sinabi lang sa'yo, nabase sa nahipo ko, madulas pala yung kanyang likod. O, yan ang sabi niya. Hinipo daw niya, madulas yung likod. So, hearsay yun. So, dapat, ganito, nang ako'y humipo, naramdaman ko, madulas talaga yung likod. Nakuha nyo? So, may personal knowledge siya. Pag walang ganun, hindi din siya capable. Kasi lahat ng bibigyan niya ng testimonya ay hearsay. Okay? And another thing, he has to make an oath in court. Di ba? Take note, be careful when you make testimony in court. Ito, part of your mock trial, no? The significance, the importance of having oath is that you have to tell the truth. Because if you lied and you are under oath, okay, you could be charged of perjury. Perjury. Ano yung perjury? Lying under oath. Whether in the affidavit o kaya dyan sa testimony given in court. Okay? So, yun po ang mga requirements lang naman. Now, in line with this kind of evidence, ang kailangan tingnan yung mabuti, yung hearsay rule. Okay, isa-isa natin balikan natin yung physical, object, or real evidence. Ano yung kailangan tingnan nyo doon mabuti? Chain of custody. Diba? Yung sunod, documentary evidence. Ano ang tingnan nyo mabuti doon? Kailangan ilagay nyo sa isip ninyo. Yung best evidence rule, that whenever you present a document to prove the content of that document, you have to present the original of that document. Di ba? Diba? And dito naman, sa testimonial evidence, you have to consider the hearsay rule. Isa sa mga qualification for one to be allowed to testify is that he must have personal knowledge. So pag sinabing hearsay, the person has no personal knowledge because it was only told to him or to her. Ano nga yan sa Tagalog, yung layman's term ng hearsay? Chismis. Chismis yan. Sabi ninda, nadangog ko, yan. It was not really you who perceived it, so you have no personal knowledge. So that is matter outside of your personal knowledge. So, as a matter of general rule, general po, in general, the general rule is this. hearsay is inadmissible in evidence because that is incompetent. At remember CR, incompetent ang hearsay because ang sabi ng rule, for somebody to testify, dapat siya ay may personal knowledge. Wala kang personal knowledge in hearsay because it was only told to you. Incompetent siya. Pero yun ang general rule. In every rule, there is an exception. So meron po tayong mga exception to the hearsay rule. Ibig sabihin, ito yung mga hearsay, although they are hearsay, meaning the person giving testimony has no personal knowledge, but the rule itself allows it or allows them. Ito yung tinatawag na permissible hearsay. They are the following. Isa-isayin natin. Have you heard of this dying declaration? Hearsay ito pero allowed under the rules. Exception na ito. Pero ang general rule natin, pag wala dito sa exception, hindi pwede ang hearsay. Is that clear? Prove? Okay. So that's clear, ha? So let's start with this permissible hearsay, dying declaration. What is this? It refers to the statement made by the declarant under the consciousness of an impending death concerning the cause or circumstances of his impending death. How is this? Naintindihan niyo ba yan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ganito yan, no? Isang tao na malapit nang mamatay. Okay, you take this case. Nagkaroon ba kunyari ng saksakan, no? Stabbing incident. So, trouble, nagkaroon ng saksakan. So, responde kayo kasi kayo yung first responder, no? Yung first aid, tinawagan yung Bureau of Fire. Di ba kayo magbigay ng first aid? So pagdating nyo sa scene ng incident, wala na, naiwan doon yung biktima, nakabulagta, may 3 saksak. So immediately, you evacuated yung biktima, you boarded him inside your ambulance, and you proceeded on the way to the hospital for possible treatment, no? To save the victim. Now, while on your way, going to the hospital, ang sabi ng victim, nakapagtarampa. Sir, ang nagsaksak po sa kuya, sir, si Pedro. Ang problema, dead on arrival na siya. Pero nataram niya sa imo ito, Sir, ang nagsaksak po sa kuya, sir, si Pedro. Kilala mo si Pedro or somebody identified who's that Pedro is. So ngayon, magti-testify ka sa korte. Pag testify mo sa korte, ang sasabihin mo, hearsay yan. Di ba? Nakita mo ba na sinaksak talaga siya ni Pedro? Di ba hindi? Paano mo nalaman? Kasi nga sinabi lang sa'yo nung biktima, nakuha. So anong tawag doon? Hearsay. Di ba? Hearsay. Pero yan ay permissible hearsay. Yun yung tinatawag na dying declaration. Kasi ang rationale niyan, wala daw tao na malapit nang mamatay na magsisinungaling pa. Andyan. The exception of dying declaration is based on the principle that a dying person does not tell lies. Did you get the situation ng dying declaration? So talagang hearsay yun kasi hindi mo naman nakita na sinaksak siya ni Pedro pero sinabi sa iyo bago namatay yung biktima. So the court will admit that although that is hearsay because that is allowed under the rules as part of the exception. Okay? So maliwanag tayo doon ha. So manod, ito. Declaration against interest. Ano naman ito? It refers to the declaration made by a person already deceased or unable to testify against his interest, like declaration against pecuniary interest or against moral interest. Paano ba ang example nito? Nung nabubuhay pa yung isang tao, sabi niya sa iyo, you being one of the children nung tao na yon, ay madalabi parent mo yun, no? Either the mother or the father, ha? So, ganun ang sitwasyon. Ang sabi sa iyo, nung nabubuhay pa either si mama mo or si papa mo, just a hypothetical, no? Anak, yan si Pedro, may utang yan sa akin. Pero okay na, huwag mo nang singilin. Okay? So, pinatawad ko na yung utang na yon. So, huwag mo nang singilin. So, nung namatay yung magulang mo, so siyempre mag-a-account kayo ng property kasi mamanahin ninyo. Nakuha? Mag-a-account. Including yung mga collectible niya, yung utang ni Pedro. Nakakasunod po. Kasi ano po, namatay yung isang tao, i-account mo yung mga properties niyan. At yun yung paghahati-hatian ninyo, mga naiwan niyan, mga anak. No? So you will divide that among yourselves. So, siyempre, including sa accounting, yung utang ni Pedro. Kaya lang, ang sabi ni Papa or ni Mama nung nabubuhay pa siya, dahil na pagsingilon yan si Pedro. May utang dayan sa iya, pero dahil na pagsingilon. Hearsay yun kasi di naman niya nakita na may utang talaga si Pedro. Nakuha? But since that is a declaration against his interest, that should be given credibility or that should be believed, no? Ano ba yung interest na yan? Kasi daw tayong tao, we are always after our own interest. Bibihira sa tao yung magsasabi ng isang bagay na against interest niya. Maski nga niyo, ito, bigyan ko kayo ng halimbawa. Magpa-picture tayo, group picture. Pag ibinigay ko sa inyo yung kopya ng picture, sinong hinahanap niyo una? Alangan naman ako ang hanapin ninyo. So, ang hinahanap niyo una, yung sarili ninyo. Oh, that is a proof that we are always after of our interest, di ba? Uy, udi ako. Sarap pala nangirit ko ay. Oh, di ba? So, that is a proof na we are always after of our interest. Kaya pag nagsabi yung isang tao na laban sa interest niya, that is something to be believed. O, yan ang rationale niya. The reason behind the exception is that man does not normally say anything against his interest. Thus, anything said against his interest should be true. So, di na talaga kayo po ang singilon si Pedro. Although di mo manahiling na pinautang talaga siya, tang sabi kang magurang mo, kang siya nabubuhay pa, di na ito pagsingilon. Okay? So, I hope you understand that declaration against interest. Another exception to the hearsay rule. Part of res gestae. Ito. So, part of res gestae, that is a Latin word which means in English, no? Literally means things done. Okay? Things done. Everything had happened already. So what is res gestae? Res gestae are a spontaneous exclamation or a statement made by either participants, victims, or spectators to an occurrence immediately before, during, or after the event or occurrence. So medyo mahirap intindihin, no? Pero ganito lang yan. Part of res gestae is referring to a spontaneous exclamation or statement made either by the participants or spectators in an exciting situation. Halimbawa, nakakita ka ng, di ba, may, alam niyo yung kadala nung dating mga sitwasyon, yung mga fraternity, di ba? Laban sa other fraternity, Apo versus Akro ngaya, ganun. So, trouble. So, rubo-rubo dyan, no? Nagburutian. So, siyempre, may masasaksak. Halimbawa, during that situation, nakarinig ka ng sigaw. Actually, bading sunod kurahaw. Sabi kang bading, ay, sinaksak na ni B si A. Makikita mo yun, di ba? Maririnig mo pala, hindi mo makikita. So, nakarinig ka ng sigaw, coming from that gay, sinaksak na daw ni B si A. Pagkatapos ng trouble, makita mo, bulag talaga si A. So when investigation comes, sabi mo, nadangog mo, may nagkurahaw, na ang nagsaksak kay A si B, sinaksak na ni B si A. Heresy yun, di ba? Hindi mo man nakita na sinaksak talaga ni B si A. Pero narinig mo, may sumigaw, coming from A, that it was B who stabbed A. Will that be given matter or credibility in court? That is an exception. That is one of the exceptions, no, in the heresy rule. Ano ang rationale niyan? Ano ang reason? The rationale is that man does not lie at the height of an excitement or during an exciting experience. Totoo ba to? At the height of excitement, di talaga nagsisinungaling ang tao. You can think of whatever exciting event, no? And at the height of that excitement, at the climax of that excitement, no, whatever you said is really true. Okay? Because yan ang sabi. Man normally do not or does not lie, no? At the height of an exciting experience, no, or excitement. So yun yung reason kung bakit res geste is considered as exception to the heresy rule. Yun ang sitwasyon, ha? Things done. So nagkaroon ng exciting event, gaya noon, trouble, no? So yung spectator sumigaw, ay sinaksak na ni B si A. So after the incident, so, talagang may tama si A. So ngayon, ang tanong, sinong sumaksak kay A? So base sa narinig mo, hindi mo man nakita, si B daw. Yun ay exception to the heresy rule. At pwede yung i-appreciate ng korte because that is allowed under the rules. So those are the few examples. No? Actually, marami pa yan. Pero yun lang ang tingin ko mga relevant, no? Relevant na exception. So, gusto ko lang uli iklaro, testimonial evidence. This is an evidence elicited from a witness, no? Which could be in writing or given verbally or orally in court. As to the qualification, walang qualification, no? Except that he must be capable of perception, di ba? And must be capable of relating to others what he or she had perceived. Okay? So kaya ang isang mentally retarded or an insane individual, he could not testify. He's not qualified to testify. Oh, sige daw. Bistado nindo sa mga taga-Albay, si Morning Good. Bistado nindo si Morning Good. Yung mga taga-Albay, bistado yan si Morning Good. Pag mahiling mo yan, barbaliktad ang tarang ka yan. Imbis na good morning, morning good. Pero pag sinabihan mo, hanap ka na ni mama mo. Utay na, dagit na yan siya. Okay? So, it's madaling sabi, bua. Pwede daw mag-testify ang bua sa korte? Qualified daw? Is he capable of perception? Nakakahiling ba siya? Nakakadangog siya? Nakakalasa siya? Nakakaparong siya? O nakakakapot siya? Yes. Pero, is he capable of relating to other rationally or intelligently what he had perceived? Dahil, kapag ginabot mo yan si Morning Good, anong nahiling mo? Aswang. Hindi mo makaulay tultol. So, he will not qualify. Di ba? So, that is the qualification for a witness to be allowed to testify in court. Even yung so minor person, like infant, wala pa man yan. Di pa man niya alam ang ginagawa niya. No? Is not yet capable of perception. And do not forget the hearsay rule. For one to testify, he must have personal knowledge. Okay? Except yung mga nabanggit ko, dying declaration, declaration against interest, part of res geste. Okay? So may I give you a summary of the testimonial evidence rule. Nandyan. No? I-summarize natin yung testimonial evidence. Nandyan yung qualification and yung disqualification. Dalawa, yung disqualification. Okay? Mental incapacity, gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina. Marital relation, ang asawa, hindi pwede mag-testify laban sa asawa niya. But, if they are the parties involved in the case, they could testify against each other. Pero kung hindi, somebody is, they are not party, actually, they could not testify. Dead man statute, ano ito? Ang isang tao na patay na, nawala na siyang kapasidad na depensahan yung sarili niya, cannot be the subject of testimony by another person whom he had transaction or agreement entered into during his lifetime. Halimbawa, ikaw saka ako, nung nabubuhay ka pa, nagkaroon tayo ng transaksyon na inamatay ka, pwede ba ako mag-testify regarding doon sa usapan natin? Hindi na pwede. Kasi dead man statute, wala ka ng kapasidad para depensahan yung sarili mo. So I am not qualified to make testimony under that situation. Yun po yung dead man statute. Privilege communication. Ano yung mga privilege communication? Like lawyer and client. Pag kumonsulta ka sa akin, hindi ko pwedeng isabi yan. Halimbawa, yung akusado, umamin na sa akin, sir, actually, totoo talaga yan. Ako ang pumatay. Pero gusto ko lang, depensahan mo yung karapatan ko. Pwede ko bang sabihin yun sa korte? Actually, umamin na yan sa akin eh. Na siya talaga yung pumatay, pwede ba ako magtestigo doon? No, I cannot. Because our communication, lawyer and client, is privilege. Okay? I cannot divulge that. No? Ano pa? Doctor and patient. Remember Chris Aquino? When she was infected of sexually transmissible disease, STD. Hindi pwede sabihin ng doktor yun. Because that is a privilege communication. No? Priest, penitent. Pag nagkumpisal ka ba sa pare, pwede yan i-disclose ng pare yung kumpisal mo? Hindi pwede. Okay? That's privilege. Parental or filial relationship. So, the parent cannot testify against the child and the child cannot testify against the parents. Okay? So, yun yung disqualification by reason of mental incapacity, marital relation, dead man statute, and privilege communication. Meron din disqualification when it comes to the requirement of personal knowledge. Yung kanina, dapat, for you to testify, you must have personal knowledge. Pero may exception dyan. Expert witness. Yung doktor, o kaya yung, tulad halimbawa dyan sa ballistic examination, wala naman siya nung time na ginamit yung baril. Pero base sa examination niya, as an expert on gun, on firearm, pwede niyang masabi na yung bala na yon or slug na yon galing sa baril na yon. Okay? And that cannot be considered as hearsay because that is an expert testimony. Yung mga psychologists, yung mga doktor, okay? Expert on a particular area or field, so pwede silang mag-testify kahit wala silang personal knowledge, exception yon. And yung mga permissible hearsay, yung na-discuss kong tatlo kanina, yan, dying declaration, res gestae, declaration against interest, marami pa yan, ito pa, pedigree, but they are not important anymore, no? Insofar as you are concerned. Pero they are considered permissible hearsay. So, shortly, ito po ang summary ng testimonial evidence. So let me just clear it out. For you to testify, you have to have that qualification, which is very simple. Capable of perception and must be capable of relating what you have perceived to others. Okay? Those who are disqualified, those who have mental, no? Or kaya yung mga privilege, marital relation, yan. Then, another disqualification is kung wala kang personal knowledge. Pero may exception dyan, expert, saka permissible hearsay. Okay? So I hope you understand that. Let's proceed. What is next? Yun yung tatlong main kinds of evidence, no? Object, real, physical, documentary, and testimonial evidence. Now, another kind of evidence that is an evidence of last option. Evidence of last option. Big sabihin, you can only resort to this kapag wala yung mga direct evidence na nabanggit ko kanina. Walang direct evidence. This is what you call circumstantial evidence. So what is this evidence, this kind of evidence all about? It refers to the series of events which tend to establish the fact to be proved in the absence of a witness to directly testify thereto, which by experience and in line with the principle of cause and effect lead to such satisfactory and certain conclusion. Ano, naintindihan niyo yan? Medyo technical, no? Pero ganito lang naman yan eh. Ang circumstantial evidence, from the word itself, it refers to circumstances. No? Pag sinabi niyong circumstances, specific incidents related to the crime that happened. Na kapag pinagtagpi-tagpi mo, okay? Pag pinag-connect mo, cause and effect, pag pinagtagpi-tagpi mo yan, that will lead or that will point to the accused as the one who committed the crime. So it is a series. Series ito ibig sabihin more than one event, one circumstance. Magkakaibang circumstansya na kapag kinunik mo sa isa't isa, ito ay magtuturo sa akusado na siyang may gawa o responsable sa krimen. You call that circumstantial evidence. Pwede lang itong gamitin, pwede lang itong i-present kung walang direktang ebidensya na magtuturo sa akusado na siyang responsable sa krimen. Halimbawa, walang eyewitness, walang anything, physical object, real, testimonial, documentary, na direktang mag-i-implicate, mag-i-establish na yung akusado talaga yung may gawa ng krimen. What is available are series of events or circumstances pointing to the accused as the one who committed the crime. So may requirement dito para makonsider natin yung circumstantial evidence sufficient to convict an accused. For a circumstantial evidence to be considered sufficient for conviction, the following must be complied with. A. There is more than one circumstance. So hindi enough na isa lang ang circumstansya. Dapat it should be more than one. It could be two or more circumstances. The facts from which the inferences are derived are proven. Kada circumstance dapat napatunayan. Okay? At pangatlo, the combination of all the circumstances is such as to produce a conviction beyond reasonable doubt. Pag kinumbine mo yon, pag pinagsama-sama mo, pinagtagpi-tagpi mo, lahat yung circumstansya na yon na na-prove will point to the accused as the one responsible beyond doubt, no, in the commission of the crime. Okay, you take this one. So there was this robbery incident that happened, robbery or theft incident, no, that happened in a particular house owned by somebody who is usually on travel. So, kadalasan pag nasa travel siya, meron siyang caretaker na tumitingin-tingin doon sa kanyang bahay. And actually, hindi lang tumitingin-tingin. Binigyan din niya ng authority na pumasok doon to clean regularly yung bahay kasi kadalasan medyo matagal siya, no? At work, no? So, anong nangyari? So, pagbalik niya, so nawala yung mga alahas niya, So, in the investigation, this is what transpired. Wala namang forcible entry. Walang nasira. Yung doorknob, intact. No evidence of force. Wala ka makita talaga. Walang nasira, walang force entry, walang part of the house that was destroyed. So, in the conduct of further investigation, unang circumstance, ang may access lang dun sa bahay, yung caretaker. Sa matter of fact, iniwan niya doon sa tao yung susi. Pangalawang circumstansya, may witness na magsasabi na itong caretaker na ito pumunta sa isang pawn shop at mayroong mga sinanglang alahas. And the police, pangatlong circumstansya, the police investigator was able to verify that. But under the name of a different person. So natural, siyempre magaling din yung caretaker. Gawa siya ng pangalan. Pero yung CCTV footage ng pawn shop, klaro na siya yun. Okay? And pangapat, in one room so the house, nakita doon yung tsinelas ng caretaker. So, walang direktang nakakita kung paano nagnakaw yung caretaker. But all these circumstances, if you will put them together, isa lang ang tinuturo nito. And that is the caretaker. That is what you call circumstantial evidence. Yung CCTV footage na nakita siya sa pawn shop, wala. Yun yung pagpunta lang niya sa pawn shop. Hindi yun nagpapakita na siya talagang nagnakaw, nakuha. So, hindi yun direct evidence. Nakuha. That is a direct evidence na pumunta siya sa pawn shop. Pero as to pag nagnakaw, walang direktang ebidensya. Nakuha. Pero sino ang posibleng may gawa? The caretaker. Based on these 4 circumstances, yan ang circumstantial evidence. That could only be used as a means of last resort. Pag walang direktang ebidensya, circumstantial evidence could be used. So, balikan natin yung kaso kanina na diniscuss ko sa inyo. Di ba? Yung Huevos et al. Versus People. So, ano nga yung mga requirement ng circumstantial evidence para maging sufficient for conviction? O ito, there is more than one circumstance or circumstances. The facts from which the inferences are derived are proven. So, yung kada circumstance has to be established. And pangtatlo, the combination of all the circumstances is such as to produce conviction beyond reasonable doubt. Okay? So, tandaan nyo yan, ha? So, anong nangyari dito kay Huevos? Yung sinunog yung kanyang bahay. Di ba? So, may 4 na akusado dito. So, ang issue dito, kung yung circumstantial evidence ba sufficient to convict the accused. So, anong sabi dyan? Ruling. So, yan ang definition ng circumstantial evidence is defined as that evidence that indirectly proves. Wala kasing direct eh. So, ito yung indirect proof. Proves a fact and issue through an inference from which the fact finder draws from the evidence established. Resort thereto is essential when the lack of direct testimony would result in setting a felon free. So at the outset, we may well emphasize that direct evidence of the commission of the crime is not the only basis on which a court draws its finding of guilt. So hindi lang makukonvict yung akusado through direct evidence. Pwede rin siyang indirect, no? Through circumstantial evidence. Established facts that form a chain of circumstances can lead the mind intuitively or impel a conscious process of reasoning towards a conviction. Verily resort to circumstantial evidence is sanctioned by Rules 133. Yan, allowed yan under the rules, no? So, ano yung circumstantial evidence? Okay, ito. Okay na, nabasa ko na ito. And this one is the requisites, no? For, nabanggit na natin yan, tatlo na yan, ha? Kanina. Yan ang requisite para maging applicable at mabigyan ng weight yung circumstantial evidence. These three must be present. There must be more than one circumstance, and each circumstance has to be proven, and lahat yon, if you combine them together, will point to the accused beyond reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of the crime. Okay. So, in the case of Huevos, ito yung apat na circumstances. Ha? Private complainant heard some noise emanating from outside her house at around 3 a.m. Di ba? Yun ang nangyari. Nagpapatulog siya nung kanyang may sakit na anak, so may maingay sa labas, so sumilip siya sa bintana, narinig niya outside her house at 3 p.m. So anong ginawa niya? When she went out to check the disturbance, private complainants of petitioners together with their two other co-accused standing in front of the house. Moments later, the roof of her house caught fire. Then petitioner and their cohorts escaped or absconded while private complainant desperately shouted for help. So these circumstances, if you put them together, would be enough to convict Huevos et al. As the one who committed the crime of arson. So in this case, the kind of arson committed was simple arson. It is a house or a dwelling. Okay? Simple arson. And it was in this case, sabi ko sa inyo kanina umaga, where the court, Supreme Court, discussed clearly yung pagkakaiba ng destructive arson sa simple arson. So I don't want to go back on that anymore. Okay? So, this one, another case, yung People versus Abayon. I already mentioned this a while ago. Change lang tayo. So, ano yung dito kay People versus Abayon? Di ba yung nag-away silang mag-asawa? Tapos sinabihan siya nung asawa niya na you are good for nothing. So wala kang silbi. So kaya anong ginawa ni Abayon? Actually, suspect si Abayon na siya yung nagsunog nung bahay nila at may nadamay. Meron actually namatay ditong tatlo, di ba? May namatay ditong tatlo. Ito yung owner ng house, si Lourdes Chukilo, Aiza de Los Angeles, and Sinaida Velos. Walang direktang ebidensya din dito na mag-i-establish, no? Kaya yung tanong kanina, di ba may question kanina na sir, pwede ba yun na kung hindi nakita yung akusado na nagsunog? Pero may mga circumstansya, would that be enough to convict that accused based on circumstantial evidence? So ito na yung sagot. Actually, sabi ko sa inyo kanina umaga, kung tatandaan ninyo, ang arson parang rape yan. Usually, the crime of rape and arson are committed privately or in a situation that no other person see it or witness it. At tulad ng rape, ang rape lagi yan, minsan nakukumit sa private room, di ba? Or inside the house. So, wala yan laging testigo. So, ganun din yung arson. It was committed secretly or surreptitiously. So, chances are, wala talagang eyewitness. So kaya, ang kadalasang basihan, circumstantial evidence. Okay? So ano yung mga circumstances na mag-i-establish, no, dito sa kaso ni Abayon na siya talaga yung may yung responsable dito. No, ito. There are 3 circumstances, no? Yan. Private complainant heard some noise. Hindi ito. Verbose pa ito. Hintay mo na, ha? Okay, ito. Abayon had the motive. He was characterized as a good-for-nothing husband, yung walang silbi, no? By his wife during a violent quarrel. So kasi siya yung may motive eh. He had made a previous attempt to start a fire kasi actually, yung kanyang best friend, nakita na siya, di ba? Mayroon siyang lighter, may sigarilyo, mayroon yung LPG. So, kung hindi siya minura na, taka, idadamay mo pa kami. Di ba? So tumigil siya doon. However, midnight of the following day, yon may nakakita sa kanya na bumili ng puspuro at pagbili ng puspuro, tinanong siya kung anong gagawin sa puspuro. Ang sagot niya doon is may susunugin. No? He bought a match, yung pangatlo, at past midnight, stating to the vendor that he will use it to burn something. So, taking these circumstances together, sino sa tingin nyo talaga yung responsable sa pagsunog? Wala nang iba, kundi si Abayon. Okay? And in this case, Abayon was convicted of simple arson with circumstances aggravating the penalty, yung homicide. Yung mga homicide na yon, sabi ko sa inyo kanina, di ba, when we discuss this case, they cannot be treated as other crime, or there is no complex crime in arson. Nakuha nyo? So, the homicide will be absorbed and they will serve as a kind of aggravating circumstance in the crime of arson. So anyway, yung mga bagay na yan, sa korte na yan, ibigay nyo na yan sa kanila, sa prosecutor na yan. Ang importante lang dyan is makapile kayo ng case, no? So, ito po yung pagkakaiba ng direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Meaning, first-hand observation or evidence, eyewitness, account, video, confession. Yan yung direct. May nakakita, may mga ebidensya that could directly establish the crime as perpetrated by the accused. Pero kung walang eyewitness, no direct evidence, circumstantial tayo. We call it indirect. No? Because if you put them together, yung mga circumstances na yun, indirectly, it will point to the accused as the one who perpetrated the crime. Okay. Now, ganito po. Ito kasi sa, ano na ito, no? This is already part of mock trial. Paano ba pag-present ng evidence in court? Just for you to have idea. Ang presentation po ng evidence, di ba there are two parties in criminal case? Sino ang dalawang parties in criminal case? The complainant or the prosecution and the defense or the accused, di ba? Tanungin ko kayo, between the two, sino ang mayroong burden of proof or the obligation to prove the case? Is it the complainant or the prosecution or the accused? Of course, the prosecution has the, yes, that you are correct, no? Prosecution has the burden of proof because we have this principle, no? He who accuses must prove. Sino yung nag-aakusa, siya yung may bigat ng pagpapatunay or the burden of proof. So kaya, it is always the prosecution who will make the presentation of evidence. Okay? First, because he has the burden of proof. Pero meron pong mga pagkakataon, meron din instance na instead na ang prosecution ang mauuna magpresenta ng ebidensya, minsan yung akusado, kailan yan? That is in a situation where there is reverse trial. Kailan po ba nagkakaroon ng reverse trial? Yung reverse trial, normally kasi, ang talagang sistema, ang order ng trial, prosecution, then defense. So, pag sinabi mong reverse, it will be defense, then prosecution. Ako baliktad. I-invert natin. Or i-reverse natin. Alam niyo ba kung kailan nagkaroon ng reverse trial? Halimbawa, bigyan ko ka ng halimbawa. Say in a case of homicide, ito kaso halimbawa ng pulis. Homicide kasi, allegedly, the police officer killed the victim. In the performance, it happened in the performance of duty. So, hindi pwedeng murder yan. Homicide yan because it was not premeditated, no? So, homicide. Ang problema, hindi problema. Ang ginawa ng police, the police officer set forth the defense of self-defense. Okay? Like what happened doon sa, if you are aware or familiar of what had happened dyan sa may Embarcadero, So, a police officer who attemptedly, a police officer who allegedly tried to be killed by a fisherman. So, naka-retaliate siya, so napatay niya. Yung, napalitan niyo yun? Diyan sa may, yung malapit na, yung fire station sa Legazpi. O sino yung taga Legazpi fire station dyan? O, doon sa may, doon sa may breakwater. Di ba? Narinig niyo yun. So, yung pulis na yun, ang sabi niya, oo, pinatay ko yan, but out of self-defense. I have to defend myself. No? So, in that situation, pag ganun ang nangyari, wala na ang patutunayan yung prosecution. Because in a homicide case, what the prosecution need to prove is first, the fact of death. Dapat may namatay. Hindi yan homicide pag walang namatay. Nagawa. So, the fact of death. Pangalawa, the fact that it was the accused who killed the victim. Yan lang naman dalawa na yan ang patutunayan niya. Yung fact of death and it was the accused who killed the victim. Ang problema sa depensa ng pulis, ng akusado, inadmit niya na yun. He already admitted the fact of death. Di ba? Oo, akong pumatay yan. Kaya lang, nagdepensa siya, self-defense yun. Take note, things admitted need not be proven. Ang isang bagay na inadmit mo na, hindi na kailangan patunayan. Nagawa. Kaya kung maaari lang, huwag kang gagamit ng ganung depensa. Kasi pag nagkamali ka, shoot ka na. Sigurado convicted ka na. So, ngayon magkakaroon ng reverse trial. Kasi sa prosecution, wala na siyang kailangan pang patunayan. Yung fact of death at yung kung sinong may gawa noon, inadmit na ng akusado. O ano ba ang patutunayan niya? Ngayon, the trial will be reversed. So, the defense or the accused will be the one to present evidence to prove the element of self-defense. Nakaka-relate kayo? Medyo masyadong technical na ako ha. Yung mga criminologists dyan, try to help your classmate ha. Ano yung elements ng self-defense? Kasi, para masabi mong may self-defense doon, kailangan patunayan mo yung elemento. May elements din po ng self-defense. Una, there must be unlawful aggression. Ibig sabihin, inatake ka. So, nagdepensa ka lang. Pangalawa, the means you employed in preventing or repelling the aggression must be reasonable. Ha? So, anong ginawa mo para ma-repel? Yung kasi sa kanya, may sundang yun eh. Actually, nasaksak na nga siya sa likod. Tapos, dito, gigilitin yung liig niya, sinagang niya dito, naputol pa yung kanyang daliri. So, mabuti na lang, nabunot pa niya yung baril niya. Ewan ko kung paano niya nagawa yun. Pero naiputok niya ng 3 doon sa So, reasonable necessity of the means employed to prevent or repel the aggression yung pangalawa. At pangatlo, lack of sufficient provocation of the person on the part of the person defending himself. Lack of sufficient provocation on the part of the person defending himself. So these are the 3 elements of self-defense. Kailangan ma-establish niya itong 3, mapatunayan niya. Pag hindi niya ito mapatunayan, sinasabi ko sa inyo, convicted na siya, sigurado ako niyan. Because he already admitted the fact of death and the fact that he was the one who killed the victim. Yun yung sitwasyon na nagkakaroon ng reverse trial. Pero normally, prosecution, then defense. Okay? So, balik tayo dito. Ngayon, meron niyang sequence or order ng presentation. Kaya pag kayo nag-testify sa korte, dadaan kayo sa ganitong sitwasyon. So una, mayroon tayong tinatawag, yan naka-flash sa inyong screen, direct examination. So, kung ikaw yung testigo, siyempre ipipresent ka ngayon ng abogado mo. Di ba? Ang unang magtatanong sa iyo, yung abogado mo. Ang tawag diyan, direct examination. That is an examination intended to elicit evidence from you in support of his allegation or defense as the case may be. Ang tawag niyan direct examination. Kaya lang ngayon, may bago tayong rule, yung judicial affidavit rule ito. Kasi tumatagal po, no? Imagine niyo yung proseso niyan, direct examination, ang sunod niyan, cross. Tapos anong sunod sa cross? Redirect. Ang sunod sa redirect, recross. Okay? So, 4. So, ang tagal niyan. Kung sa mga abogado pa naman, no? This is to tell you honestly, no? Mas okay sa amin na ma-postpone. Pagkatapos ng direct, continuation na lang, Your Honor, in the next hearing. Para bayad siya ngayon, next hearing, bayad siya ulit. Di ba? So, talagang matagal. Kaya, ang iba talaga, narinig niyo yung kwento na yung mag-ama, sabi nung ama is, sabi nung anak, nung makapasa siya sa bar exam, at hinawakan niya yung kaso ng ama niya, sabi nung anak, ang hina naman nito ni Papa. Ako nga, isang hearing lang, tapos agad yung kaso. So anong sabi nung ama? Noy, kung bako sa kaso na yan, dahi ka maging abogado. Ha? So yung kaso na yun, ang nagpa-abogado sa kanya, so ang tagal. Ganun yun eh. Okay? Direct examination, bago mag-cross, Your Honor, we ask for continuance. No? Lack of material time. O kaya, sabi natin, to better protect the interest of my client, so we need to study further and gather evidence. Continuation. So para bayad siya ngayon, next hearing, bayad na naman siya. Pagkatapos ng cross, kung kaya mo pang ipapospone yung redirect, ipapospone mo pa. Hanggang yung, saka ang tagal. Kaya ngayon, para maiwasan yan, we have this so-called judicial affidavit rule na instead of direct examination, lahat ng titistigo sa korte mag-i-execute ng judicial affidavit. This is an affidavit that is comprehensive, na andun question and answer siya. Question and answer type, tapos na andun na yung marking ng mga evidence. So, this will take the place of direct examination. So, in other words, sa madaling sabi po, sa sistema ngayon, wala nang direct examination. Because the judicial affidavit will now take the place of direct examination. So, ang sunod na dito, yung tinatawag natin cross. Pero bago yan, ito po yung sample ng judicial affidavit. No? Question and answer siya. Question and answer. So, wala na yung wala na yung direct examination. So, ang sunod na dyan is, yan na, cross-examination. So, ang cross-examination is an examination being done after the direct examination. Ang purpose lang naman nito is to destroy, no? Try to destroy the testimony given by the witness. Trying to show to the court inconsistency, bias, no? Inconsistency, sabi mo kanina puti, ngayon sinasabi mo pula. Alin na ba talaga? Okay? O kaya, di ba nagtestigo ka kasi empleyado ka niya, siya yung boss mo? So normally, being your employer or being your boss, you will give favorable testimony to him. So yan yung mga purpose ng cross-examination para sirain yung testimonyang binigay ng testigo. So pagkatapos niyan, yung tinatawag natin na yan, direct and cross. Ito. Sa direct examination, bawal po yung leading question, pero sa cross pwede na. Ano ba yung leading question? That is a question that would lead the witness to the answer. Ano ba? Pag tinanong mo siya, isn't it, Mr. Witness, during that time you were watching television? Leading yan. Leading yan kasi walang ibang sagot yung testigo kundi yes or no, di ba? Isn't it, Mr. Witness? So, paano yan para hindi maging leading? O dapat ang question ganito. Where were you at that time, Mr. Witness? I was at my house, sir, and I was watching television. Di ba? Ganon ang hindi leading. Pero pag sinabi mong leading, isn't it, Mr. Witness, during that time you were watching television inside your house? Siyempre, ang sagot niya, yes or no na lang, di ba? Bawal yan sa direct. Pero sa cross, pwede na po yan. Isn't it, Mr. Witness? You said a while ago that you were at your house and what you were doing there was that you were watching television? Yes, sir. Pwede yun sa cross. Bawal yun sa direct examination. Okay? So, what else? Ito. Pagkatapos ng cross, redirect. So, anong purpose nito? Ang purpose ng redirect is, once again, try to rectify kung ano man yung mga try to redeem whatever mistake, whatever distraction caused by the cross-examination to the testimony. Kumbaga, ito yung pagkakataon ulit ng main proponent ng ebidensya na ayusin kung ano man yung mga na-destroy during the cross-examination. And for the last time, the other counsel will try to destroy everything, re-cross-examination. Okay? Okay, ito, recross examination. So, yun po ang sequence, no? Ang purpose niyan, once again, sirain ulit. Kung naayos sa redirect, sirain ulit. And this will be the last, no? So, yun po ang pagkakasunod-sunod, direct, cross, redirect, recross. Per witness yan. Per witness, ha? So, kaya medyo mahaba kung hindi mo talaga ipa-expedite yan. So, all witnesses for the prosecution will follow the same procedure to complete his or her testimony. And pagkatapos niyan, magpo-formal offer, then the other party will now be given the chance to the defense, no, to present evidence following the same sequence again: direct, redirect, direct, cross, redirect, recross. Okay? So, ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina, no? Objection sustained, objection overruled. I already discussed this, right? Pag objection sustained, the objection was proper. Tama. Pag objection overruled, the objection was wrong or not proper. Okay? So, as simple as that. Now, we move now to degrees of evidence. So, malapit na tayo. Okay pa ba kayo? Ha? Okay. So, degrees of evidence. What do you mean by degrees of evidence dito? Ano ba yung required na ebidensya under the rules? Nabanggit ko sa inyo kanina, may iba't ibang klase tayong proceedings, di ba? Isa na doon yung criminal proceedings, di ba? Criminal case na tinatawag. Meron din civil proceedings or civil case. Meron din special proceedings, right? At meron din administrative proceedings. Now, kada klase ng every kind of proceeding, there is a corresponding degree of proof or evidence required. Ayun ang pag-aaralan natin. So, una, yan, nakikita nyo sa screen ninyo, proof beyond reasonable doubt. That is the degree of evidence required in criminal proceeding. And as a matter of fact, that is the highest degree of proof required. Yan yung pinakamataas. Okay? So, what does that mean? It simply means such proof to the satisfaction of the court, keeping in mind the presumption of innocence. It must establish the truth of the fact to a reasonable degree of moral certainty, a certainty that convinces and satisfies the reason and the conscience of those who are to act upon it. It is otherwise stated as the degree of proof which produces moral certainty in an unprejudicial mind. So, medyo something hard to understand, no? Pero, ganito lang yan. Tagalogin nyo yan. Proof beyond reasonable doubt. Yan yung klase ng proof na dapat walang duda. Walang duda. Proof beyond reasonable doubt. Walang duda na yung akusado ang may gawa ng krimen. Kasi pag may duda, kahit kunting-kunting pagdududa lang, hindi yan proof beyond reasonable doubt. And so, what should be the decision of the court? The decision of the court should be in favor of acquittal of the accused. Kaya sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina ba umaga ko sinabi, na pag ikaw ay defense lawyer, mas madali ang trabaho mo kaysa sa prosecutor. Kasi hindi mo naman kailangan talagang patunayan na inosente yung kliyente mo eh. ang kailangan mo lang ipakita sa korte na may duda as to his or her guilt, no? Yan lang. O, like what happened to Webb. Si Hubert Webb in Visconde Massacre case. Hindi naman sinabi ng Supreme Court na innocent 100% si Hubert Webb. But the evidence presented by the prosecution does not amount to proof beyond reasonable doubt. So there was still doubt. So that's why Hubert Webb was immediately acquitted, no? After that decision came out and released from confinement. So kung ikaw yung defense lawyer, simple lang yung gagawin mo. Always throw doubt to the mind of the judge. Okay? So kahit eyewitness pa yan, nakita mo, eyewitness, siya daw yung nakakita nung pagsaksak or pagbaril. Pero napansin mo, meron siyang eyeglasses. You try to capitalize that, no? Mr. Witness, on cross-examination, Mr. Witness, I observed that you are wearing eyeglasses. Yes, sir. I know, Mr. Witness, because we have this grade, no, in our eyes. So, how about yours? So, what is the situation of your eyes? Sir, on my left eye, I have astigmatism. And on my right eye, sir, I'm suffering from blurred vision with 300 grade already. So, yun ang sabi niya. So, would you agree with me, Mr. Witness, that if you remove your eyeglasses, you cannot see me clearly from where you are sitting now and from where I am standing now? Yes, sir. Now, you said a while ago, Mr. Witness, based on your testimony, that the incident happened during nighttime. Sabi niya, di ba? Yes, sir. And you also said a while ago that you were then about to sleep, right? Yes, sir. And you said also a while ago, based on your testimony, that the incident happened outside your house, right? Yes, sir. But I saw it through my window. Okay. So, may you also tell us whether the outside portion of your house is lighted or not? It's quite lighted, sir, because there is a light there, but not so clear. Yun na, isa na yun, di ba? Now, you said a while ago also, Mr. Witness, that at the time, when you said you saw the incident happen, you were then about to sleep, and you just went down to your kitchen to drink glass of water. Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Witness, tell me, can you recall whether you are wearing eyeglasses during that time? Pag sumagot yan, I cannot remember, sir. No further question, Your Honor. So that is already a doubt. Do you follow? Diba? Kung sumagot siya na, yes, sir. At least yung kaninang tanong mo, yung outside is not well lighted, so how sure are you that you really saw that this person was the one who fired or who stabbed the victim? So, yun lang. Yun ang trabaho ng abogado. Particularly the defense counsel, just to throw doubt, no, in the mind of the judge. So, that is proof beyond reasonable doubt. There should be a proof that should be a proof that is beyond doubt. No single doubt. No little amount of doubt as to the guilt of the accused. Because if there is doubt, even so little, that would acquit the accused. Next is preponderance of evidence. So this is applicable in civil cases. So when you said preponderance of evidence, it does not mean mere numerical array of witnesses, but weight, credit, and value of an aggregate evidence on either side. It means that the testimony adduced by one side is more credible and conclusive than that of the other. So kanina sinabi natin, evidence should not be numbered. It has to be weighed. Diba? Yan ang sabi natin kanina. So, in civil cases, ang rule po is preponderance of evidence, which simply means which of the two parties, alin sa dalawang party, anyway, in criminal, ang tawag dyan, complainant, saka accused, di ba? Sa civil, ang tawag naman po, plaintiff, saka defense. Respondent, sorry. Plaintiff saka respondent. Yan ang dalawang parties yan. Now, preponderance of evidence simply means which of the two parties, either the plaintiff or the respondent, presented the most credible, the most believable, the most acceptable evidence. Taking all their pieces of evidence together, which of the two is more preponderant or credible or believable? Yun ang preponderance of evidence. Hindi yung paramihan, kundi pag pinag-put mo together, alin ba talaga sa dalawa ang pinakamas kapanipaniwala sa tingin mo totoo? And whichever you will choose, that would be the preponderant evidence, no? Now, next is substantial evidence. It refers to such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. In other words, substantial evidence is more than mere scintilla. This is the lowest quantum of evidence required. Kung yung proof beyond reasonable doubt, yun ang pinakamataas. Ito namang substantial, ito yung pinakamababa. Yung preponderant, that is in the middle. Okay? So, saan ginagamit na degree of evidence itong substantial? Sa special proceedings saka sa admin case. Kaya be careful, no? When you are charged of an administrative case, the only proof required is substantial. The lowest, no? Pag sinabi mong substantial evidence, so long as the conclusion is supported by evidence, even if the evidence is not overwhelming or conclusive, so long as it is substantial, meaning enough lang, no? Kung isa-summarize mo pa yung word na substantial, ang ibig sabihin niyan, enough, sapat. Sapat lang na ebidensya na makasuporta sa conclusion mo, that would be substantial evidence. Ano ba? Na-charge ka ng grave misconduct, on the basis of violation of law. Talagang ginawa mo yun kasi na-convict ka nga eh. So that would be substantial enough to support your culpability. So you will be found culpable administratively. So take note, substantial evidence is just an enough evidence to support the conclusion. It does not mean overwhelming, it does not mean conclusive, but just substantial or enough evidence. Okay? So we move now to the last. So we are through with evidence in general. So we now proceed to electronic evidence. Okay? So this electronic evidence is approved by the Supreme Court and BANG in its resolution dated July 17, 2001. So matagal-tagal na rin to, no? Administrative Matter number 01-7-01, Supreme Court. Okay? So what is electronic evidence? Ano ibig sabihin ng electronic evidence? Electronic evidence refers to information in digital format, including electronic records and digital media, used to prove allegations or arguments. So, information in digital format, yung photos ninyo, videos, or even messages stored in your cell phone, okay, or in your email, or in your messenger. These are digital information. Usable in internal investigation, trial before a tribunal or court, and in civil or criminal action. So, of course, that could be used also. Used to establish facts, prove or disprove. Okay? So, if that information can be used to prove or disprove a fact, then that is an evidence we call electronic evidence. Okay? So, nandyan, creating data on a device, copying data from or to a device, deleting logs or database, establish consistency or continuity of an action or activity, etc. So, an electronic evidence is anything that is contained in electronic gadget. Could be computer, could be laptop, it could be iPad, it could be camera. Okay? So, ano pang mga gadget, no, that you know, where information could be stored. So, yan ang electronic evidence. So, it should be with the intervention of gadget. Okay? So, electronic data message, ano naman ito? Refers to information generated, sent, received, or stored by electronic, optical, or similar means. So, if you are referring to message, yung mga messages na pinapadala sa atin or pinapadala natin, in many application, no? Could be Facebook, through sa thread ng comment, o kaya sa Messenger, Viber, chat, okay? Ano pa ba yung mga, ano yan? Yan, dito sa Zoom, dito sa chat box natin dito, yun ay electronic data message. Message, referring to message. Electronic document refers to information or representation of information, data, figures, symbols, or other modes of written expression described or however represented by which a right is established or an obligation extinguished or by which a fact may be proved and affirmed, which is received, recorded, transmitted, stored, processed, retrieved, or produced electronically. So, yung halimbawa, contract, pag napicturan mo siya, kontrata, o kaya birth certificate or marriage contract ninyo, pag pinicturan nyo siya, that is electronic document. Particularly if you will be presenting that to prove the content. Na pareho lang naman ang principle, no? Kaya lang, this time, digital siya. Electronic siya in nature. Ngayon, paano siya ipinipresent sa court? In the presentation of that kind of evidence in court, kailangan pong i-authenticate yan. There is a process of authentication. And who will do it and how it will be done. Naandyan, naka-flash sa screen ninyo. Burden of proving authenticity. Pag sinabi nyo authenticity, you have to prove that that is legitimate, that is authentic. Okay? That was not manufactured, that was not tampered. Yan lang ang ibig sabihin nun. The person seeking to introduce an electronic document in any legal proceeding has the burden of proving its authenticity in the manner provided in this rule. Halimbawa, isa sa mga ebidensya mo, text message, o kaya video, o kaya picture. How will you do it? Isa-isahin natin. Pagdating sa text message, ang pwedeng mag-present niyan na may personal knowledge is either the sender or the receiver. Nakuha niyo? So, either ikaw yung nagpadala, siyempre recorded din yan sa cellphone mo or whatever gadget you have. And ikaw yung naka-receive. So, kayo lang yung tao na pwedeng mag-present niyan having personal knowledge. Kung halimbawa somebody get the cell phone of that person and unknowingly or secretly share that or send that to him, hindi pwede yun. Illegally secured yan. Violation of privacy of communication and correspondence. Wala siyang access doon. Nakuha niyo? O paano naman kung video? Video. The one who took the video. Kung sino yung nagkuha ng video, should be the very person who should authenticate it. So, paano pag-authenticate niya? Sa text message, kailangan maipakita mo sa korte na yung nakasite doon sa pleading is the same message that was stored in your cellphone. O gaya nung last hearing ko. So, sabi ng bata, sabi ng testigo, "Sir, ito ang text sa akin ng pulis." Kung ano-anong mga sinabi sa akin na masasama, o yan. O tingnan ko kako kung nasa cellphone mo pa yan at i-compare ko dito sa nasa complaint mo. So, galing sa ganitong number, pinadala ganitong oras, makikita yan, di ba, sa cellphone ninyo. So, you have to authenticate it by that, through that way. Kaya huwag niyong i-erase. Kasi pag in-erase ninyo, how could the authentication be made? Wala na. So pag sinabi mong, "Sir, na-erase ko," you have to prove that. Otherwise, that will not be appreciated. So ganun din po sa video. Kung ikaw yung nag-video, dapat ipakita mo gamit yung bagay na ginamit mo pag video, and the video itself, you have to play that in front of the court. Okay? Kaya kawawa yung mga may mga iskandal, no? Kaya ayaw na nila yan. Magkasukaso pa niyan. Kasi imaginein mo, pakita yan dyan talaga. Okay? O gaya nung kay Katrina Halili, sigurado yun. Pinakita yun sa korte. Yung Hayden ko, mabuti kaya si, wala na eh. Di na umimik sino to. Si doktora, sino nga yun? Sino yung babae, please? Help me recall. Yung naasawa na ni Kun.
Para Bikibelo.
Hindi, yung isa, yung...
Maricar, sir.
Reyes.
Maricar Reyes.
Sino yan, ano?
Maricar.
Maricar. Di ba hindi na siya umimik kasi papakita talaga yun. So, ganun yung authentication, no? It has to be played and shown to the court. That was really the video taken. Dapat wala dyan editing, walang tampering. Makikita kasi yan may mga expert witness na mag-testify dyan. Okay? And including sa picture, ganun din yung picture. Kung sino yung kumuha ng picture, and the camera use or whatever gadget use has to be presented and dapat stored dyan doon. Hindi siya shinare, hindi siya kinapi. Dapat kung kailan siya kinuha kasi magkukuha doon yung date, time, when it was taken. So yan yung process po ng authentication. So the audio, video, and similar evidence would only be appreciated or admissible after they are authenticated or they pass the authentication process in court. Okay? So, ito yung kakaiba dito. Kasi yung ordinary evidence, walang problema doon. Pakita mo lang. Okay? And that would be all. Pero pag electronic siya, you have to authenticate it by presenting yung digital copy ng mga information na yon in open court so that it will be appreciated by the court. Okay? So, yun na. That would be all. And that would be the electronic evidence rule. So, yun lang naman kasimple. So, do you have question? May tanong? Kung wala, dismiss na tayo. Nakikita po ninyo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sige. So this will be the first subject matter that we will discuss, no? Legal forms, the Philippine legal form. Kasi here you will learn that whatever pleadings, particularly yung sa connected muna sa trabaho ninyo, whatever pleadings you have to send to the court, you have to file with the court, should be in conformity with what the rules on legal forms require, no? Even yung mga personal natin, mga personal dealing natin, tulad halimbawa, alam ko marami sa inyo, you have been engaged for several times in private contracts, di ba? Tulad halimbawa ng deed of sale, di ba? Bumibili kayo ng lupa, bumibili kayo ng mga personal properties ninyo, like sasakyan or whatever, no? Perhaps a firearm. So that's what you call business forms or specifically we call it contracts. So pag-uusapan natin, and even sworn statement, no? Like affidavits. So you must also understand the mechanics and even the rules, no, affecting this kind of legal forms. Mga legal forms kasi yan, no? So let's proceed. Ito po yung magiging outline ng discussion natin. So like what I told you, no? You just bear with me, you listen, you want, because you will be provided copy of this lecture. Hindi ko pa na-email, siguro bukas i-email ko kay kanina to kay Fire Officer Buesa, yung coordinator. Binigyan niya na ako ng email ad. Gusto ko nga sana isama pati yung mga questionnaire, no? Sa kanya talaga kasama yung questionnaire. But don't worry, it will just be multiple choice, no? Questions, lahat multiple choice yan. I do not give identification or what, no? I just want to measure no, your learning on
the things
the things that we discuss here.
So,
So, more or less, all the things that I will be asking from you are all discussed, no?
Are
Are all part of the discussion.
Okay?
Okay?
So this will be the
outline.
Ano ba yung
Coverage ng pag-uusapan natin, legal forms. Then ito, I just want you to be familiar with the 2004 notarial practice rule, the rules on 2004 notarial practice.
kahit
Kahit hindi kayo abogado, but
it's
it's also important that you learn, that you know
what are the
what are the rules
no,
no, affecting
notarization.
notarization.
So those
Those
are
are just important or salient, no?
Then
The basics of legal forms.
So
So ano bang ibig sabihin pag nakita nyo to? Oath or affirmation.
Ito,
Ito, jurat.
Ano bang
Ano bang ibig sabihin yan?
Then
Then
acknowledgement.
acknowledgement.
So
You say these things, no?
in
In legal documents, di ba? Particularly sa mga sworn statement or sometimes in contract. And we will be talking also of these different legal forms. We will start with affidavit or sworn statement.
Ano bang
Ano bang ibig sabihin nito? Ano bang gamit nito? Ano ba yung parts nito?
Then
Then
the
the judicial affidavit rule. So I will
be mentioning
this once again. Although I already mentioned this no when we discussed the rules on evidence, di ba? Yung judicial affidavit.
Then
Then business form. Kasi
yung
yung legal forms kasi
it
it covers
more
more or less two kinds of forms.
Yung
Yung business forms at yung judicial forms.
So
So pag-uusapan natin ito, contract or deed.
So what
So what do we mean by contract or deed?
Then
Then elements of the contract.
Then
Then rules in drafting a contract or deed. Then another important kind of contract is a power of attorney.
Then yung
Then yung judicial form naman, yung mga ginagamit natin sa korte.
Yung
Yung business form is that refers to that form that we use no, in dealing or in transacting business. Okay, whether privately or publicly.
So
So,
judicial
form, here you will learn ano ba yung caption, ano ba yung title ng judicial form, then in criminal cases and in civil cases.
So but
So, but I will emphasize more yung criminal kasi yun dapat ang mayroon kayo mastery in line with your job
as
as investigator. Okay?
So
So, let's start, no?
So
ang coverage ng legal forms, like what I told you a while ago, covers the study of either the business form or judicial forms. So, ano ba pag sinabi nating business forms? Refer to the forms used in conveyances
or of
the forms of deeds,
instrument
or document creating, transferring, modifying, or limiting rights to real as well as personal properties,
and
and other forms related to business contracts or transaction. In other words,
it is
it is the form that governs in our business or other way of calling it money-making venture, no? So in money-making venture or in business transaction, we also use form, di ba?
So when you
invest
in a
in a particular company, so you have to be issued stockholders proof that you have that investment, isn't it?
Or when
Or when you
lend
lend money,
Di ba? Pag
di ba? Pag nagpahiram ka ng pera,
pwede
hindi ba pwede na verbal lang yun.
So it has
So it has to be in writing. Lalong-lalo na ang kadalasang ugali ng mangungutang is madaling makalimot. Madaling makalimot yan. So it would always be better that your transaction be reduced into writing. So pag nagkalimutan, there is still something
which is
in writing, something that is printed that you can refer to refresh the memory of the debtor. Kasi yan ang kadalasang karakteristik ng debtor eh.
No?
Madaling makalimot. So para may paalaala kayo. Ito, utang ka sa akin, we have this contract. No? So that's what you call business form. So anything that you can think, no? Which you deal with privately, no? Or sometimes publicly.
That's
what you call business forms, no? Judicial forms naman, ano naman ito? Refers to the forms which pertain to different kinds of pleadings,
applications, petitions, affidavits, and motion among others. So pag sinabi mong judicial form, these are the forms that we use in dealing with the court. Okay? So it may be in whatever nature. Di ba you learned in our discussion of evidence that there are several kinds of proceedings. Di ba? Mayroong criminal, mayroong civil, mayroong special proceedings, and even meron din yung administrative in quasi-judicial courts or quasi-judicial fora. No? So, ano man ang forms dealing with this kind of proceedings is what you call judicial form. Di ba? If you want to file, like if you want your marriage to be annulled, so you have to file a petition for annulment. So, ang petition na yan is a judicial form. O kaya kung gusto mong magreklamo, either civilly or criminally, like halimbawa, civil, collection for sum of money, kasi nga yung pinautang mo is nakalimot na ng kanyang pagkakautang. So, in filing a case, a civil case, you have to file that complaint for collection of sum of money. Diba? O kaya yung property mo biglang pinasok, na wala naman authority, so you have to eject. Hindi mo pwedeng palayasin lang yun. Ilagay mo sa kamay mo yung batas, hindi pwede. Kailangan dalahin mo yan sa korte. So ang tawag sa kaso na yan, complaint civil case for ejectment. Complaint for ejectment. So yun ang mga uri o iba't ibang klase ng judicial form. Even affidavits pala, no? Even sworn statement that is under the judicial form. So yan po ang coverage ng ating pag-uusapan. So we will talk about business and judicial forms. Okay? So let us just have some discussion of the salient feature of the 2004 rules on notarial practice. So actually this rule is for lawyers, no? For us. Because for your info, hindi porke abogado ka, hindi porke you are already admitted in the bar, you can automatically exercise the duty of a notary public. No, hindi po pwede yun. Ibig sabihin, before you can do so, before you can notarize a document, you must have to be issued commission or authority by the court that you are authorized, that you are allowed to notarize document. Okay? Take note that not all lawyers can notarize document. He or she has to apply for commissionship or for authority, in other words, from the court. So yun po ang rule when it comes to notarial practice, no? So kaya mapapansin ninyo, ako I am a notary public because I've been issued a commission or authority, and it will expire actually this December. Every 2 years yan. I mean valid for 2 years. So it will expire this December 2020. So if I will renew that prior to its expiration, I will be given another 2 years, so up to 2022. So yan po ang basically that is basically the requirement for a lawyer. No, ngayon po hindi na pwede yung non-lawyer to engage into notarial practice, no? Before pwede kasi kulang pa yung abogado. May mga liblib or malalayang lugar where lawyer cannot go, where lawyer is not around. So if you are a college, if you are a bachelor's of law graduate before, you can be authorized by the court to notarize document. But now that is no longer true, because under this rule, 2004 rule on notarial practice, only full-fledged lawyer can notarize document. So anong purpose nitong notarial law na ito, notarial rules na ito? First is to promote, serve, and protect public interest. So kasi napaka-laking bagay, no? Napaka-importante nung ninonotaryuhan ng isang abogado. And pag hindi maayos ang pagkakanotaryo niyan, that will lead to what? That will lead to chaos, that will lead to trouble, that will lead to dispute. Kaya nga minsan nag-aaway-away eh. in court, di ba?
Just
Just because of a piece of document.
Yun ang
Sentro ng kanilang dispute.
Kasi
Kasi sabi nung isa,
paano
paano na ipagbili ng tatay ko yan noong 2019
na yung
na yung tatay ko 2016 papatay?
Nakuha niyo yung point? How could it be possible, sabi ng isa, na ipagbili ng tatay ko yan noong 2019 na yung tatay ko patay na noong 2016 pa? Kasi may ibang abogado po na kahit wala yung party, nagnonotaryo, lalong-lalo na sa contract. Now, under this rule, no notarization should be made if the party in the document or in the pleading to be notarized is not present. So, bawal na po yun ngayon. No? Saka, ang dokumento, ang epekto lang naman, pag yan na notaryuhan, is that document will become public document. Meaning, that will be a notice to all. Halimbawa, we engage into a transaction of sale. No? Ako yung seller, kayo yung buyer. May pinagbili ako sa inyo. Okay? Ngayon, nagkaroon tayo ng deed of sale. Yung deed of sale natin, valid pa rin yun. Kahit hindi siya notaryado, valid pa rin yun. But that is only valid between the two of us. It will not bind third party. Naintindihan nyo yun? Hindi ko pa rin pwedeng i-deny na pinagbili ko sa iyo and I receive the consideration for that. Pero kung ipagbibili ko yun sa ibang tao, halimbawa, pinagbili ko na sa inyo, ipagbili ko ulit. Kasi hindi natin napanotaryuhan yun. Hindi natin pwedeng sisihin yung pangatlong tao, yung another person, na maniwala na hindi ko pa pinagbili yun kasi wala pang notaryadong dokumento on sale on that. So kaya ang advice ko sa inyo, whenever you engage into contract of sale or whatever contract, always have it notarized. Because the effect of notarization is that first, it will make the document a public document. Pag public document yan, ang presumption, alam yan ng kahit sinong tao. And if they fail to know whether that property is already sold or not, the risk is on his side. Meron tayong tinatawag sa batas na caveat emptor. Anong ibig sabihin sa English nun? Buyer beware. Buyer beware. So kung ikaw ang bibili, mag-ingat ka. So how will you exercise your being cautious, being careful? So punta ka muna sa Register of Deeds. Magtanong ka din muna doon sa korte kung mayroon na bang property or mayroon na bang document na na-execute on that particular property. Kasi pag hindi mo ginawa yan, ikaw ngayon ang lugi. Because of that principle, buyer beware. Hindi ka nag-exercise ng due diligence before you enter into that contract. So yun lang naman ang mga epekto. No? Kaya unang purpose ng notarial law is i-promote, ibigay at protektahan yung interest ng publiko. Okay? So in other words, everybody should be protected here. Then to simplify, clarify, and modernize the rules governing notaries public. So ngayon po, simple na lang ang notarization. So pag walang parties, bawal. And nandyan na yung mga requirements sa notarial book. Kailangan recorded every transaction ng lawyer. And kailangan mag-submit ng kopya niyan doon sa korte. Kung walang kopya sa korte, illegal yung pagka-notaryo ng dokumento na yun. Then another to foster ethical conduct among notaries public. So napakabigat po, no? Kaya kung mapapansin niyo, maraming abogado ang ngayon mag-notaryo. Ako, nagnonotaryo ako pero pang sarili lang. Halimbawa, kung mayroon lang, I have no law office. My office is here in my house. So kung may pumunta, hindi delikado ang dokumento, notaryuhin ko. Pero kung medyo delikado, ayaw pumunta ng parties, hindi tayo mag-ano. Hindi ako magnonotaryo niyan. So bakit
bakit ayaw mong pupuntahin dito? Siyempre something wrong, di ba?
So
So baka kung ang
nunotaryuhin
nunotaryuhin ko matagal na rin patay.
actually,
Sa totoo lang,
a lot
a lot of jurisprudence, no?
a lot
A lot of decisions rendered by the Supreme Court that suspended sometimes disbarred
the
the lawyer
is
is because of
being
being in notary public.
So yun,
Kaya rinopromote din ng court
yung
yung discipline among lawyers in notarizing document.
Okay?
Okay?
So
So kaya kayo,
wag
huwag kayong sasama ang loob
kung may
kung may mga abogado na ayaw inotaryo kung wala yung parties.
Okay?
Okay?
They are just
Being cautious also.
Imagine
Imagine ninyo sa halagang 500,
sa
sa halagang 300, madidisbar yung abogado.
Kung
Saan ka dyan?
Sa iyo
na yung 300 mo.
Sa iyo
Sa iyo na yung 500 mo.
Kaya ang
Sabi ko nga sa iba,
ay
pasensya na, maghanap pa ng lawyer na gustong pumirma niyan kasi yung atitiway ko napakabata pa
para
maalis sa akin.
So yung
So yung matatandang abogado yun, pasatudo na yun, madisbar man sila,
wala
wala nang epekto yun.
Okay?
Okay?
Mailalagay
Pa rin nila sa lapida nila yun.
So kaya
Kaya huwag sasama yung loob ninyo kasi
that is
how strict,
that
that is how
serious,
serious, no?
the rule
affecting notarial practice. Okay?
So ano
ibig sabihin ng notary public or notary?
So
notary public and notary refers to any person commissioned to perform official acts under these rules.
So sabi ko na
sa inyo,
hindi
hindi pwedeng hindi lawyer,
no,
ang magnotaryo. At hindi porke lawyer, automatic na naman kapag notaryo, no? Kailangan pa rin siya mabigyan ng authority or yung tinatawag nating commission.
So
mag-a-apply ka niyan sa korte, may hearing pa yan, no? Actually, may hearing, may publication.
Pero pag
renewal na lang, wala na. Yung first time mo mag-apply, you have to appear in court. You have to prove that you have all the qualifications and none of the disqualification. Yun.
Yan ang
notary public or notary.
Competent
evidence of identity. Ito laging hinihingi ito, no?
Pag
Pag magpapanotaryo ka, kailangan lagi kang may ID.
Diba?
Yung identification card mo.
So
ano ang ibig sabihin ng ID na yun? Kasi yung ID na yun, yun ang ibig sabihin ng competent evidence of identity. So kung makikita ninyo sa mga lumang forms, no? Mayroon pang sedula. Yung community tax certificate, yung CTC. Ngayon po hindi na pwede yun. Because a cedula or a community tax certificate is not a reliable proof of identity of anybody. Actually, kahit saan ka pwede kang kumuha niyan di ba? Kahit hindi kayong tao, pwede kang kumuha ng cedula. So, ang pinaka-competent evidence po ng identity na kinukonsider ngayon, walang iba yung any valid ID. Pag sinabi mong valid ID, that is any identification card issued by the government. So, kung private yan, no? Dapat issued by the government. PSIS, SSS, PhilHealth, EIR, o kaya yung inyong company ID, yung agency ID ninyo. Yan. Any of this. So ano ibig sabihin ng competent evidence of identity? At least one current identification document issued by an official agency bearing the photograph and signature of the individual. So actually, hindi lang naman ID. Kahit yung ako, kinoconsider ko yung NBI, yung clearance. Kasi sa NBI clearance, naandun yung pangalan mo, naandun yung picture mo. Di ba may pirma ka din doon? So that's okay because that will comply with letter A. Then the oath or affirmation of one credible witness not privy to the instrument, document, or transaction who is personally known to the notary public and who personally knows the individual, or of two credible witnesses, neither of whom is privy to the instrument, document, or transaction who each personally knows the individual and shows to the notary public documentary identification. Okay. Ito pong letter B na ito. Yung letter A, yan yung ID, identification card. So, kahit hindi kita kilala, pero pag panotaryo mo, magpakita ka sa akin ng ID, kinonfirm ko na base sa ID, ikaw yung nasa ID, tapos yung perma doon, yun talaga yung perma mo,
yun yung letter A, ID, or other document na nag-a-appear yung picture mo at yung signature mo like NBI clearance. Pero yung letter B, what if anya, yung tao magpapanotaryo walang ID. May mga taong ganyan, walang ID. So ang kailangan, either isang taong kilala ng notary public na magpapatotoo na yung taong iyon ay siya talaga yung taong nakapangalan sa dokumento, okay na yon. O kaya naman, dalawang tao na hindi kilala ng notary public pero magpapakita ng kanilang ID na magpapatotoo na yung taong nagpunta sa notaryo publiko ay siya totoong tao talaga na yon. Nakuha po ninyo? So, yung letter B, yung magpapanotaryo walang ID. Pwede bang notaryuhin yun ng notary public, yung kanyang dokumento? The answer is yes, provided this letter B is complied with. Paano mako-comply? May isang taong kilala ng notaryo publiko na magpapatunay doon sa notary public na yung taong magpapanotaryo ay siya talaga yung taong naandun sa dokumento. O kaya, hindi niya kilala, ang requirement, dalawang tao na magpapakita sa kanya ng ID at magpapatotoo na yung taong magpapanotaryo, yun talaga yung taong nakapangalan doon sa dokumento. So I hope you get that, no? Because that is what you call competent evidence of identity. Now, ano naman itong okay. So like what I said, no, yung qualification para ka makapag exercise ng iyong role as notary public, you must have this qualification. Makikita nyo dyan sa letter D, sa letter D, hindi pwedeng ng notaryo ang hindi abogado. So must be a member of the Philippine Bar. Pag sinabi mong member ng Philippine Bar, you must be a lawyer. Okay? You must be a lawyer. And not just an ordinary lawyer, but you must also be one who is on good standing. No? Based on the clearance issued by the Office of the Bar Confidant and the IBP. Okay? So yan po yung mga yan yung mga requirement. And itong letter A, ito yung mabigat, no? You must not have been convicted, no? In the first instance of any crime involving moral turpitude. So ano yung ibig sabihin ng moral turpitude? Kasi napakaraming crime eh. Sinabi mo moral turpitude, it refers to act, no, that is contrary to justice, contrary to honesty, contrary to good custom, contrary to good morals. Pag na-convict ka ng crime na kontraryo dyan, ay hindi ka pwede mag-notaryo. Halimbawa, na-convict ka ng estafa. You are convicted of estafa. Against honesty yan, di ba? O na-convict ka ng murder. That's against justice. Na-convict ka ng concubinage or adultery. That's good morals. Hindi ka pwede mag-notaryo ngayon. Pero other crimes, siguro. Like for example, yung alarms and scandal naman. Hindi naman yan, that is not crime involving moral turpitude. Okay? So these are the requirements. Now, ano ang powers ng isang notary public? So the following are the powers of a notary public to perform the following notarial acts. Acknowledgement, mamaya maintindihan nyo kung ano itong mga ito. Oath and affirmation, jurat, signature witnessing, copy certifications, and other acts authorized by this rule. So these are the things that a notary public can do in line with that duty to exercise notarial practice, no? Notarial act. Okay. A notary public prohibition po, no? I just would like you to be aware of this kasi baka biktima rin kayo minsan ng mga abogado rin, ng mga mansibado. Abogado na ganyan, very enterprising. Okay? So, a notary public shall not perform a notarial act outside his regular place of work or business, provided however, that on certain exceptional occasions or situations, a notarial act may be performed at the request of the parties in the following sites located within his territorial jurisdiction. So, ang general rule, ito,
Letter A,
this refers to place of practice
ng
notaryo
notaryo publiko. Kami, nung mag-apply kami ng authority or commissionship sa korte, tinanong kami ng korte, nasaan bang opisina mo? Ano ba ang address ng opisina mo?
So in
my case, I said that my office is in my
house.
house.
So
Yung address ng bahay ko ang binigay ko.
So
Since nasa Daraga
and
and within the province of Albay,
ang
ang Daraga,
ang
ang authority ko is to exercise Notarial Act
in the
in the entire province of Albay.
Nakuha nyo?
Nakuha nyo?
So I
can only exercise notarial practice within the province of Albay.
So
Ang notarial, ang Albay is composed of 18 LGUs, no? 3 cities, 15 municipalities, di ba?
So
So anywhere in Albay, pwede akong pumunta at mag-exercise. Pero as a matter of rule, dapat nag-exercise lang ko ng notarial practice ko sa opisina ko. Yan, regular place of work or business. Yan ang nakalagay dyan.
Kaya lang,
May mga pagkakataon na pwede akong i-request.
Okay?
Halimbawa, pumunta ako sa letter A-1, A1, no? Public offices, convention hall, and similar places where oath of office may be administered.
Ako ang
Ako ang nirequest ni Mayor.
Kasi
Kasi mag-take oath siya. Pagka-take oath niya, nonotaryohan ko yung oath of office niya.
Pwede yun.
Pwede yun. Like,
mayor
mayor pa yan ng Rapu-Rapu. Punta ako doon, basta may request siya.
Pero
hindi ako pwedeng pumunta doon na walang request.
Okay,
Okay, public function, areas in hotel, and similar places. Ang pwede rin yan.
Ito,
hospital. Kasi naka-hospital yung, nasa hospital yung yung nag-execute ng document.
Okay,
So I can do that. I can go there and just put on my notarial book na yung notarization was done in the hospital per request of the party.
or any
place where a party to an instrument or document requiring notarization is under detention o nakakulong. Pwede ako pumunta dyan sa Albay Jail, Albay District Jail, o kaya dyan sa Legazpi City. Anywhere. Basta dapat within Albay lang. Hindi ako pwedeng pumunta sa Kamsur.
Kung hindi ako pumunta,
pwedeng pumunta sa Sorsogon because that is outside my territorial jurisdiction.
Pero
halimbawa, kayo outside Albay,
ang
subject ng transaksyon ninyo ay lupa na nasa Kamsur.
Pwede
Pwede ba kayo magpanotaryo dito sa akin?
Or pwede
ba ako magnotaryo ng document na yon? Nang involved ay lupa na located outside Albay? Anybody knows the answer? Sino ang mayroong alam?
Yes,
Fire Officer Obispo, ano ang masasabi mo?
Ano
sa tingin mo? Pwede ba yun? Halimbawa, saan fire station ka ba? Fire Officer Obispo. Katanduan. Katanduan eh. Halimbawa, punta ka dito sa regional office. Punta ka sa regional office ninyo. Tapos meron kang dala-dalang affidavit, no? So taga-Katanduanes ka. Pwede ba ikaw magpanotaryo dito sa akin? Ng affidavit na yon?
Kung sa Katanduanes, no, sir. Sa akin, sir, no.
No. Okay. So how about naman yung sa property? Halimbawa, anybody? Fire Officer Harabelo. Ano sa tingin mo? Property. Yung property, saan ka ba naka-assign? Fire Officer Harabelo.
Sir, Sorsogon, sir.
Sorsogon. Doon yung lupa. Tapos yung party, yung halimbawa ikaw ang seller, yung buyer taga rito sa Albay, ikaw taga Sorsogon, ikaw yung seller, ikaw nagbebenta yung lupa mo andyan sa Sorsogon. Pwede mo bang ipanotaryo yan sa akin dito sa Albay? Yan sa tingin mo?
Sir, no po.
No. Okay. So ito, no? Without offense, no? But both your answers are wrong, no? Kasi ganito yan. Sa parte ng Notary Public, basta hindi kami lalabas sa area namin, walang problema yon. Kung kayo ang lalapit, kung kayo ang pupunta,
there is no problem. Basta you comply with the requirements, no? Halimbawa, ikaw, fire officer, obispo, ang tanong ko sa iyo kanina yung affidavit, no? Kung pwede mo bang panotaryuhan yun? Na ginawa mo sa Catanduanes, pwede mo bang panotaryuhan yun dito? Pwede, walang problema, basta mag-appear ka sa akin in person, magpakita ka sa akin ng ID mo, and lalagyan ko lang yun doon sa jurat na dito mo ginawa, no? Republic of the Philippines, Municipality, Province of Albay, Municipality of Daraga. Lalagyan ko lang yun ng ganon. Sa kaso naman ng lupa, ganon din yun. Basta yung buyer and the seller pumunta sa akin regardless of the place where the subject of the contract is located, walang problema yun. Kahit pa nasa ang lupalop ng Pilipinas, basta yung nakapangalan na parte sa kontrata ay pumunta sa akin, there is no problem on that. Kasi sa acknowledgement, ang ina-acknowledge ko lang naman doon na yung parties talaga pumunta sa akin and they confirm to me, attest to me that yung deed of sale is their free act and deed. So yun ang nakalagay doon. Mamaya makikita nyo yan. So yun po those are some rules. Pero hindi ako pwedeng pumunta. Like, pumunta ako sa Sorsogon at doon ko notaryon. Violation na yun ng letter A. Prohibited bagayan for me to perform a notarial act outside of my regular place of work or business. Pero kung kayang pupunta dito, hindi ko ito na-violate itong letter A. Okay, another prohibition. A person shall not perform a notarial act if the person involved as signatory in the instrument or document. So, hindi pwede akong magnotaryo na parte ako ng kontrata. Halimbawa, ako ang buyer, ako pa ang magnotaryo, pwede ba yun? So, hindi pwede yun, no? Ayan. So, wrong pala, no? Antay mo na, iba pala ito. Dapat ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, no? Let me abandon that, no? Ang sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, ang isang notaryo publiko hindi dapat magnotaryo kung wala yung parties, no? So ito, a person shall not perform a notarial act kung yung signatory doon ay wala. So yan yung letter B. One is not in the notary's presence personally at the time of notarization. Totoo yan po, maski affidavit or contract, no? Ang bawa, sinong kapayan, dapat pumunta sa akin. Kasi ang jurat, anong nakalagay sa jurat? Subscribed and sworn to before me by the appliant. Diba? Paano nangyari na sinubscribe and sinorn sa akin kung wala yung tao? Mali ako doon. Patay ako doon. Another is not personally known to the notary public or otherwise identified by the notary public through competent evidence of identity. So kailangan ilalagay ko doon yung ID. Halimbawa, ikaw yung nagpakita sa akin ng ID, dapat siguraduhin ko na yung ID na pinakita mo sa iyo talaga. At ikaw talaga yung tao na yon. Because if I will not do it and later nagkaroon ng kontrobersya dyan, patay ako doon. Kaya ang hirap po mag-notaryo, no? Sana maintindihan din niyo yan. Kaya maraming lawyer ang ayaw mag-engage into this kind of undertaking kasi ang pagnotaryo daw parang ano yan eh. Parang yung ginawa mong masama na hindi katatantanan sa isip. Parang lagi ka may kaba. So kaya para sigurado ka, ako, the reason why I don't want to put up ilo office kasi hindi ko siya masusupervise. So unless pag nagkahinga-hinga na yung asawa ko, ilagay ko doon. Sa tingin ko, hindi naman ako kumbaga tatraydo rin, no? Kasi minsan mayroon kasi mga iba yung sekretarya, kumikita din sila eh. Napansin ko yan eh. Nakita ko rin yan na sila kahit pasa ko doon anyway. Sila lang mismo may pirma, di ba? May mga abogado na pinagkatiwala nila yung pirma nila. Di nila alam. Yung mga ninunotaryo pala ng sekretarya nila, baka maalanganin dokumento na yun. Patay sila doon. Okay? So, yun po ang letter B na ito. No? So, ano naman ang disqualification? Kailan hindi pwedeng mag-notaryo? Ito. Yun na pala yung sabi ko kanina. Hindi pwedeng mag-notaryo ang isang abogado kung siya ay party doon sa document, that's letter A, is a party to the instrument or document that is to be notarized. So kung either you are the buyer or the seller, ay panotaryo mo sa iba. Kahit abogado ka pa, kung isa ka sa mga parte, hindi mo pwedeng notaryohin yung sarili mo kasi ang tawag niyan, your document will become self-serving. Di ba? Letter B will receive as a direct or indirect result any commission, fee, advantage, right, title, interest, cash, property, or other consideration. So kung halimbawa, ang epekto ng document is that based on the contract or based on the transaction, you will benefit in whatever measure or in whatever amount. Bawal ka rin mag-notaryo doon kasi nga magiging self-serving yon. O kaya is a spouse, common law partner, ancestor, descendants, or relative by affinity or consanguinity of the principal within the fourth civil degree. Halimbawa, ang seller mo, asawa mo, yung asawa mo ipagbibili sa iyo. Nakuha nyo? So ang seller at ang buyer ay related. So ikaw yung buyer, the lawyer, at yung asawa mo ang seller, ay hindi pwede yun kasi unang-unang sabi ko na is self-serving. So take note that there is this prohibition within fourth civil degree either of affinity or consanguinity. So I hope naintindihan ninyo ito. Pag sinabi ninyong consanguinity, this is your relationship by blood. No blood. Halimbawa, anak mo, tatay mo, lola mo, by blood. Pero kung affinity naman, this is your relative by reason of marriage. Yung mga in-laws, in other words, your brother-in-law, mother-in-law, so mayroon yung degree, first degree, second degree, third degree, up to the fourth degree. Yan ang prohibition. So complete degree na, hindi na yan prohibited. Now, para hindi kayo imagine, siguro hanggang ngayon marami sa inyo ang hindi alam kung sino ang first degree relative ninyo. O sino ang first degree relative natin? O yung magulang natin. And at the same time, yung anak natin. First degree yan. O sinong second degree? Si lolo ninyo. Saka yung apo ninyo. O yan, para malinaw ito yan, no? Para hindi na kayo magpara-imagine. Dalawa yan, consanguinity, affinity. Diba? So ang first degree relative ninyo, yung magulang o kaya yung anak. So ganun din yung sa affinity, the parents-in-law. Okay? Then second degree, yung lolo-lola, and yung mga apo mo. And even yung mga kapatid mo, second degree yan. Okay? So sa affinity naman, your grandparents-in-law, brothers-in-law, sister-in-law. Third degree, yung mga uncle and aunts. Tapos yung inyong mga pamangkin, nephew or niece. Okay? So affinity naman, your uncle or aunt-in-law, then nephew or niece-in-law. And ang pang-fourth pala is your first cousin. So sino si first cousin? Anak ng kapatid ng magulang mo. Right? Ang anak ng kapatid ng magulang mo ay pinsan mo. Di ba? Ako may kapatid ako. Yung anak ko ay yung anak ng kapatid ko. Mali. Ako at yung anak ng kapatid ng magulang ko. Nakuha nyo? Si tatay or si nanay ko may kapatid. Nakuha. At pag sila nagkaanak, yung anak nun at ako, first cousin kami. Did you get it? Ayan, first cousin. Hanggang doon yun. Ngayon, kung second cousin na pala, second cousin mo na pala siya, is hindi na siya prohibited because fifth degree na yun. So basta tandaan nyo lang, ang fourth degree, first cousin ang landing yan. Okay? So beyond that, second cousin, no more. Di na siya prohibited. So kung ang magpapanotaryo sa'yo, second cousin mo, walang problema. Pwede mo siyang notaryuhin. Pero kung first cousin mo, that is not allowed. Okay? Refusal to notarize document. Pwede ka bang mag-refuse? Kung ikaw yung notaryo publiko, of course, the notary has all the reason, no? to refuse, particularly in the following. The notary knows or has good reason to believe that the notarial act or transaction is unlawful or immoral. Okay? Kung nakita mong against the law yan, abogado ka, di ba? So hindi ka pwedeng magnotaryo ng against the law or something that is immoral. Bigyan ko kayo ng halimbawa dito. Kasi matagal-tagal na yun nangyari sa akin eh. Pero that was the very first time, no, that I refused, no, to notarize document. Actually, the person involved here is a police officer. No? Sabi sa akin, sir, baka pwede kong ipanotaryo ini sa imo. Sabi ko, ilangon mo daw, ano ba yan? Ini sir, kontrata ming mag-agom. Halayo na kami sir na suwayan. So, they are already separated, no? De facto separation, tawara man legal separation. So nagsuwayan na sila for good, no? So ang nilalaman ng contract is just an agreement, ang nakalagay doon, agreement. Ang agreement nila ganito, nawala na silang pakialam sa kada isa. Okay? So you can go with your own life, I can go with my own life. Okay? So if you get married or if you had another partner, I will not complain. And the same with you, if you find me with somebody, so you will not also complain. Nakuha nyo, ganun yung agreement nila. And you are required to give support to our children, common children, and so on and so forth. Pero sabi ko, hindi ko ito pwede notaryuhin. Kasi this is against the law. Okay, remember, under the family code, marriage is considered as a very important or a with utmost sanctity. No? Marriage. And only the court can rule on it. So yung ginawa nilang dokumento is as if pinapangunahan nila yung korte. Ayaw nilang mag-resort to court and they have it by their own. Na parang sinisibir na nila yung marriage nila na wala na silang pakialam sa kada isa. Kung magpakasal ka, or kung mag-asawa ka man, or kung magkaroon ka man ng other partner, ay hindi kita pwedeng kasuhan. At ganoon din, ikaw hindi mo rin ako pwedeng kasuhan at wala na akong pakialam sa inyo. Mali yun kasi under the law, if you are married, you are not supposed to be engaged in another relationship. Otherwise, it could be either a case of adultery or concubinage. You know that, di ba? So, dapat ang ginawa muna nila, mag-file muna sila ng petition for annulment para masevere yung marriage and then later, pwede na silang magkasal. So, that document alone is an example that the content thereof is unlawful or immoral. Okay? Hindi ko pwedeng notaryuhin yun. Meron din mga pagkakataon yung mga affidavit of desistance, no? Na sinasabi niya doon na yun daw kaso iuurong na niya kasi binayaran siya. Nakakita na ba kayo niyan? Inuurong ko na yung kasong isinampa ko sa kanya kasi nagka-ariglo na kami at binigyan niya na ako ng 100,000 sa pag-uurong nito. Bawal yun. That's against the law. No? Mabuti pa sana kung affidavit of desistance na kahit totoong binayaran siya, huwag niyang ilagay na ganon. Di ba? So ang ilalagay niya lang simple is sa pag-isip-isip ko, aking napagtanto na ito pala ay isang hindi lang pagkakaintindihan. So dahil sa ganoon, ayaw ko nang may kaaway, gusto ko na ma-restore yung aming magandang samahan, inuurong ko na yung kaso. Pero ang katotohanan yung binayaran talaga siya. Walang problema doon pag ganun ang tenor. Pero kung ang tenor ng dokumento ay binayaran siya, bawal po yun. That's against the law. So I hope you understand that, no? That's one thing na hindi pwedeng notaryuhin. Then the signatory shows a demeanor which engenders in the mind of the notary public reasonable doubt as to the former's knowledge of the consequences of the transaction requiring a notarial act. Siyempre, obligasyon po ng notary public na ipaintindi sa sino mang gagawa ng legal na dokumento kung ano yung magiging kahihinatnan or konsekwensya ng gagawin niyang dokumento. Tulad halimbawa sa affidavit of desistance No, sa
No, sa affidavit of desistance,
di ba
ang magiging epekto niyan, pag ginawa niya yung affidavit of desistance is, inuurong na niya ngayon yung kaso.
At hindi
At hindi na niya pwedeng i-file yun, di ba? O kaya i-file man niya, gagamitin ng ebidensya sa kanya, yung ginawa niyang affidavit of desistance, di ba?
So,
kailangan ipaliwanag mo yun sa kanya. Sir, minsan kasi mga no read, no write, no?
Minsan
Gagawa pa yung pulis ng affidavit of desistance, English pa.
Hindi
nga ni nakasabot pala ng kasi simpleng good morning, so nagigibo na yung dokumento illiterate.
So dapat
kaya gibuhon mo niya ako Tagalogon mo. So pag-abot sa kuya, tiyo, tiya, aram po nindo ining ginibo nindong dokumento. So ini po salaysay ng pag-urong ng demanda. Nasasabutan po ninyo ini. Ay po maya sir, ibig sabihin kayan. Ibig sabihin po kayo ni, pag ginibo nindo ini, naiatras na nindo sa reklamo laban dyan sa reklamo nito. Hindi mo kaansurulay me. Nakita nyo na.
So dapat
ipaliwanag nyo yan. So pag ganon, nakita ng notary public na hindi naiintindihan or mali yung pagkakaintindi ng pwede ako mag-refuse na hindi ko notaryohin nyo. Bahala kayo, maghanap kayo ng ibang abogado. Okay? And lastly, in the notary's judgment, the signatory is not acting of his or her own free will. Siyempre, lalong-lalo na sa deed of sale, no? Tiyo, tiya, ito po tabi ining seller digdi. O di nagasimbag. O kaya mabuyo man sumimbag. Nagduduwa-duwa. So you can always refuse if you are in doubt. Kasi once naman notaryuhan mo yan, you will be liable for it. Should there be problem later, no? Affecting that document. So okay pa ba kayo? Mga sirs, okay pa ba kayo dyan, ha? So, diskarte na lang kayo ng pagising nyo. Kape, ha? Pasensya na kasi medyo... Abi ko na nga, pwede man dyan magtaning ng ano? Jinsu. Di man yan nahiling sa camera. Seriously, arog-arog lang kayo eh. Diskarte na lang po. Ano ha? Okay. So we move now to the what do you call this? The parts, no? Of kasi maalis ito yung mo na. Yan. The basic, no? Of legal forms. Ito po. Kailangan maintindihan niyo ito mabuti. Kasi ito yung mga basics, no, ng legal form. Itong oath or affirmation. Ano ba to? Pag ikaw po pumunta sa notaryo publiko, actually ito ang ginagawa ninyo. You are taking an oath or you are affirming something. Bakit kailangan sa notaryo publiko pa gawin ito? Kasi yun ang sistema natin. Diba? Yun ang required sa atin. Kung pwede ka kuta sa padi, pwede ka kuta sa doktor, diba? Dahil pwede. Ang sabi, ang oath or affirmation dapat gibuhon sa abogado. So ini po ang ginigibo nindo whenever you go to a notary public and you have with you a document, illegal document. Halimbawa, affidavit, o kaya kontrata, o kaya maski ano man na legal na dokumento. Pag nagduman ka mo sa abogado, ini pirmi ang hinahagad nindo that you be allowed to take oath or to affirm the truthfulness, the veracity of the one that is stated in the document. Okay? So ini po ang mga kairiba or ini ang nakalaog sa sinaapudtang oath or affirmation. Okay po, mag-appear ka mo in person before the notary public. So di ka pwedeng mag-take ng oath or mag-affirm ng isang bagay na baku ika. Dahil pwedeng proxy digdi po. Bawal ang proxy. Dapat personal ini. So si Saiso seller, si Saiso buyer, si Saiso apayan, si Saiso parte, yung kay puhan magduman sa korte in person. Pangadawa, is personally known to the notary public or identified by the notary public through competent evidence of identity. Dapat mapatunayan mo na ika talaga itong taong ito or even sa notary public aram na dapat ika sa taong ito.
Then lastly, this is what is important, abounds under penalty of law to the whole truth of the contents of the instrument or document. So actually, ini ang pinaka-mayor na content kang sa imong oath or affirmation na pinatutuhanan mo, na pinaninindugan mo, na anuman sa nakalagdo man sa dokumento, totoo ito. Valid or truth ito. Okay? So yan po ang oath or affirmation. So take note of this, no? Because this is basic. Jurat. Nahiling na po nindo ini sa sarap affidavit. So ano pong ibig sabihin kaning jurat na ini? Bako kung durat ha, durat bako yan. Jurat. So it is that part of an affidavit where the officer certifies that the same was sworn before him. It is used in affidavits, certifications, verification, or wherever the person executing a document or instrument makes a statement of facts or attests to the truth of an occurrence of an event under oath. So let's make it simple. Pag sinabi nitong jurat, it is actually an act made by the lawyer. Or the notary public. Ang nagigibo kang jurat, bako man so parte duman sa document, kundi sa abogado. Anong nakalaag po sa dokumento? Anong nakalaag sa jurat na ini? Ini po baga ang nakalaag o? O ino po sa jurat? Anong nakalaag? Subscribe and sworn to before me. By the appliant to exhibited to me his identification card niya. Nakita po ninyo yan? This is the jurat. Na ibig sabihin, pagka mo may daradarang affidavit, ginagamit po ini sa mga affidavit, certification or mga sworn statement. Ini po ang tamang akod, bako pong acknowledgement, no? Jurat. So take note, jurat is being used in affidavits or certifications, no? So ang sarong kapayan, so nagibo kang affidavits na nagsasalaysay. Maduman ka sa notary public, pag panotaryo mo ang affidavit mo, ang abogado ang gigibonon kaya, dapat duman yan sumpaan mo na yan ang ginebo mo, nagabos na nakalaag yan, totoo, naintindihan mo, nasasabutan mo, so asin yang gabos totoo, yan po ang oath nagigibonon mo. Yan sworn, di ba? Then duman mo din pagkatapos kaya, duman mo din yan pipirmahan sa abogado. Pero minsan baga nailot ng pirma. Ano? Pinirmahan na. Magduman sa abogado. So pero ang pinakatama kaya dapat pag duman mo sa abogado, wala pa yung pirma. Sasabihin sa imo kang abogado, ano ini, sasabutan mo sa mga nakalagdig sa affidavit mo. Ikatalaga ini si Aron ka ini. Iling daw kung ID mo. Tapos sige na, naintindihan mo na, pirmahan mo yan. Pagkapirma, manotaryo na sa notary public. Kaya iyon na niyang sasabihin niya, subscribe and sworn to before me. Ano ibig sabihin kang subscribe? Pinirmahan. Ano ibig sabihin kang sworn? Sinumpaan. Before me, sa kuya. So kaya di pwede na nagsasalaysay o so apayant, wara. Naintindihan po. Kaya di ka mo kukulog din buod sa abogado. Grabe man yan si attorney. Istrikto man yan yung maray. Kaya yan ang rules. Na dapat pag nagpanotaryo kayaon ka. Imagine mo po kung arukay nang sabihin ko, subscribe and sworn to before me na wara ka man. Tapos later maging subject so affidavit mo sa korte. Siyempre sasabihin, ano ako naggibo kaya na kang panahon na ito. Yawan ako sa abroad ko. Yan ang ebidensya ko. Igo akong travel. Uyan so passport ko. May naragahan pa duman. Uyo mananggad. Paano mananggad yan? Siyempre sasabihin kang korte. Lawyer. Ano man ang nangyari na nagpanotaryo ini sa iyo na nasa abroad ini. Di ako ngunyan ang remate sa halagang sanggatos na ini affidavit. Nakuha nindo. So I hope you get my point. That's why I'm so strict when it comes to notarization. Okay? As much as possible, I always want the person to be present during the time that I notarize document. Okay. So let's leave that. Yan ang jurat. Ano naman ini acknowledgement na ini? It is
It is the act
of one
of one who has executed
executed
a deed.
Pag sinabi
Pag sinabi tang deed,
ibig
ibig sabihin kaya contract. Pareho man sa nanduwa na yan, deed or contract. In going before some competent office or court
and
and declaring it to be his or her free act or deed.
So,
In other words, kung ang jura ginagamit sa affidavit or certification, ang acknowledgement naman,
ang
gamit kayo sa mga kontrata or sa mga deed.
So, uni
So,
po
ang example ng acknowledgement, no?
So,
So,
imagine
sa nanindo.
Halimbawa,
Contract of sale.
Sisi
ang parties
in the
in the contract of sale,
the
the seller,
and the
the buyer. Bako po,
Yan
ang duwang kontrata ay ang duwang parties dyan.
Imagine
mo kung
magnotaryo
ka na wara yan ni isay man dyan. Uni baga ang
text
kang acknowledgement. Ilangon po nindo ang text ng acknowledgement
at
the municipality of Daraga Albay
on
the date personally appeared.
Ilingan
Ilingan na yan, personally appeared. Isay, Uyan Subaye as a seller, and
the
the buyer
who
who exhibited to me the respective identification cards, namely, so ID ninda, and known to me as the same person who executed the foregoing instrument and acknowledged to me that the same is their free act and deed.
So
So imagine nindo ang piga-acknowledge. Pag sinabi nindo ang acknowledgement,
so
abogado,
pigpapatutuhanan
niya.
Yan ang
acknowledgement.
Pig
Re-recognisar niya.
Pig aako
Niya.
Nakang
Time ng pagnotaryo, nag-appear personally. Imagine mo yan kung wala man duman.
O kaya
Nagreklamo mo niyan so totoong kag sa diri. Paano man ngayon na ipabakal ka yan? Nahaloy naman ngayon guran. Gadan na yan. So paano man nga mag-appear yan si mo? Kalag? Nagduman si mo?
Nakuha nyo?
Wala ina. Haluyon na ngayon gadan. Uban na yan guraan. Nag-iyan pananggad ka ni mo. Kalag na yan. Una yan tao.
No?
So,
be careful.
Kaya huwag kayong sasama ang loob. Kasi ganun talaga yan, no?
Ang
hirap pati nitong idepensa pag nasa korte na.
Ang hirap
nitong idepensa pag nasa korte na. Okay?
Ang simple
lang ipapakita. Death certificate.
Paano mo
overcome yun? Oo nga naman. Namatay pa siya 2016. Nagpanotaryo sa 2019. Ano nangyari yun?
Ano yan?
May resurrection?
Take note of that. Yan po yung
acknowledgement.
So kaya please
understand lawyer, no?
Whenever
you come for notarization.
So yan
ang
ginagamit
ito sa kontrata.
Okay? Yung
jurat saan ngayon ginagamit?
Sa mga
affidavit, no?
And yung
oath or affirmation, applicable yun, pareho dito. Kasi pag nagpa-notaryo ka, whether affidavit or contract, talagang yun ang ginagawa mo. You take an oath and you make an affirmation of the veracity, the truthfulness of that document. Okay?
So ano naman
ang affidavit or sworn statement?
Ano
ibig sabihin nito?
An
affidavit is a formal sworn statement of facts signed by the declarant, called an affiant, and witnessed by a person authorized to administer oaths, such as the notary public. Okay? So affidavit simply means in Tagalog sinumpa ang salaysay. Salaysay that is under oath. Okay?
So yun lang yun,
no?
Yung
series of statement you made
where you are
under oath.
So remember
po, no?
Never tell a lie
if you are under oath.
So I hope
you are aware of
the crime of
perjury.
Okay?
Perjury is a crime committed by somebody who lied
or made a misrepresentation
of facts or distortion of facts
while he or she is
under oath.
So one
kind
kind
of
an act that you are under oath is an execution of an affidavit. And another one, pag doon ka sa korte at nag-testify ka, di ba bago ka mag-testify, ang sasabihin sa iyo ng korte, ikaw ba ay nanunumpa magsabi ng katotohanan at pawang katotohanan lamang sa hukuman ito? You're under oath. So pag nagsinungaling ka, pero jury din yun. So yan po ang ibig sabihin ng affidavit, no? It is a statement under oath. Now, anong gamit ng affidavit? One, to allow evidence to be gathered from witnesses or participants who may not be available to testify in person before the court, or who may otherwise fear for their safety if their true identities are revealed in court. But this number one is no longer true, no? Kasi although ang affidavit is a statement made by somebody in writing, pero ang requirement po ngayon per our jurisprudence, no, base po sa ating mga decision ng Supreme Court, kailangan yung affidavit na ginawa ng tao, kailangan i-identify niya pa rin yun during the course of the proceedings. Halimbawa, na gumawa kayo ng affidavit, so hindi ibig sabihin nun, hindi ka na pupunta sa korte para magtestigo, no? Pupunta ka pa rin doon. At ang magiging laman ng testimonya mo ay i-identify mo yung ginawa mong salaysay. Why? Kapag hindi mo in-identify yun, if you fail to identify your affidavit will be considered hearsay. Ano nga yung hearsay? Based on our discussion of the rules on evidence, hearsay is an information given by a person who has no personal knowledge, di ba? Chismis, in other words. So, ganun din yung affidavit. Pag yung affidavit ay hindi na-identify nung taong gumawa noon sa korte, yun daw ay chismis. So, the affidavit has to be thrown, no? inside the trash can. Because it has no effect whatsoever. Okay? So the court will not appreciate that. So hindi na totoo yan number one na yan, no? Because of the present jurisprudence. So kailangan pa rin, kahit takot na takot ka sa safety mo, you still have to come to court and to testify. Anyway, meron naman na ngayong witness protection program. You can be qualified to apply so that you can be given protection. Number two, to obtain a declaration on a legal document that the information provided by the applicant is truthful to the best of the applicant's knowledge. If after signing such a declaration, the information is found to be deliberately untrue, with the intent to deceive, the applicant may face perjury charges. Ang presumption po, kapag ang statement mo nakalagay sa isang sinumpaang salaysay o sa isang affidavit, yan ay totoo. Kasi sinumpaan mo na totoo yan. Pero pag yan ay napatunayan at nakita ang kasinungalingan, pwede ka rin pumakasuhan. Yun na yung tinatawag nating per jury. I hope you understand that. So ano yung parts ng affidavit? Makikita ninyo, ito may venue. Makikita, I will I think sa sunod. Isa-isa natin muna ito, venue. Yan yung lugar kung saan nyo ginawa yung affidavit. Okay, the place where you executed the affidavit, no? Ano naman tong solicit? Makikita nyo yan dyan, may dalawang S, dalawang S na yan. Ano yung S na yan? Pangalan ba yan? Social, hindi, no? Ang ibig sabihin po niyan, ito po, solicit or subscripsi. Noon ang ibig sabihin, it is used to particularize a general statement like Republic of the Philippines, specifically in the city of Legazpi. Such means Republic of the Philippines, more particularly or specifically in the city of Legazpi. So ganito lang yan. Para dito, no? Republic of the Philippines, province of Albay, particularly in the municipality of Daraga. So parang saan sa Albay? Napakalawak na Albay eh. Yan lang naman ang ibig sabihin ng subscripsi or solicit. Number 3, personal circumstance
of the
of the affiant. So ito yung sino
Is it about affidavit of loss?
kung ano yung
Ano yung nawala? Kailan nawala?
paano nawala.
Nakuha nyo?
So,
So,
naririnig
naririnig
niyo
nyo pa po ba ako? Kasi nakalagay dito, unstable daw yung internet connection ko. Pero okay pa? Can I still be heard by you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Baka
Baka
nagsisinungaling
nagsisinungaling lang ito.
Isinungaling
lang yung
your
connection is unstable, sabi sa akin.
Anyway,
At
at
least
least
naririnig
niyo
niya
ako.
ako. Then, of course, signature of the affiant.
And
And ito na, JURAP.
sa abogado
na ito.
no? That
No? That
simply
means that statement had been subscribed and sworn to by the affiant before the notary public. So ito po ang example no ng
affidavit.
affidavit. So ito sa taas,
ito yung
makikita nyong venue, Republic of the Philippines, Province of Albay, Municipality of Daraga.
So kung
So kung halimbawa city yan, alisin nyo na po yung
province.
province. So Republic of the Philippines, City of Naga, or City of Legazpi. Yun na yun.
Kasi
Kasi wala nang i-specify pa, di ba?
Pero pag
Pero pag municipality, nandyan pa yung province. Anong province? Province of Camarines Norte, specifically in the municipality of Daet, halimbawa, ganun.
Itong
Itong first paragraph, that is the personal information about
the
the affiant, no?
Itong
Itong 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ito yung body.
Okay?
Okay?
Ito
Ito yung body.
And
And signature of the affiant, then
the jurat.
the jurat.
Okay?
Okay?
So I hope
So I hope you understand this, no?
Now,
What is the judicial affidavit rule? So I already talk about this later. I talk about this to you last time, no? Particularly when we discussed the rules on evidence. So
it took
it took effect last January 1, 2013.
It was
It was pursuant to Administrative Matter 12-8-8 of the Supreme Court.
So
ang
rule
rule na ito is a measure resorted to by the court or by the Supreme Court in order to eliminate delay, no? In the proceedings in court.
So like
So like what I told you last time,
di ba
ang sabi ko dito, ito ay nagiging replacement doon sa direct examination. So wala ng direct examination.
So what
we have is judicial affidavit. So ano nga yung pagkakasunod-sunod? Supposed to be in the presentation of evidence, di ba? Direct examination.
Anong sunod?
Anong sunod?
Cross.
Di ba?
Anong sunod?
Anong sunod?
Redirect.
Redirect.
And
And the last is recross. Di ba? Yun ang sequence.
So
dahil sa may judicial affidavit na,
wala
wala na yung direct examination. So ang papasok na,
after
the witness identified his judicial affidavit, magkakaroon na ngayon ng
cross-examination.
cross-examination.
Ganun na po.
So that
So
is the role of
judicial
affidavit.
And
And take note, this is a different
kind of
kind of affidavit because
under
under the judicial affidavit rule, kailangan it should be in a question and answer form.
Question
And answer.
Where were
Where
you
at the time? So may sagot niya, I am at my house. Okay? So unlike doon sa general affidavit, pwede mga statement lang yon that on date like this, so I was on my vehicle.
Then
Then later, I found out that my wallet is no longer in my possession.
So that
immediately upon knowledge
that my
that my wallet is no longer in my possession, so I look for it. No?
I
I exhausted
all
all
efforts,
efforts, no?
but to no
But to no avail.
The wallet
is now beyond recovery.
O yan,
General statement yan. Pero yung judicial affidavit,
it should
it should be a question and answer form. So I already discussed that to you last time, right?
So
So
in
in relation to legal forms,
so
so magkaiba po itong dalawang ito.
This is
This is required in court. So lahat ng proceedings, dapat kung ikaw ay titistigo,
lahat
lahat ng witnesses should have to prepare before testifying a judicial affidavit, which is in question and answer. So yung ginagawa natin na general statement, kaya kayo, kung may mga testigo kayo, gathered during the conduct of your investigation, dapat ang kanilang affidavit should be in a form of judicial affidavit. So I have a copy of this judicial affidavit here. No? Meron ako sa inyong yung folder nito ay siguro i-request ko na lang siguro Fire Officer Buesa Kiromel, no? Si Ludana, no? Bigay ko na lang yung siguro hingan ko siya ng USB kasi medyo marami ito sa legal forms. Yung mga may manual kasi ito, so baka hindi kayanin doon sa email. So better that I will just give to him the folder, no? So pakiusapan ko na lang. But yung mga questionnaire, i-email ko sa iyo. Hindi ko isama doon sa folder. Para wag niyo naman madudahan si Romel na baka kung email ko na lang sa iyo yung questionnaire. Okay? So I hope you understand what is this judicial affidavit. So we move now to business form. So we're through with affidavits or sworn statement, no? So business form. Kanina na-define na natin kung ano itong business forms na ito. So these are forms that we use in transacting business, no? So very famous itong contracts or deed. Pareho lang yan. Kontrata or deed. So a contract or deed is a meeting of minds between two persons whereby one agrees to give something or render some service to another for a consideration. So that is how we define contract or deed, no? Under the laws on obligation and contracts, particularly under Article 1318. Under the new civil code. Okay? So it is a meeting of minds between two persons whereby one party agrees to give something and the other one renders something or render something to another for a consideration. So kaya based on this definition, we have the following elements of a contract. So ang basic elements of contract ay tatlo lang naman. Okay? Una, consent of the contracting parties. So it couldn't be a contract if both parties do not agree. Okay? So this is what you call meeting of the minds. Like in a contract of marriage, pwede bang magkaroon ng kontrata ng kasal or pwede bang magkaroon ng kasal kung ang isang partido ay wala sa kanyang loob o tutol ang kanyang kalooban? Wala, no? There could be no such contract. So, kailangan sa kontrata, mayroong consent from both parties. Kaya nga, kung defective itong requisite na ito in a contract of marriage, the marriage is essentially void. Okay? Kaya pala nag-I do, si groom ay may nakatutok na shotgun sa likod niya. Okay? So pag hindi siya mag-I-do, sabog ang kanyang likod. So how could be that, no? So that is defect in consent. So in other words, it was not voluntarily given. So it was by force. There was duress. So the marriage could be voided, no? In an annulment proceedings. So kailangan po yan. Yung pinakauna, maski anong kontrata? Hindi ka naman pwedeng pilitin in a contract of sale, no? So dapat both parties should have consent. And it should be voluntarily given. Then an object certain which is the subject of the contract. Dapat ang kontrata lagi may object. Okay? O in a contract of sale, dalawa yan. Sa perspective ng seller, nung nagpapabili, ano ang object mo doon? The object is the thing that you want to get out of the contract. Kung ikaw yung seller, ang gusto mo makuha, yung pera na kabayaran, right? Kung ikaw naman yung buyer, ano ang gusto mo makuha? Yung pinagbibili sa iyong property. It's either a car, it's a lot, or whatever, no? Which is the consideration. Nakuha? So yun po ang object. And the last is the cost of the obligation which is established. Pag sinabi mong cost, the tie, yung bind ng party. So that's the contract. It's the contract itself. Kasi pag hindi sinunod ng seller, may konsekwensyon. Ano ba, nagbayad na ako. Hindi mo pa din-deliver sa akin yung lupa. Hindi ka ngayon ikaso sa korte at magbayad ka ng danyos. That's the bind, that's the tie, that's the cost of the contract or the obligation. In other words, the consequence
if one of the parties will not obey or comply with the contract. O kung ikaw naman yung buyer, diniliver ko na sa iyo yung property, yung title, pero hindi ka pa rin nagbabayad. So, you might be liable for that. So, yan po ang tatlong elements. No? Huwag yung kalimutan yung COC, hindi yung clash of plan, ha? COC is the consent, the object, and the cause of the contract. So, these are the three elements of the contract. Now, another is ito. This is very famous also, no? The power of attorney. Sometimes you become an attorney. If you want to become an attorney without taking the law school, ito. Be given a power of attorney, and you will become an attorney in fact. No? You will become an instant attorney without taking the law school and passing the bar. Anyway, what is this power of attorney all about? Ang power of attorney po, it is like a contract of agency. A contract of agency. Meaning, if a person cannot do something or cannot perform something, he may have somebody do it for him or her. At ang tawag doon, contract agency or this one, power of attorney, which could be special or general in nature. Halimbawa, dahil sa nasa Manila ka, hindi ka maka-withdraw ngayon sa land bank over the counter. So anong kailangan mong gawin? You may have somebody do it for you. So paano siya maiaalaw na gawin yun para sa iyo? Ibigyan mo siya ng special power of attorney. Or you call that contract of agency. Halimbawa, matanda ka na o kaya for whatever reason, ayaw mo na ng stress, so kaya sabi mo doon sa isang tao, ipagbili mo nga itong lupa ko. And in return, I will give you commission. So anong kailangan mong ibigay sa kanya para siya ay lumabas na lehitimong representative mo? Special power of attorney. Nakuha po ninyo? So there are two parties in a power of attorney. One is what you call principal, and the other is what you call attorney in fact, or yung representative. Okay? Yung principal, siya yung nagbibigay ng authority. Halimbawa, sa upsly. Kasi nasa opisina ka, hindi ka makalabas. So you want to withdraw. O di ba doon sa form ng upsly, pareho tayo, aware tayo dyan eh. Di ba? Lagi tayo may transaction sa upsly. Sa withdrawal, di ba? Nakalagay doon, if being done by a representative, ano ang dapat na nakalagay doon? Pipirma yung principal. Di ba? Nakaka-relate ba kayo? Pipirma yung principal. And you have to bring your ID. And you have to give your ID to the principal. So without that authorization you gave, the upsly will not let you withdraw through a representative. So yun po ay isang klase ng power of attorney actually. Pero ang pinakamalinaw dyan ganito. Kung halimbawa gusto mong ipagbili yung property mo na through somebody, so kailangan bigyan mo siya ng authority. And the authority that you have to give is called power of attorney. So ikaw yung principal, yung binibigyan mo ng authority, siya yung iyong agent or attorney in fact or representative mo. Okay? So there are two kinds of power of attorney, general and special. Pag general, walang limit po yan. Okay? Everything can be done by the agent or the representative, the attorney in fact. Pero pag special, ibig sabihin, meron certain acts lang na pwede siyang magawa. Okay? Halimbawa, in a contract of sale. So gusto mong ipagbili ng isang tao yung property mo kasi mas marami siyang connection. So ang inyong usapan is up to the execution lang ng bill of sale, payment ng
required fees and notarization. Pero pagdating doon sa amount, kailangan i-turn over yun sa'yo. He has no right to dispose that for his own or on his own. Pero kung walang limit, basta ipagbili mo lang yan, and wala nang nakalagay na iba, you call that power of attorney general because there is no limitation. So I hope you get the distinction. Pag general, no limitation. Okay? While special, there is specific acts, no, or limitation on the acts that could be performed by the agent or the attorney in fact. Okay?
Ito
Ito pala, meron pala itong
Anyway,
I forgot this, no?
Kanina
yung contract
or deed.
So we have this sample form, no? Nandito po, yung sample form niya.
You have this
actually in your handout. Doon sa folder na ibibigay ko. So this is deed of sale. So dyan po. And ay importante sa deed of sale, kailangan naka-specify yung name ng parties. Then yung name ng yung description ng property, whatever property is that, because that is the consideration. That's the object.
Okay?
Consent,
Di ba?
yung elements ng contract, tatlo, COC, kalimutan nyo na. Consent, object, and cost.
Diba?
So yun.
So
Kailangan makita yun dyan. The parties,
the
object,
and
ang cost is the document itself. This one. Because whenever you fail to comply with this, pwede ito maging subject ng issue or proceedings in court. Okay?
So ito po
yung mali.
Ito naman po
yung example ng power of attorney.
Yan.
Special power of attorney.
So,
siyempre, dalawang parties dito,
like what I said,
yung principal saka yung attorney in fact. Okay?
You might know yung mga tao
dito, hindi ko na na-edit, no?
Pero wala namang problema yan.
Attorney in fact and principal.
So,
this is an example of special power of attorney kasi may limitation. Ito lang yung kanyang pwedeng gawin. Pero kung halimbawa wala ito, and everything could be exercised by the attorney in fact or the agent, so pwede po yun. Ayun ay tinatawag natin general power of attorney. Okay?
Ang
power of attorney, bago ko lang makalimutan, is an example of contract of agency. Because ikaw, principal, you want somebody to be your agent. Pag agent, ano po yun? You want somebody to do something for and in your behalf. Imbisa na ikaw ang gagawa, siya yung gagawa. Nakuha nyo? Kaya contract of agency siya. Hindi ka maka-withdraw. Gusto di ko mag-withdraw eh. Kaya lang wala ka nga doon eh. So you let somebody do it for you. So you make him or her your agent or your representative.
I hope you get that point,
ha? Okay.
Ito
naman, judicial form.
So we move now to judicial form.
Meaning, tapos na tayo sa affidavit or SORN, tapos na tayo sa business form. Kasi basically yun lang naman po yun. No? Marami pa actually yung mga business forms. Kaya lang, we cannot discuss all of them here. So what I discuss with you are the basics. No? Mamimit nyo pa yung contract of loan. Diba? Yan sa MBAI, dami yan. Contract of loan. Okay? Marami din yung donation, diba? Deed of donation. There are other business forms, no? Pero more or less yun po yung salient, We move now to judicial form. These forms are referring to the forms that we use in court. So, ang judicial form, lagi po yung may caption. What does that mean? The caption sets forth the name of the court. Okay? The title of the action and the docket number is assigned, no?
So, yun ang
So, yun ang caption.
Then, yung
Then, yung title naman, the title of the action indicates the name of the parties.
They shall
They shall all be
named
named in the original complaint or petition,
but in
but in subsequent pleading, it shall be sufficient if the name of the first party on each side be stated with an appropriate indication
when
when there are other parties.
Okay?
Okay?
So,
So,
pag sinabi yung caption,
kung alin dyan ang caption. Ang caption, itong nasa taas, yung Republic of the Philippines, First Judicial Region.
Okay?
Okay?
So, ito
So, ito yung
caption
caption niya, yung heading niya. And kasama din po yung title ng kung anong proceeding siya, civil, criminal, administrative, and yung case number.
And for
And for what case is that?
Kung
Kung civil, collection for sum of money. Kung criminal, murder.
Kung
Kung administrative, that is for grave misconduct. Nakuha nyo?
Then yung
Then yung title, ito,
title
title ng
case,
yung Juan de la Cruz, plaintiff or complainant versus Pedro Santos.
So this is
So this is the title. So the caption yung nandun sa kanan, yung itong nasa bandang baba, that's the title.
Did you get it?
Did you get it?
So I hope
So
so.
I hope so.
Now,
Now,
what are the
essential parts of a criminal
criminal
complaint?
So,
The criminal complaint should have the following parts, no? Caption, heading, opening statement, body alleging facts or omission constituting a crime,
and
the word contrary to law, no? Oath of complainant with his or her signature,
then
then jurat, supporting
documents
documents or affidavits. So these are the parts of a criminal complaint. Now,
for your
purpose, being an investigator, you see to it that
you
you comply with these requirements. For you to
make
make your pleading
substantial
substantial
informed.
informed.
Take
Take note that
the
the pleadings in court
for the
for the court to accept it
should not
only be
compliant
with the law, but also compliant with the forms. No?
So kaya
So kaya dapat dalawa yan. Sufficient in form and sufficient in substance. Okay?
So
So I am talking here of sufficiency in form. Never mind yung
substance
substance kasi base yun sa content ng batas.
Pag
Pag
nag-allege
nag-allege ka ng arson, anong arson? Under 320 ba of the revised penal code or under section 2 of PD 1613 or
is it
is it just a simple arson under section 3 of PD 1613? So ganun.
So you
So you have to specify that, no?
That's
That's substantial, that is sufficient in substance. Pero pag form, dapat compliant dito sa form na ito.
So
So actually, I have this manual, no? Nandun na rin po yan. Yan, this is just an example of complaint. Ito, reckless imprudence ito. Meron ako ditong, nandyan po, no? Title,
This is
the caption, then yung name, personal, ng complainant, then ito yung allegation that on December 25 and acts contrary to law. The private complainant. Then yung mga additional witness, the jurat. Of course, the jurat yan subscribe and sworn. Then yung other evidence, the witnesses, so you have to state that there.
So just
So, just a sample form, no?
Meron
din ako dyan dito. Ito po.
Complaint
affidavit for arson. Okay?
So
Putol na
Pero
to. Pero
more or less
dapat ganun. No?
You have to
state there
the cause of
action. Ito yan.
and
The law that it violates
and
and additional pieces of evidence. Okay?
So ito
So ito naman po yung counter affidavit. So pag nireklamo kang kriminal,
you will
be asked to submit your counter affidavit. And your counter affidavit should have to the content of it should be the following. No? Identity of defiant in other personal circumstances, yung factual allegations niya, ano naman yung kanyang, kasi you have to provide your own version. Kasi yung sa reklamo, version yun ng responde, version yun ng complainant. Pero pagdating doon sa counter affidavit mo, dapat mag-counter ka ng iyong version. Kasi kadalasan,
ang
Ang
complainant will tailor
yung
yung factual circumstances ng
kaso
pabor
pabor
sa
sa kanya.
So dapat
So dapat sabihin mo rin kung ano naman talaga yung totoong nangyari
at to
at to serve as your version.
Then
Then ano naman yung mga depensa mo, yan, defenses,
And of
and of course yung signature mo, then verification
or
or certification. Ito
pwedeng
jurat din ito.
Pare-pareho
lang naman yan, verification or certification.
and
And supporting documents or affidavits.
So
So a counter affidavit should be filed within 10 days from receipt of subpoena
with
with the complainant and supporting
affidavits.
affidavits. No?
So
So
kailangan
ma-file mo siya within
10
10 days.
So yan po
ang proceedings natin mamaya. I will elaborate on that. Particularly when we reach yung
mock
mock trial or court de menor.
Okay?
Okay?
So
So, counter affidavit.
Ito po
Ito po yung forma ng
counter
counter affidavit.
So
So,
of course,
of course, nandiyan pa rin yung caption, nandiyan yung title,
then yung
personal circumstances na payan, the one executing the affidavit, yung iyong version.
Andyan,
Ilalagay mo. Then yung mga depensa mo, you have to incorporate that there.
So
So,
pakibasan
nyo na lang po ito later or just refer to this, no?
Actually,
Actually, yung manual of forms na bibigay ko sa inyo
will not only limit,
no? Will not only be limited to those forms that we discuss. Actually, marami pa talaga itong forms, no?
Ganyan
Ganyan din po kagulo ang pag-aaral ng law.
Kaya lang,
Siyempre, sa korte ninyo,
you just have
to
be
be confined with
those
those forms that are related to your duty as fire
arson
investigator, no?
So, yan
So,
po.
yan po.
Ito yung
Ito yung counter affidavit.
Tagalog,
Tagalog, ito yung tinatawag na kontra
salaysay.
salaysay.
So, may
May reklamo,
So, you will
so you will be asked to file your defense,
So,
no? So,
you call
you call that counter affidavit or
kontra
kontra salaysay.
Now,
Now, ito naman yung information. Pag nagkaroon po ng probable cause, nagkaroon ng probable cause kasi sa preliminary investigation sa prosecution, kinasuhan ka ng arson.
Ngayon, pag
Ngayon, pag nagkaroon ng probable cause,
ibig sabihin
may
sapat
na basihan para
litisin
litisin ka sa korte.
may
May probability kasi probable cause is mere probability or posibilidad, no? Na ginawa mo talaga yung krimen base sa ebidensyang nakita doon.
So,
So, papailan ka na ngayon, sasampahan ka na ngayon ng information. Pag naisampa po itong information, officially, it will now be a criminal case. No? Yung nasa prosecution pa lang, that is not yet a pending criminal case.
Pero pag
Pero pag naisampa na yan sa korte,
through
an information that is already a pending case. No? So, ang information should have to contain the following parts. No? Caption, offense designated by statute. So, ano bang binabiolate nun? Yung gaya nung sinabi ko sa inyo, is it Article 320 of the RPC or PD 1613? Acts or omission complained of constituting the offense, including the qualifying or aggravating circumstance. So, you have to allege there kung mayroon aggravating, no? Or qualifying circumstance.
Then,
Then, kailan
commit
yung offense, the time,
the place
of the commission,
then
it will now be signed by the prosecutor. So, hindi na po ng complainant, no?
So,
So, information is one filed by the prosecutor.
Bago ko
Bago ko makalimutan, how will you distinguish complaint from information? So, in one thing, they are similar.
Ang
complaint at ang information, they are both accusation in writing
against
against the accused.
Pareho
Pareho lang yan.
In
No?
that manner
or in that aspect. Pareho yan, akusasyon na nakasulat.
It will
contain the cause of action, it will contain who is being complained and who is complaining, di ba?
At ang
At ang pwedeng mag-file ng complaint, yung private offended party.
Nakuha niyo?
Nakuha niyo?
The private
The offended party o kaya kayo, the law enforcer. Matanong ko kayo, can you file an information?
Pwede ba
ang
fire
investigator mag-file ng information in court?
Answer
Please.
please. Anyone? Can you file
an information? Are you allowed to file an information?
Walang
May alam.
Yes or
Yes or
no
no lang naman
ang
ang
sagot.
sagot.
Can you
File an information
in court?
in court?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pwede.
Pwede.
Mali po,
kasi ganito po yan.
Ang
Ang pwede lang po, under the rules of court, ang pwede lang po mag-file ng information, walang iba kundi ang prosecutor or ang fiscal. Okay?
What you can file
Is complaint.
Di ba?
Ipapile niyo ang complaint ninyo for arson sa piskalya.
At yung
At yung complaint na yun, mag-undergo yun ng preliminary
investigation.
investigation. Ako ha, at i-require yung akusado na mag-submit ng counter affidavit. Mamaya i-discuss ko ito. But I just would like you to understand
that
that information is not something that you could file, but it is for the prosecutor. Kaya apirmado yan, no? Signature of
the
the prosecutor. So siya talaga ang dapat mag-file niyan. Okay?
So ano
So
po
po ang example? No? I have a sample form for information.
Ito for
arson, no?
This is
So this is the sample form.
Okay, so
Okay,
yan
so yan nakalagay yung prosecutor ang paper that on or before.
Ibig
Sabihin, this is now the official charge against the accused after the conduct of preliminary investigation. Okay?
So
So that's the information. So we go now to civil case, no?
So sa
So sa civil case
naman,
naman,
ganun din
yan, complaint din, no?
Ang
Ang criminal case, it will start with a complaint.
So
So
ang
ang akusado magpapile ng counter affidavit.
So pero
Pero dito sa civil case, I will no longer discuss this thoroughly because I already discussed this in criminal, no?
So yung
So yung complaint,
like what I said,
that is simply means accusation in writing. Yung akusasyon mo na nakasulat.
So
So natural kung nakasulat, dapat nakalagay kung sinong nagrereklamo, sino ang nirereklamo, ano ang nirereklamo. Diba?
So
yun.
Ano yung
gusto mong mangyari? Ano yung hinihingi mong relief or your prayer? O nakalagay yan dyan.
So this is
an example of a complaint. Yan.
Complaint
For ejectment ito, a civil case, forcible entry kasi yung lupa mo pinasok ng ibang tao,
na wala
kang consent, na wala kang authority na binigay.
So
papaalisin mo siya. Hindi mo siya pwedeng paalisin ng takutin mo. Ikaw pa ngayon ang mamamali dyan. Kailangan you don't have to take the law into your own hands. So you have to file a case. And you call that case ejectment. Okay?
So I hope
you are still with me, ha?
Malalim
ng gabi. Pero sana naintindihan pa rin ninyo ako, ha?
So
huwag kayong maya magtanong mamaya kung mayroon pang mga katanungan. Okay?
Sana hindi
pa kayo inaantok. Kasi ako hindi pa inaantok. Ako lang ang dada ng dada dito.
Pero I hope
you are still listening to me.
Okay. So yan yung
complaint. Ngayon, sa civil case, pag sasagot ka, ang tawag naman dito, hindi counter affidavit.
You simply
call it answer.
Nakuha po ninyo? So kung sa criminal, pag ang akusado pa sasagutin, ang sasubmit niya counter affidavit dito po sa civil case, pag pasasagutin yung respondent, ganito po pala yan, no? Hindi po respondent, defendant. Sa complaint ay sa criminal po, dalawang parties. Ang tawag mo doon sa isa, complainant, and yung isa accused. Intindihan? Sa civil case, ano naman? Ang tawag mo doon sa isa, hindi po complainant, kundi plaintiff. And ano yung isa? Yung sasagot, yung kalaban. How do you call that? You call that defendant. Okay? So pag administrative naman, ano yon? Halimbawa, administrative case, complainant, anong tawag doon sa nirereklamo? Respondent. Kakaibang tawag yan, ha, para hindi kayo malito, ha? Criminal, complainant, accused. Civil, plaintiff, defendant. Okay? Administrative, complainant, respondent. Okay? So I hope you get that. So kaya dito, pag civil, answer ang isasagot mo. So simply, answer is your counter allegation. Parang pareho din ng counter affidavit. Kaya lang para hindi magkalituhan nga, iniiba-iba natin ang tawag. Pag nakita mong answer, civil case yan. O kaya administrative siguro yan. But definitely that is not criminal. Kasi kung criminal, counter
affidavit ang tawag, di ba?
So,
So, pareho lang naman. Answer will contain your counter allegation, of course, your version, your defenses, so nakalagay yan dito. So, oops, nag-thank you na agad. Ito yung
form
form ng answer.
Okay?
Okay?
This is
This is the
the
form of
answer. So,
answer.
pag
So,
nakita
pag
mo ang
nakita mo
answer,
ang answer,
this
this will be your
counter
counter allegation. So, natural na, andyan din yung version mo. Andyan din yung depensa mo.
Ano
Ba yung masasabi mo doon sa reklamo sa iyo.
And
And
under the law,
what are the things that
you
you have on your favor? Okay? Your defenses, in other words.
So I think
So, I think this would be the last slide, no? Or
the
legal forms.
So
So,
isahin
isahin ko na lang. Proceed na muna siguro ako doon
sa
sa tawag nito.
sa
Sa
mock
mock trial or court de menor. Okay pa ba kayo?
Para
Para after that,
you
you can ask question or tanong muna kayo para ma-refresh yung ano niyo.
kung
Baka kung
meron
kayong katanungan, malimutan nyo na o mawala na
before
before I
proceed here. Any question
po regarding sa legal forms?
Ha?
Hindi lang naman yun, no?
So just Kunti lang naman ito. So we move now to mock trial. Actually, sometimes I call this court de menor eh.
More or less pareho lang yan siya. Ano ba yung mock trial?
A mock
Mock trial is an act or imitation trial. It is similar to a moot court.
It
It aims to illustrate the proceedings being done inside the judicial courts
that we have
in the Philippines. No?
Kaya lang po,
Kaya lang po, ang problema natin ngayon
is that
is that
ano tayo,
no?
we have this situation.
So, imposible na sa atin na magkaroon pa tayo ng face-to-face
and
and even simulation of trial in court. So, kaya nga,
what I
would like to discuss to you is just a kind of orientation, no?
on
On what things that happened, no? Inside the court. So,
it's a
it's a combination actually of mock trial and even this court de menor. Yung court de menor naman, pag sinabi yung court de menor, refers to the behavior that must be observed in dealing with the courts in the Philippines, whether before, during, and after the case is filed or processed with it. So,
in
in both cases, court
de
de menor and mock trial will point to our dealing with the court. Okay?
So
Isip nyo lang yung sarili ninyo na you are a fire arson investigator. And therefore, in line with your duty as such, no? It is really inevitable that you will deal with the court. Not even with the court, but even with the prosecution, no? So yan ang magiging playing field ninyo. Yan ang magiging playing field ninyo. Kumbaga, basketballista ka, basketball court, pero kayo investigator, ang playing field ninyo, korte. Yang prosecution, yang mga courts, no, where you will file your case for arson. So kaya, I just want you to have a good understanding of our judicial system, no? So are you aware of this? Yung 5 pillars of our criminal justice system.
So
What are the 5 pillars? Law enforcement, prosecution, court, correction, and
the
the community. So, yan ang pillars ng ating criminal justice system.
And
your function under the fire code or under the arson-related laws is connected with our criminal justice system because you are acting on how these criminals, no, or violators of law, those who committed the act of arson, no, those who maliciously burn structure, edifice, or buildings, no, that in effect cause damage to another,
how will you process them under our criminal justice system? So, ang proseso po natin dumadaan sa 5 pillars na ito. So, saan ba kayo dito? Yung Bureau of Fire Protection. You are under what pillar? Anyone?
Law enforcement, sir.
Okay. Yes. You belong to the law enforcement pillar. Napakarami natin mga law enforcers, no? Including the PNP, the NBI, the CIDG, the PDEA. So, even the Land Transportation Office, no, yung officer nila, they belong to the law enforcement. And of course, you, when it comes to our arson laws, no? So, you belong here. Ngayon, hindi, kayo, frontliner kayo actually. So, you stand at the forefront of the criminal justice system. Pero yung trabaho ninyo po, hindi lang natatapos dyan sa pillar na yan. You have to deal and penetrate, no, the other pillars of our criminal justice system. So di ba pag may nangyaring sunog, so as part of your duty as fire arson investigator, you will conduct investigation, isn't it? So you will document it. You will prepare pleadings, no, for filing of case, and after that you will relate with the other pillar. You will go to the prosecution, hindi ba? Isasampan nyo yung kaso ninyo, direkta na ba sa korte or sa prosecution muna? Prosecution muna. So, ang gagawin ng prosecution, ipoprocess yun in the conduct of preliminary investigation, which I will discuss thoroughly to you later para maging aware kayo ng yung interaction. So, dito, isa sa mga technique na dapat meron kayo, maganda yung rapport ninyo sa piskalya, sa mga prosecutor natin. So saan bang marami ng kaso ng arson na lugar? Because you can learn from each other. Sa Kamsur siguro, no? Naga City. Marami ba yung kaso? Dito ba sa Legazpi? Meron na rin, marami na rin ba? Kasi you can learn from each other, lalo na yung mga lugar na wala naman kaso. So you try to connect, no, with each other. And kayo naman, yung mga nandun talaga sa mga active na area with regard to arson cases, don't be how do you call that? Selfish, no? So you share kanila kasi they will also learn kahit wala silang kaso doon, at it's matututo din sila, no, kung ano ba yung ginagawa ninyo in your area. So kasi dapat maganda yung rapport ninyo dyan, yung relationship ninyo sa prosecutor. Kasi may mga prosecutor na minsan di naman lahat, pero may mga kumbaga dinumero or pasirensyahan man ng mga prosecutor. Kailangan maganda kasi para pag nag-deal kayo doon, tuturuan kayo or even be friendly din sa inyo. Pero supposed to be dapat maganda ang relation kasi you are in the same system, no? So kasi sa prosecution office, diyan yung tinatawag na preliminary investigation. So halimbawa may probable cause, that's the time that it will transfer to the courts. So hindi natatapos sa prosecution ang trabaho ninyo. Kasi pag nakarating yan sa korte, dadaan kayo sa korte, magte-testify kayo dito. So that is now the time wherein you need there is a reason for you you need to really have a good understanding of this mock trial or court de menor, okay? Subject natin. So in court naman magkakaroon niya ng tawag nito ng proceedings, ng hearing. So mamaya I will elaborate on that. Then after that, pag na-convict yung akusado, it will go to the correction, di ba? For him or her to serve his sentence. O ngayon, anong purpose sa correction? Although the purpose of being imprisoned is for him to be or her to be penalized, pero ang ating correction is for the purpose of primary purpose of rectifying or reforming, no, the PDL, yung person deprived of liberty. Kasi pag na-serve nila yung sentence nila, they will again go back to the community. Di ba?
Di ba?
So yan
So yan ang interconnectivity ng
five
5 pillars.
So
So kayo yung nasa apprehension, enforcement, dadalahin ninyo sa prosecution for determination ng charge. Then, pag makarating sa korte, he will be processed, hearing will be made in order to determine his innocence or guilt. Then, if he found guilty, transfer siya sa correction for his reformation. Then, pag na-reform siya, balik na siya sa community.
So, di ba?
So, di ba?
So, yan ang,
I hope you're aware of this, no?
So,
you must equate yourself kasi para makita ninyo yung meaning
ng
trabaho ninyo.
You
You are there because you're very important pillar
in
our criminal justice system. So you must
do
do your job well
because
our criminal system will fail if doon pa lang sa unahan tayo ay hindi na successful.
Nakuha.
So
dapat
dapat ayusin ninyo. Kaya that's why you have this schooling,
you have
you have this
a
kind of seminar, no? Marami kayong mga seminars on investigation and para mas lalong lalim at mapaigting yung inyong kakayahan sa pag-iimbestiga. Okay? So that our system will ensure na yung talaga may mga sala ay talagang mapaparusahan. So I hope you are also aware of our judicial system, no? The setup of our Philippine court, no?
So ang
first level court natin is you have this municipal trial courts.
So yan ang
pinaka mababa.
And
our first level court are of 3 kinds. No? Are you aware that we have 3 kinds of first level court?
Okay,
yung tinatawag natin na municipal trial court, yung municipal circuit trial court, and municipal trial court in city. So do you know the distinction between them? Yung municipal trial court, there is no problem with that because that is the court that you can find in a municipality, no? Like in Daraga, or in Manito, or in Malilipot, Santo Domingo. Municipal trial court yan in that municipality. Ano naman itong municipal trial court in city? This is the municipal trial court that you can find in city, like in Legazpi City, like in Ligao, like in Tabaco. Naintindihan po. Ano naman po itong municipal circuit trial court? Ito ba, naintindihan ninyo? Meron kasi tayo mga munisipyo na kukunti lang yung kaso na pumapasok sa kanila. So they are being handled by one municipal trial court only, and we call it municipal circuit trial court. Tulad po halimbawa ng municipal circuit trial court ng Libon, Uwas, at Pulangi. So there are 3 municipalities being handled only by one municipal trial court. You call that MCTC, Municipal Circuit Trial Court. 3 adjacent municipalities. Parang circuit, yung electrical circuit at yung ilaw isang switch. Kuha. So parang ganun. So that's why we call it circuit. So yan pare-pareho lang sila first level court. So after the MTC, what's next? The regional trial court. Okay? So after the regional trial court, what's next? Anong sunod? The Court of Appeals. An appellate court, no? And after the Court of Appeals, you have the Supreme Court. May mga special courts tayo. Okay? Ito yung sa mga Muslim, yung Sharia court. First level yan. Yung Sharia District Courts, ito makikita nyo, ito famous ito doon sa Mindanao, no? Muslim dominant provinces or region or island natin. Ito, yung Sandigan Bayan, that is an anti-graft court. Okay? Ito naman pag mga tax cases dito sa Court of Tax Appeal. Kasi mga special ano yan legislation dyan. So, pero usually po, yun ang sinabi ko. Yan ang yung sa regular court, MTC, MCTC, MTCC. Then followed by regional trial court, the Court of Appeals, and the Supreme Court. So after the Supreme Court, do we still have another court higher than the Supreme Court? Wala na. Pag naandyan na yung kaso mo at talo ka pa rin, you can go to the court of heaven na doon ka na sa simbahan, magdasal ka na. Wala na yan. Last na yan. Okay, so here is the setup in our courtroom. So hindi tayo pwedeng pumasok dyan kasi because of the pandemic, no? So pinicture ko na lang. So this is a court, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in Camarines Norte, no? So yun.
So dito makikita po ninyo yung setup. Bago dyan dito sa bakod na ito, dito parang yung pinakaunang pinakadulo na itong picture. Hindi po dun sa likod, dito sa harap. Itong parang may mga design na parang may bakod na ito. Mga upuan yan, that is for the public. Okay? So take note that our hearing is being done publicly. Meaning anyone can watch it. Anyone can get inside the court. However, that was before. Kaya lang mo niyan po, very limited na ngayon ang ina-allow dyan. Bawal na yung mga issue or even the media. No? So kasi because of the pandemic, social distancing, physical distancing, so kaya kadalasan yung mga parties lang talaga. Pero before, the general public is allowed. Pero may mga kaso po tayo na tinatawag natin na public are excluded, like yung mga rape cases, yung mga bawsi, yung mga tawag nito yung 7610 where the identity of the child has to be maintained to be confidential. Yun, bawal yung general public. Pero yung murder, yung homicide, public are allowed to watch, no? So yan po. Ngayon makikita po ninyo dito yung lugar ng kada party sa korte. Yung general public, sabi ko na may mga upuan yan before dito sa bakod dito yan. Ito yung may lamesa po dyan sa gitna. Kadalasan ganyan yung korte natin. So sa tingin ko lahat naman siguro kayo nakapasok na sa courtroom natin, no? May lamesa dyan where counsels and even prosecutors located, no? So yan pong lamesa na yan. Nandyan yung abogado ng private lawyer o kaya yung prosecutors natin. Then yun naman lamesa na yun puti sa likod. Nandyan yung mga court employees, no? Nandyan yung clerk of court, stenographer, and yung interpreter. Okay? And yung pinakaupuan doon sa uli, that is the seat of the location of the judge. Okay? So generally ganyan po yung sitwasyon sa loob ng korte. And you just have to take note later of the demeanor, no? or of the kind of behavior that you have to exhibit, no? Inside the court. You have to follow yung tinatawag nating decorum. Yung decorum natin yung conduct natin while inside the court. Kasi may mga judges na talagang mga pasensyahan minsan. Okay? Unti-unti lang nagagalit, kala mo karuming period, no? Ano na yung babae. Or even sometimes yung mga lalaki, no? Na judge, kala mo siguro nadagitan ni Mrs. Ninda. So they pwedeng bumiltada, ginigibo sa korte. Nilalamuyuan sa mga abogado. Okay? Ganyan minsan, experience a lot, no? Lalo na nung nakakapag-practice private practice pa. Kasi ngayon when I was the provincial officer of Sorsogon, buwila akong mag-practice. Pero this time, although may authority to practice naman kami, kaya lang this time that I am in the regional office, so hirap na mag-practice kasi ang dami rin trabaho sa opisina. Kawawa naman yung kliyente pag sisingilin mo tapos hindi mo naman maservisyohan ng maayos, no? Later siguro para at least maging fair din tayo. Okay, so generally po, no, you just familiarize yourselves with the situation inside. Yan. Pag nandiyan ka na sa loob, when the judge enter, so you will be asked to stand up. No? Mag-announce naman yung interpreter dyan. Please all stand. Judge so and so presiding, pasok siya. Then pag pukpok niya doon sa kanyang lamesa, yung gabel niya. So everybody will sit down. Normally magpe-prayer muna yan, yung prayer nila. Then after that, he will hit yung kanyang gabel doon sa lamesa. Then everybody will sit down and yung interpreter will read yung mga kasong i-hear. Case number 1, criminal case number, so on and so forth. People versus Juan de la Cruz. Si de la Cruz na naman. So
tatayo yung counsel, una ng prosecutor.
Good
Good morning, Your Honor. Representing the people, Your Honor.
Tapos
Tapos yung
counsel
naman for the defense.
Good morning,
Good morning, Your Honor. Representing the defense, Your Honor. Yun.
So our
So,
part
our
is
part
ready,
is ready, sabi ng judge. Ready, Your Honor. So,
tawagin
tawagin
mo
muna
na
yan lahat ng kaso.
Tawagin.
Minsan,
ang
ang daming nakapila, no?
Minsan,
Minsan, 10 cases in a day.
So,
So,
medyo
clogging talaga yung mga korte natin.
So, pero
Pero maganda rin manood ng ano.
Maganda
Rin manood. Tapos ito pala yung witness stand na andyan. No? So, whenever you are asked to testify, kayo,
If
you are asked to testify, so you will occupy that witness stand.
Okay,
You have to stand there
and
and took your oath, then sit down and give your testimony based on the query
or
the questions made by your lawyer. No?
So,
So, balik ganun ang mangyayari dyan. Now,
ito yung
stages po ng proceedings natin.
Just
Just for you to be aware, no?
The first
The first thing that we have to do in a case is you prepare for a case.
At kayo
Kayo yung
gumagawa.
gumagawa nun.
Siyempre,
After apprehension, halimbawa, nagkaroon ng sunog,
So you will
conduct investigation.
Di ba?
Di ba?
At kapag hindi
mo siya naaktuhan,
or
or
di mo
naaktuhan, or later na identify mo, so be careful, no? You cannot anymore effect warrantless arrest. Okay?
So
I hope you are still, you can still recall
yung
yung three instances of warrantless arrest under Rule 113, Section 5 of the Rules of Court, no? Section 5, Rule 113.
So there
are only three instances where you can arrest somebody without a warrant.
Okay?
Yung flagrante delicto arrest, hot pursuit arrest, and fugitives arrest. So I hope you can still recall that, no?
So
pagkandak ninyo, natural, kayo minsan, di ba kadalasan sa sitwasyon ninyo, di nyo naman naaktuhan yung nagsunog, di ba?
Or
Kung mayroon man kayong suspect, never, or seldom it happens that you caught
in
the act
the one
who was responsible for burning that particular structure.
So
sometimes lumalabas na lang yan yung person of interest ninyo or yung suspect ninyo after the conduct of investigation.
So ang
tanong ko sa inyo,
would you
arrest that person
without
warrant?
So
definitely you have to bear in mind yung three instances, no? Ano ba yung flagrante? I-repeat ko lang para ma-refresh yung memory ninyo.
O yung
flagrante delicto arrest na yan, yung caught in the act arrest. Tatlo ang sitwasyon yan.
If
you,
the
arresting officer,
you
see the person committed. That's one. Committed past tense na, nakagawa na. Or is committing, ginagawa pa lang niya. Or about to commit o gagawin pa lang niya. Even without warrant, you can arrest that person. Kaya nga lang, hindi mo man nakita na gano'n. Kasi kadalasan kayo, nangyayari is nasunog na, di ba?
May
nangyari na ba na nakapag-report sa inyo na may tao na kadalasan pulis ang gagawa niya, no? Kayo, tatawagin kayo talaga pag may sunog na, di ba?
So, ganun ang
nangyayari. Although you are doing proactive acts now, may mga proactive activity na kayo. You also make info dissemination. You celebrate the fire prevention month. Maganda yun. I like that activity because these are proactive activities. No, you don't wait for fire to happen, but before even happening. Fire happens is you are doing something. You call that proactive activities. Now. Ano naman yung hot pursuit? O yung hot pursuit kasi nung mangyari yung krimen, wala kayo. Ang problema, para makapag-effect kayo ng warrantless arrest, ang requirement doon is you must have personal knowledge based on you must have probable cause based on personal knowledge that the person whom you are about to arrest was the one who committed the crime. Ganito kasi yan.
Halimbawa, alisin muna, wag muna doon sa sunog ha. Sa kaso ng pulis. Kasi nangyayari minsan. So may vehicular accident na nangyari. Natural, tatawagin yung pulis. So pagdating doon ng pulis, anong makikita nyo? Sasakyan, wala na yung driver, then nakabulag ang pedestrian. So pagdating ng pulis, kinordon niya yung lugar. That's the role of the first responder. Kahit siguro sa inyo, ganyan din, no? You cordon it, no? Yung area. So that the public will be prohibited from entering and avoid tampering the crime scene, no? Ngayon, sabi nung bystander sa pulis, sir, bistado ko po ang driver kayan. Saka iyong nahiling ko na nakabunggo yung sa driver kayan. Si Pedro sir, taga-duman yan sa Muyak. Bistado ko po ang driver kayan. Now, kung ikaw yung pulis, kasi same question ang itatanong ko sa inyo mamaya. Kung ikaw yung pulis, base doon sa sinabi ng cigarette vendor, pwede mo bang arestuhin si Pedro? Nasabi ng cigarette vendor, siya yung nagdadrive at siya yung nakabangga. Under hot pursuit. Kasi ang requirement, the incident happened when you were not around. Tama yun. Wala ka talaga doon. Ang problema is, before you could arrest, ang requirement is, you must have probable cause. Ibig sabihin ng probable cause, dapat may sapat ang basihan or may paniniwala ka. Base sa iyong personal knowledge, based on personal knowledge, na yung tao nga arestuhin mo, siya yun yung may gawa ng krimen. O tanungin ko kayo, ano nga yung personal knowledge? Pinag-usapan na natin yan no rule on evidence. Dapat ikaw mismo ang nakakita. Dapat ikaw mismo nakarinig. Dapat ikaw mismo nakaamoy, nakalasa o nakahawak. That's personal knowledge. Di ba alam? So yung sinabi sa iyo ng cigarette vendor, anong tawag doon? Hearsay. Chismis. Di ba? So hindi yun personal knowledge. So even jurisprudence would teach us that an information coming from third person is not personal knowledge. So ibig sabihin, hindi ka pwede mag-aresto. Pero alam niyo ba kung ganun din yun eh. Sa similar situation sa inyo sa fire arson investigation, no? Sunog na pagdating ninyo, pero base sa mga testimonya ng testigo, nakita nila na si ganito ang sumunog. Tumakbo. Kilala nila. Hayaan nyo na lang yun. Ang katakas kasi hindi nyo pwedeng arestuhin, hot pursuit. Ano dapat ang gawin ninyo? Ito yung tinuturo ko sa pulis. Dapat ganitong ginagawa ninyo. Kumbinsihin ninyo yung cigarette vendor, masamahan kayo. Pero pagdating doon sa lugar, doon sa bahay niya, kung makita man siya, siyang mag-aresto, i-assist nyo lang. That's citizen's arrest. Pero kung kayo mag-aresto, kung yung pulis, maling-mali, hindi siya papasok sa hot pursuit. And hindi nyo man maintindihan yan, pero pagdating sa korte, ang laking bagay niyan para sa defense lawyer. Simple lang naman ang sitwasyon eh. Sinabi lang sa kanya. So hindi siya personal knowledge. So therefore, hot pursuit arrest will not apply, and therefore, the arrest of the person is illegal. Ikaw pa ang pwede makasuhan. Pero kung sinabi mo doon sa cigarette vendor, tiyo, arukin hindi bununta. Hiko pero nasa muya. Kabut duman tiyo, paluluwason na ika nag-aresto. So ika magiban ng pinabito bares, inassist nilang ika. Ang konsekwensya man sa nakainin, matestify ka sa korte. Patunayan mo. Panahilin ko, inassist ako ninda, tinabangan ninda, kinaristo ko sa tabang ninda. Ganon dapat. Marami na na-dismiss na kaso niyan. Mga pulis gusto nila accomplishment agad, even pero pagdating sa uli, miscarriage of justice tuloy ang nangyayari. Diba? So yun. And pang-tatlo, yung fugitive's arrest, pagtakas kang bilanggo, wala nang kailangang warrant of arrest para ma-aresto ka. Okay?
Okay, so these are the three instances of warrantless arrest. So kaya sabi ko sa inyo, hindi natatapos ang trabaho ninyo sa pag-imbestiga, pag-aresto, so you have to prepare the document so that you can file it with the prosecution. So sa prosecution, mag-undergo na yan ng preliminary investigation. Ano nga ang purpose ng preliminary investigation? I-determine kung mayroong probable cause o wala. So pag may probable cause, ano mangyayari? Yung prosecutor magpapile na ngayon ng information. Kaya sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, only the prosecutor can file an information. Hindi ba? So proseso sa korte, nasa korte na. Ang unang proseso sa korte is arraignment. Ano nga yung arraignment? Sino nakakatanda kung anong arraignment? Ang arraignment is the process of informing the accused of the accusation filed against him. So babasahin sa kanya yung information na noong ganitong oras, ikaw ay nasa ganitong lugar, at sinunog mo yung building na ito, did and then burn the building, and that's contrary to law. So anong tatanong sa iyo during arraignment? Anong tatanong sa iyo? Guilty or not guilty? So you have to enter your plea whether you plead guilty or not guilty. So pag nag-plead ka ng not guilty, or even if you plead guilty, proceed pa rin yung kaso para ma-determine yung liability mo. Okay? So hindi pwedeng mag-proceed ang kaso po sa korte kung hindi magkaroon ng arraignment. Tulad halimbawa ng mga akusado na at large pa. Hindi yan mag-proceed hanggat hindi siya ma-aresto. Kasi hanggat hindi siya na-aresto, wala pang jurisdiction yung korte over his person. Okay? And kung wala pang jurisdiction yung korte over his person, take note that the court cannot make any proceedings. Okay? Pero once na ma-aresto siya, pag na-informahan na siya, na-arraign na siya, then it will go on. Ito, pre-trial ang sunod. Ibig sabihin, preparation yan for trial. So kung saan nakakaroon ng mga stipulation doon, marking ng documents, marking ng exhibits. So pag ready na, trial ang sunod. So during the trial, di ba nabanggit ko na sa inyo, sino ang nagpipresent ng una ng ebidensya? Prosecution or defense? Sino? Based on what we discussed in the prosecution, because of that principle that he who accuses must prove. Sino ang nag-aakusa, siya may bigat ng pagpapatunay or the burden of proof. And in the presentation of evidence, mauna muna yung prosecution. And how is it done? Direct examination, cross, redirect, and recross. Okay? So pag natapos yung prosecution, the defense. And after that, judgment. Naandyan na. Judgment or decision. Assuming talo yung akusado, so he could file an appeal. Or even if the complainant lost, he could file an appeal. Either the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court. Kung walang appeal, the decision will now become final and executory, then execution na siya. Yan na, implementation na. So yan po ang proseso ng kaso natin sa korte. So ito na yung pinag-aralan ng evidence last time. So I hope you get this. And before I finally end, actually this is second to the last slide. No? So please observe the following courtroom etiquette or decorum, no? Wear the prescribed courtroom attire. So take note if you are subpoenaed. Anyway, how many kinds of subpoena do we have? Sige nga. Ilang klaseng subpoena meron tayo? 1, 2, 3. 3. Dalawa lang po. Dalawa lang. Subpoena ad testificandum and subpoena dulcis tecum. Now, what do you mean by subpoena? What do you mean by subpoena? Sub means under. Parang submarine. Underwater, di ba? Submarine. Under yan. What do you mean by pena? Pena is penalty. Buena. Penalty. So, you are under penalty if you will not obey the subpoena.
Kaya ang tawag niyan subpoena under penalty. Ngayon, dalawang klase yan at testificandum. Very simple lang naman ito. If you are issued subpoena at testificandum, it means that you are being required by the court to come to court. I-require ka ng korte na pumunta sa korte for you to testify ad testificandum. Ako ha? Yun lang. How about yung subpoena duces tecum? D-U-C-E-S, duces. That's the Latin word, no? Subpoena duces tecum. T-E-C-U-M. Tecum. Ano naman yun? The same. You are being required by the court to come to court. However, this time, you are being required to bring with you something. Kasi yung subpoena duces tecum, meaning to have with you something. So ano yung something na yan na dapat na sa'yo? It's either document records, no? Which the court requires you to bring and to testify on the content thereof. Halimbawa, di ba ang fire station ninyo may blatter din? At meron din kayong desk officer? Di ba hindi mo pwedeng punitin yung page ng blatter ninyo? So anong ini-issue ninyo kung may gustong kumuha ng blatter? So you will issue certification, di ba? Or blatter excerpt, isn't it? So pagdating yan sa korte, i-require ng korte na i-present pa rin yung original niyan. So kaya kung ikaw ang desk officer, ang i-issue sa yung subpoena ng korte, duces tecum, kasi you are being required by the court to come to court and bring with you the station blatter for you to testify on the content thereof. Yan ang ipapadala sa iyo. Halimbawa, finance officer ka ng station. Ang ipapadala sa iyo, yung ledger, kung meron halimbawa nakasuhan dyan ng malversation, sinurakot. Okay? So that is duces tecum. Do you know understand the distinction at testificandum and duces tecum? Pag wala kang dadalahin para lang magtestigo at testificandum yun. Kung may dadalahin ka and for you to testify on that is duces tecum. Okay? So ano ang prescribed attorney nyo? Your uniform. Always see to it that you are in your prescribed uniform. Kayo din sa police, no? Sa police, go type A, lagi ang, or type A, yung kanilang uniform. I do not know sa inyo kung ano ang standard operational procedure ninyo dyan. Then you have to arrive on time. Okay na maliit yung judge, huwag lang ikaw kasi sigurado taktakang ka doon. Kaya ingat din kayo, no? Do not underestimate and do not ano tawag nito, huwag niyong i-ano yung korte, ano din kasi baka makontem ka, no? Now turn off electronic devices and cell phone before entering the courtroom. Sus, may mga judges na sobrang pagkamitikuloso dyan. Pag tumunog yung cellphone mo, sus, kaya ka doon. Kaya always bear that in mind. No? Whenever you enter the court, see to it that if you don't want to turn it off, so you at least you turn it to the silent mode. No? Now, be polite to the judge and even to the opposing counsel and court staff. So wala naman mawawala sa iyo if you do so. Mas maganda yun, no? You will have that reputation of being courteous sa kanila. And mababait yan. Pag mabait ka sa kanila, mabait din yan. Pero pag medyo balasubas ka, medyo arrogante din yan sa'yo. Okay? Rise when the judge enter and leave the courtroom. Ayun, sinasabi ko kanina. Then every time that you speak, you stand as a sign of courtesy and or even making or meeting an objection or questioning a witness. Ito sa lawyer ito. No? Pero whenever you want to speak, no, or say something, you always address to your you have to address it to your how do you call that to your lawyer. Okay? Do not interrupt others while they are talking. Okay? And ito if you are talking to your lawyer, do not address your lawyer your honor, sir lang, sir, ma'am. Ang your honor dyan, bukod tanging isa yung judge. So refer to the judge as your honor. Ha? Kasi mga pulis, lagi kong na-lecturean dito. So whenever you are in court or even in quasi-judicial court, when you are talking to your lawyer, you address him or her, ma'am or sir. Pero pag you are talking to the hearing officer or to the judge, you address him your honor. Okay? Then direct all your concerns and remarks to the bench and not to opposing counsel. So kailangan pag may gusto kang sabihin,
Actually, pag represented ka ng lawyer, unless you are asked by the court, no, hindi ka pwede magsalita. Dapat laging sasabihin mo sa abogado mo kasi ang spokesperson mo sa loob ng korte is your lawyer. You always address whatever you want to say to your lawyer, and your lawyer will say that to the judge. Okay? And never ever antagonize the court. Wag na wag niyong kakalabanin yung korte. Wala kayong panalo dyan. Okay? Wala kayong panalo. So, except kung sobra naman talaga, pero kadalasan naman, masaaliman sana. Minsan gusto man sana ning, lalo na pag first timer ka dyan, minsan pati ang iitlog mo, dadapluson yan, lalo na kung, I hope you experience already testifying in court, no? So medyo something that you have to look forward to. Okay? Pero hindi naman nakakatakot. Kaya niyo yun. Kasi lalong-lalo na, simple lang naman ang tip dyan. Before you testify, you familiarize yourselves with your affidavit or your report, no? You submitted in line with the case. Ganun lang yun. Kasi kahit pabalik pa rin ka pa dyan, stick ka lang doon sa report mo. Ang problema kung hindi mo kabisado, doon ka talaga matataktakan. So kaya, preparation pa rin. So before you appear in court, you try to read once again and let yourself be so familiar with your affidavit. Okay? So I think this would be the last, no? So that would be all unless you still have question to ask. Okay, maya, no? Kasi malamang may mga tanong kayo regarding this. So feel free to ask. So because that would be the end, no? Of my task, my discussion sa inyo. Okay? So kung wala na kayong question, again, sasabihin ko, ayaw ko na kayong pilitin. Otherwise, that will be coercion, di ba? Requiring you to do something against your will. Oh. So, wala nang tanong. Kasi alam ko baka gusto pang humirit ng iba dyan, no? Pwede pa mag-ginsu. 9:55, tamang-tama, 2 oras, pampatulog para gising mo, eksakto alas 5. Di ba? Okay? So Marcher, kung wala nang tanong, ayaw ko na kayong pilitin. So, take charge. So, okay lang po. So, sana at least, no? I was able to discuss substantially, no? Yung topic na binigay sa akin ni Fire Officer Buesa. So with that, maraming salamat sa pagkakataon ulit. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. So, good night, everybody. Thank you.